This journey is not just an academic experience. Here, you will form friendships, create memories, and establish lifelong connections. This university is not just a temporary phase, but instead, it is a lifelong bond. Our graduates take pride in being part of this family they belong to. In this university, in which you will build your future, you will transcend your limits, discover the power of knowledge, and change the world. International Balkan University, excellence for the future.
Yakından bugün OSTİM Üniversitesi'nin başlarına oluştu. 77 fakülteden 5600 öğrenci, 2 enstitü, 9 yüksek lisans programı, ilk fakülte, 22 bölüm, bir meslek yüksek okulun 10. programı, 21. yüzyıl yetkinlikleri ve becerileriyle donatılan öğrencilerimiz üst mezunu geliştirdi. Çeşitli spor branşları müsabakalarında 2 adet altın, 2 adet gümüş ve 5 adet bronz madalya kazandı. Robotics ve okullarında seyir mevcut olan OSTİM desteğiyle dezenfeksiyon noktalarına dönüştürdü. Bildiğimiz şeylerde eğitim ve iş imkanı elde edecekler. Soru toplamında bile Bursa'nın yükseliş kitabı alt bile çevrildi. Çince'de yayınlandı. OSTİM Teknik Üniversitesi yayınları raflardaki yerini aldı. Türkiye'nin akademik düzeyde ilk İngilizce yazılı kitap sayısı akademik dünyayla bulmuş. Araç ve enerji üretimi başta olmak üzere birçok bilimsel araştırma projesi desteklendi. Akademik alternatif model, 12 adet tasarım için 9 yurt dışı patent başvurusu gerçekleştirildi. 2022-2023 akademik yılında ARGE bütçesi 10 milyon TL olarak belirlendi. Türkiye'de ilk olan silah sanayi teknikerliğiyle hibrit ve elektrikli taşıtlar teknolojisi programları eğitim öğretim faaliyetlerine başladı. Bir de ikinci yabancı dil eğitim hakkını öğrencilerimize sunuyor. Sınav merkezi seçildi. 100'ün üzerinde seminer, panel, zirve, söyleşi ve sanat eğitimleri gerçekleştirdi. Üçüncüsü düzenlenen SEPIP konferansının açılış konuşmasını Malezya Başbakanı Mahathir bin Mohamed gerçekleştirdi.
Professor Dr. Murat Gulay, Rector of OSTİM Technical University, Turkey, Mr. Orhan Aydin, Chairman of OSTİM Technical University, Institute.
OSTİM İstanbul Uluslararası Buluş Fuarı 2023'ten 5 ödülle döndü. Öğrencilerimizin başlattığı dijital bilişim projesi, Danimarkalı bir yatırım firmasından tohum yatırımı aldı. Ozan tarafından yürütülen %100 elektrikli engelleme topçusunun geliştirilmesi amacıyla işbirliği protokolü imzalandı. Farklı konulardan konusunun üzerinde konferans ve çalıştayı imzaladı. Üniversitesi Sürekli Eğitim Merkezi'nde 80 kişiye saat üzerinde eğitim geleceğine sunmak adına ağaç tüpek öğrenileri gerçekleştirdi. Sektörlerindeki öncü firmalar tecrübeleri, marka dersleriyle öğrencilerimize aktardı. Savunma sanayi, enerji, akıllı üretim olanları hem bilimlere enstitümüz veriyor. Şimdi dijital yanında kalebiyi kurdu. Gerçek işletme vakaları olanları, sosyal bilimler enstitümüz gelişiyor. Üniversitede Birleşmiş Milletler sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçlarına katkılarını ölçen dünya sıralamasında yerini aldı. 550 öğrenciye 850 saatin üzerinde bireysel kariyer, 200 öğrenciye 360 saatin üzerinde mezun danışmanlığı yaptı. Dünyada yaşanılan kültürleri öğrencilerimize farkındalık oluşturması adına gerçekleştirdiğimiz organizasyonun birlikte. İkinci etkinliğimiz kapsamında öğrencilerimizle yüksek bilim üzerinde girişimcilik projesi yaptık. Erasmus ve uluslararası işbirliklerimizi artırdı. Sonra Türkiye Üniversitesi oldu. Akademisyenlerimiz üniversite sanayi işbirliğini destekleyen 500'ün üzerinde proje, bilim ve danışmanlığa imza aldı. üniversitemizin akıllı, ekonomik ve çevreci şehir içi ulaşım aracı geliştirme projesi desteklendi. OSTİM Üniversitesi Genç Ofisi açılışı Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Gençlik ve Spor Bakanı Mehmet Kasımoğlu'nun katılımıyla gerçekleştirildi. Yeni yerleşimlerimiz ve kampüs alanlarımızın açılışını gerçekleştirdik. Üstad'la Milli Muharip Mücadele Yıldırım testinin yapılması üzerine işbirliği protokolü imzalandı. OSTİM Üniversitesi Hayatboyu Öğrenci, Uygulama ve Araştırma Merkezi Antalya, Gaziantep ve Kıbrıs temsilcilikleri açıldı. Yüksek Öğretim Kurumu, Engelsiz Üniversite ödüllerinde 4 mavi 3 yeşil bayrak kazandı. OSTİM Teknik Üniversitesi, Dünya, seni bekliyor.
Now I would like to invite the rector of OSTİM Technical University, Professor Dr. Murat Yuler. He will be addressing us online in delivering his speech. Professor Murat, do you hear us? Okay.
Dear participants, I am Murat Yülek, the founder of SEPIP conferences and also the president of OSTİM Technical University. I am really honored and so happy to have International Balkan University join us this year as a host of this international event. Unfortunately, I am not able to be this time in Skopje, but I know that our colleagues are there supporting the International Balkan University. I will not be very long, just a few minutes to talk about SEPIP. SEPIP was founded officially in 2017, but before it was also in the structure of a community working on academically working on industrial policy and its implementation in different countries. Since actually 2013, unofficially, we have had meetings and seminars and sessions in different countries like in Uganda and Singapore, Switzerland, Turkey. Now we have a host in Skopje, and we would like to increase the international reach of this community. The reason is industrial policy is very critically important in developing countries' process of economic development. We have seen that even in developed economies such as the US and Germany, industrial policy is coming back on the agenda. Of course, it is much more critical for developing countries because many of the developing countries, as I have also presented in my book, How Nations Succeed, has not achieved to escape from the low-income trap or middle-income trap. The reason is they are not able to design and implement successful industrial policy. Therefore, these meetings under SEPIP is very important because under SEPIP, the knowledge, mutual knowledge is exchanged and enriched with physical experience, real-world experience, and the academicians publish more research articles on industrial policy and its implementation. With these thoughts, I would like to thank again our host, International Balkan University, and I thank all the participants for being part of this year's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murat. We appreciate your insights. Next, we will have the pleasure of hearing from our second opening speaker, Director of International Balkan University, Professor Dr. Murat. So please join us in welcoming Dr. Murat.
Everyone, professors, participants and students, welcome to the important. The notes in the 7th one of these conferences. And we'll academic and such kind of conferences many contributions, and it's also important to share their fresh research papers with their experienced scholars and academic critics for research that can be staged. And for that reason, I like this kind of conference that brings experienced scholars together with the young scholars. It's an opportunity for all of us. Also, on the other hand, the topic of the conference for this year is the smart economic planning and industrial policy. It's also important to highlight too much policy making processes of the academics. Many times do not like policy processes. You always have to make basic research, basic hardcore scientific research in many areas. But the nature of science of economy and development is always leading to the policy in the classrooms, the basic programs. We try to educate tomorrow's economists, tomorrow's policy makers, and for that reason, in tomorrow's world, the smart economy planning and policy making economy the world important. In IBU, we come with this. We aim to create an academic environment, bringing together the policy makers and the scientific researchers and connect them with each other and contribute in the development of the countries where it's for everybody. I'm back reading speech. Thank you for that. We should connect these two areas with each other. I think as a scholar community here, we should go ahead for talking to the public, for talking to the community, and connecting to the students. I hope these conferences will also contribute to such an endeavor. And I appreciate the organizers of these conferences, and especially the from OSTİM University, who started this important conference. Made us a part of this event. In IBU, this conference will also contribute our policy making process, developing our educational policy and research policy. It's an honor to host you here in Üsküp, Skopje. Skopje is a good city. Do not spend all of your time in the classroom. I hope the organizers has thought about that. See the natural and historical places of Skopje and talk with the, especially the sellers at the bazaar, at the neighborhood, and feel their hot feelings, their warm feelings toward the humanity, toward the foreign people. I arrived 20 days ago and I felt it too much. I also recommend you to go to the city and talk with the people. Also, I am thankful to the local organizers of this conference, our economic faculty, the dean, the head of department, and the other organizers did well. I appreciate all of you and wishing a good and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Lutfi Sunak, for the insightful speech. We are running a little bit earlier than the agenda because we have one speaker who is not today, but let's see if our next speaker, Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanshek, is joining us online. Okay. So let's move on then to our first session, where we have the privilege of hosting an invited speaker. As I said, Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanshek, who is the Vice Dean of Joseph Stefan International Graduate School, the University of Maribor, who will deliver a speech on the topic of competency development for green economy and sustainable development. Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanshek is the Vice Dean, as we said, of the Joseph Stefan International Postgraduate School, a researcher at Joseph Stefan Institute, a professor of physics at the University of Maribor, an associate member of the Club of Rome, and a fellow and trustee of the World Academy of Art and Science. He is also a former Fulbright Fellow at Montana State University, USA. So let's welcome him to our conference. Professor Zidanshek, if you are ready, you can deliver your speech.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, distinguished guests, distinguished rectors, members of Parliament. It's my honor to be invited to share the next few minutes with you and to share the experience, because we come from different topics. My original topic is actually physics, and I have spent a lot of time researching better educational practices, how to reach people who are not the young, living on the internet. They are like Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, whatever generation, and it's a little different to reach these people than it has been in the past when we were like going to school. So today's topic is going to be competency development for the green economy and sustainable development. And as you see, I come from the Joseph Stefan Institute and Joseph Stefan National Postgraduate School. I'm also at the University of Maribor and the Slovenian Association for the Club of Rome. So, if you talk about how and why we learn, so it's kind of a basic property for human being. Whatever we want to do, we have to learn something. So, I would stop briefly at the history of the concept of competencies. Competency is like a little bit more than the skill that you know how to do something. Then European Union actually quite some time ago, almost 20 years ago, defined the concept of key competencies, where there are some technical competencies, language competencies, and also some soft skills which they call transferable competencies. And recently, a few years ago, they actually created a site which is called ESCO, European Skills, Competencies and Occupations, and they have actually listed there thousands of jobs and thousands of competencies and skills and how to link them together, and it's still mainly empty. So, although there are really so many. So we talk about some examples of what we do in this field, and since we are talking about smart economic planning and industrial policy, I would appreciate. I wanted to start with just sharing some common points. So if you talk about smart planning, I will share a little bit about our competence center. When we had 50 companies from Slovenia, and we have them develop the competences, so we get about 2,000 people from their companies involved in trainings. And I would also like to share a little bit about the role of physics as the basic science, which kind of describes the world around us. And it can help also in economic planning and also in industrial policy. And then I would end with some ideas for competence development. So if you talk about smart planning, we know for a long time, they used to say, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So today we could say this, if you fail to plan smart, you plan to fail. So it's basically the world that we are living in, getting faster and faster every year, almost every month. Too many things are happening almost at once. But the smart mode, I will not talk about it because, you know, if you think about it already, data and analytics, of course, also extremely important, and also this artificial intelligence, metadata mining, we call them big data. And of course, the foresight, I will talk a little bit about this, also about my activities within the Carbochrome and the World Academy of Art and Science. We are trying to see how the world is supposed to be like in 30 years or 50 years, mainly about 2050. Yeah. So, flexibility, of course, very important. So, you mentioned briefly in the introduction, the Carbochrome has been here for more than 50 years, and basically the first famous publication was that from Donella Meadows, her husband Dennis, Jürgen Landers, and William Dennis. It's the famous Limit to Grow, which the importance of that was that they refocused the thinking, so that people started to think about how to use the resources more efficiently. And the latest publication, 50 years of the Carbochrome, so-called Earth for All, which is kind of a survival guide for humanity, and it is dealing basically with deep systemic changes that are necessary if you want to have a better future. So until 2050, the main goals here are basically to allow for abundant life for everybody, to include also those that are excluded, to solve the problem of poverty and inequality, but also at the same time to improve the food and energy supply and the way how we make food, how we make activity. And therefore, this is the way that we understand the world, and little children actually learn on this in school, and they know what the world is like. The reality, which even the children don't understand yet, this is also the foundation of modern technology, which is actually directing both the technological and the ICT development, and also the social development, which is a consequence of the technological development. So we talk about usefulness of physics. I mentioned earlier that the energy technologies have to improve significantly because we burn too much fossil fuels and we don't have enough clean technologies. And this is actually happening today live as we speak. There are thousands, if not millions of people working on the new energy technologies. And even more important is information communication technologies, which are helping us to communicate better. So I can actually sit in Slovenia, you are in 2 different countries, and this is like a really international conference without even the need for all participants to travel. Then we talk about pollution reduction. We know that humans are doing many things, and sometimes it requires pollution that we should reduce it as much as possible. And of course, most important for all, especially for those who are already in advanced age are the health technologies. You're probably aware that today life expectancy is kind of improving about 1/3 of a year every year. So if this is improved by 1 year every year, that means that people more or less stop dying. Yeah, there has been some challenges due to COVID and Corona epidemics, but still this long-term trend is actually extremely positive. And if you talk about these breakthroughs, yes, Galileo and Newton was like the start of the modern era, and then Faraday and Maxwell, and that was the end of the classical physics. Quantum physics started, which is a little weird, so that's why I cannot talk about it, but I can answer some questions, because it has strange ideas about reality and locality and causality. So anyway, relativity is also a little weird because it says that space and time are kind of interchangeable. They just belong to the four-dimensional space. And what is next is actually there are some big things just waiting to be discovered. We're talking about the connection between relativity and quantum physics, the special relativity, I mean the gravity and the world of small particles. They're going to be connected. Nobody knows when. It could be tomorrow, it could be 100 years, but when they are, it will produce tremendous technological opportunities to change the way we are doing business and industry even more than it's happened in the past 50 years. So this technological progress, yes, in the past 50 years, this ICT revolution actually changed the world we live in. The smart machines are now being introduced almost everywhere. The past 10, 15 years is basically the era of smart machines. And the Moore law, as you can see, it goes down exponentially and doesn't even, like it's supposed to have stopped growing, but it hasn't stopped. So if this continues like this, you know, in 2 years, the computers are twice as fast. That means in 20 years, they are 10 times, 2 to the 10,000 times faster, which means that what we can do today, in 20 years, we can do 1,000 times more than today, which means we are going to be limited mainly by our imagination. So I said that physically, technology, quantum computing is coming, which is going to increase this speed of computing and quantum communication, which is going to create secure communication. You know, this code that we have today, they can be broken by quantum computers in maybe 20, 30 years of the gap. And then by analogical computing, which will be even stronger than quantum computing, to link us closer to this world of information and of knowledge, and will allow for a really qualitative change. You know, today people are kind of the same as 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, ancient civilizations. But once this conditions of quantum and biological computing is completed, then humans are going to be also smarter because they're going to have the access, the direct access. We won't need an external machine, but we will have direct access to significantly stronger information processing. Okay, so anyway, this is like an example of what we are doing in this nanotechnology field, but it's probably less interesting for you. What I want to show you is probably interesting case where the neural network from Google AlphaFold designed actually calculated the structure of protein, which was supposed to be impossible before. So impossible things are being done today. You know, they used to say, when difficult takes a long time, impossible takes just a little bit longer. And just a little bit longer, it's become shorter nowadays. Okay. So if we talk about these key competencies, we probably saw this list of the 8 key competencies in the European Union. We talk about literacy and in own language and in other languages. So in Europe, it's expected that every person would speak, in addition to their own language and to English language, at least 1 or 2 other European languages, so that we can connect better together. It's not only to communicate better to other countries, but it also changes the thinking processes in the brain. So if you are fluent in a different language, then you can actually process information in a different way, usually more creative. So these are the first 2. And then the third is so-called STEM or STEAM field, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and some people add art to that, which is so the top science basically work on art, and the art can be a great source of motivation for scientists. And the fourth one is, of course, digital technologies, ICT, artificial intelligence. So these are like hard skills, and then you have those soft skills a lot more when you can communicate better to other people, when you are more active citizen, entrepreneur, and you have cultural awareness. That's basically when people actually achieve these competencies, the work kind of comes better. And I mentioned this ESTA system. You see, thousands of skills, competencies, jobs are kind of linked together, and most of them are actually still missing, although there are thousands. You see, 30,890 skills features from last year. So about this 21st century, the competencies, you see, there are like foundational literacy, which means everybody has something in the school, but then there are competencies and character qualities which are useful in every field. I was talking about smart planning or industrial development or physics or whatever you're doing. If you have this competence of critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration, you're going to make a great team member everywhere. And if you have also these character qualities, curiosity, initiative, resistance, adaptability, leadership, and social cultural awareness, then you're going to be better. And these teams are going to create unique environment in the future. So we have to take this into account when we do any planning. The future is going to be much better. Of course, if you don't do something stupid. But in principle, the future is going to be much better because young people are more educated than we have been, and they have more of this character quality, even though sometimes it doesn't seem like that. But they do. So this is actually an interesting graph which tells you what is the correlation between the mathematical skills and social skills. And you can be property means that you have both mathematical and social skills, and these are actually jobs like physicians, computer scientists, management analysts, economists, planners, people who have both, they're going to be the most successful, while those who are lacking one or the other are going to have less utility in the future. So basically our system to evaluate these competencies, we said let's figure out what are the competencies of a method. It's an area evaluate which competencies are required for the workplace, list, identify the training that can improve the competencies, and then to get the training to the person, and then analyze this lack of the competencies before the results, and then continue the cycle. In this way, what we want to do is to more effectively use the time, which is of course a precious commodity, so people cannot really spend too much time for training because they have to work. But when you do spend time for training, you have to be effective. So that's what we are trying to help them. There are a lot of competencies that we selected. I don't want to read this, but these are just the competencies that we selected, and then we did like a plan for the system which we are developing, where we use a little bit of artificial intelligence in the select of competencies. And this is like an example. You have like qualities that are required by a person, like industry inside, and then we say how important this is, how strong it should be required, how much it is just, and then we measure the lack, see, on the top. So this red is the lack, and if the lack is huge, that means the person involved of education. If the lack is small, they don't need education in that field. So that's how you can actually select for which skills we should do the most education. Or when I'm coming close to my time, just let me know. So I'm just going to go with this app that we have developed. It identifies first the competence which has the highest gap for a selected person, and then it recommends the best possible training for this person. And then after the training, it evaluates how much did this learner improve for this selected competence. Which means this can be done actually in any field. It doesn't matter what you do, but you can do this improvement of their competencies. So for example, it looks like this. This is our professor who is actually leading the development of this app. And together we selected like the competencies which you would need to have. And then we said, what are the best trainings that could be done. So we identified several possible trainings to improve their competencies. And then after that, we measure, like this is the date, and at the beginning for the training, one competencies had like 50%, then after the first training, improved 70%, after the second training, improved 80%, but we would like to have 90%. So basically, yes, you will say, how do you measure these competencies? It's a rather, not really an objective measure, it's rather subjective. We give them some tests, which they fill in, like the students in the course of university, so that you know basically how much they know, but it's not really exact science. So this measurement, if it's a 70, it can be also 60 or 80. It's not the exact number, there are some error bars, but the important thing is the trend. You can see that somebody is over the time improving the competencies that are necessary. And in this way, such a person can become a more valuable member of the society. So this is like in short, and I was told that I should finish in about 15 minutes. We have enough time for discussion. So what I wanted to show you is that competent workforce is the basis of healthy industry. So the better competence of the workforce, the better future planning. So in any type of smart planning, it's really important that the improvement of the competencies of the people who are involved in the industry is taken into account, because it has probably one of the biggest impact on the successful future. This competence development, of course, also has smart planning. So on one hand, if you plan for other people to improve the competencies, they will work better. But also, if we improve our own competencies, our planning process is going to get better. These ideas that we have presented here are just some of the ideas. You know, there is so much going on in the world today, so much good. Perhaps the media doesn't even report because they are focused on other things that are not so good. In order to find this good and to get motivated, and also to motivate other people to improve the competence, I think this is one of the biggest that we have as a university professor, to kind of motivate our students, our colleagues, to figure out what's the best way that we improve, we gain our competences, and we improve the world. Of course, flexibility here is crucial, because without it, we're not going to make the big progress, because situation is changing practically almost from day to day, and that's why this motivation for lifelong learning and improvement of the competencies is the most important key to success, which we hope will really transform our society, transform our industry and food and energy systems, and change the current patterns of poverty, inequality, and marginalization to the abundance for all as soon as possible. And I would just like to thank here today our founders, which are mainly Erasmus projects and the research agency, our colleagues which are listed here to the left, which have been a great help and assistance in developing and sharing the ideas. And special thanks to my late supervisor, who actually introduced me to science, Professor Robert James, who was the president of Vice President of Slovenian Academy of Science and the first dean of our school. And the other friend, who is of 92 years, still very young, is the honorary president for the Academy of Art and Science. And a good friend, we are doing a lot of things together, and he's still very active. And with this, I would like to end and welcome very much your questions.
Thank you, Professor Zhivamshek, for the very interesting lecture. I would like to open the floor now for any questions for the professor. Just raise a hand if you have any questions. Okay, Professor Majva, yes?
Thank you very much. Professor Zhivamshek, thank you for your presentation, focusing most on the skills. And I would like to ask you, what about the competencies and skills related to this digital and green skills? You said that youngsters are very much keen on the skills, but I would say that still they are lacking some of the clean skills. So as a professor, what do you suggest, whether we are going to introduce them in our curriculum or use other forms of educating them so they will be good as graduated people later on to embrace all these technologies and the policies that they have to manage.
Thank you very much for your question. I think this is actually very important. So how do we help these young people to accept the skills, the technologies that are required? You know, digital technologies are all around us. Artificial intelligence is kind of booming this year. I mean, it's almost like, it feels like humans are going to not be needed very soon. I mean, you just type something to ChatGPT or to Bard or to whatever, and they give you the answer, which almost seems like human, but it's not human. So that means that, yes, I would say that flexibility is extremely important, but even more important is the motivation. So that, in my view, I think that the students need a person who is going to motivate them more than to teach them. You know, if you teach them the skill, this skill is going to be obsolete in a couple of years. If you motivate them to search for what you need, search for what they need, you know, there are a lot of possibilities how to find on the internet, in the arts, in everywhere, the colleagues, the friends, somebody knows somebody. And if the young person is motivated to really search for the best possible skill, they're going to find the skill, and it's going to be more valuable for them long term than if they just teach one particular skill. And how to motivate them, of course, is the question is different for every person. So once you get through to a young person and motivate this person to start like building the skills and search for, get the curiosity. And curiosity is probably like the strongest character trait that can actually lead a young person into building something really. That's my view.
Thank you, Professor Vadio, for the question, and thank you, Professor Živanšek, for the answer. Any other questions? Okay, it seems that we are done with the first session. So once again, thank you, Professor Dr. Alexander Zidanšek. You can stay with us online. We will continue with the second session then. Okay.
Thank you. All the best.
Gotta make a 10-minute break, so.
Yeah, okay. Yes, let's make a 10-minute break then.
Dobra, okej. Samo to. Okej.
Okay, we can start with the second session, which is the panel discussion circular versus green economy. It will be moderated by Professor Dr. Violeta Marjova of International Balkan University, North Macedonia. Shortly, about Professor Dr. Marjova, she has 37 years of professional experience in public and business administration. She has dedicated the last 15 years to her academic career, including a decade as a full-time professor at International Balkan University. She has authored scientific papers and books in economics, held leadership roles within the university as Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences, and Vice Director for Education and Academic Affairs. She has also served high-level management positions such as State Secretary in the Ministry of Economy of North Macedonia and Deputy Director in the Bank Rehabilitation Agency of North Macedonia. Let's also welcome our esteemed panelists, Professor Dr. Tatiana Boshko, Dean of the Faculty of Tourism and Business Logistics from Gostidelcev University of North Macedonia. Mark Beret, who is the Director of EU for Green Projects in North Macedonia. And joining us online is Karim Hadjiyev, Junior Research Fellow, Economic Scientific Research Institute from Azerbaijan. So, Professor Dr. Violeta Marjova, the floor is yours to start the discussion.
Thank you very much, Christina. Hello, everybody. This is our second session and a first panel session, titled as a Green and versus Circular Economy, trying to present some theoretical as well as practical aspects related to one of the most important topics today in the global framework, but as well in particular countries. Generally, in the recent years, the global economic landscape has been witnessing a profound transformation, driven by the growing recognition of the urgent needs to address environmental challenges and promote sustainable development. Two significant and interrelated have emerged in this context: the circular economy and the green economy. Okay. These trends reflect a fundamental shift in how societies, industry, and the government source management, consumption. The circular economy and the green economy share goals of sustainability and resource conservation, but their scopes, objectives. Circular economy principles advocate for the elimination of waste and of closed-loop systems in which products and materials are continuously circulated and reused. The green economy, however, focuses on fostering sustainable economic growth, but practicing environmentally friendly practices and technology. The circular economy, therefore, operates within the framework of the green economy, contributing to its overall mission of achieving sustainable, environmentally responsible economic growth. Both concepts are essential for addressing the challenges of the 21st century and ensuring a more sustainable and resilient future of our planet. So this was just an introduction of what we are going to talk about. Today, Christina already mentioned, we have three panel speakers. I will make a short break just so our colleagues to get in. Okay, so as Christina already announced, we have with us Professor Tatiana Boshko, a faculty dean, University of Gostidelcev. We have Mark Barrack, who is experienced expert originally from Canada, with a permanent resident in Great Britain, being employed by the German Society of International Cooperation, GIZ, and a team leader supporting implementation of a green project in North Macedonia. Really international. And we have also online Hajir, who is with us online, who is a research fellow at Economic Science Research Institute from Baku, Azerbaijan. So I would like to start first with addressing our first panel speakers. As I mentioned, she is a university professor and a dean of faculty of Tourism and Business Logistics of Goce Delčik University, Štip, North Macedonia. She has published more than 130 pages, relevant in international journals, and has been a part of organizational development activity through participation in numerous scientific projects in the country and abroad. Her research focus is EU convergence, macroeconomics, finance, and what is most important for us in our session today, circular economy. Even more, she is an author of the recent published monography titled Circular Economy, Theory and Practice. Beside her academic engagement since 2017, Professor Boshkov is a Rotary member in the oldest club in North Macedonia, Rotary Club Skopje, and was elected to be a Rotary Club president 2022-2023 Rotarian year, participating in international activities foreseen in the club's mission. So, as I introduced her very well, I think, I would like to give a floor so she can have her presentation and start with this panel. Professor Boshkov, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you so much for the lovely words. It's a big honor for me to be part of your conference, to be part of this panel session, because I think a circular economy is so much popular during. Okay, I think that I should not repeat because I think that we can hurt each other. Actually, I'm very honored to speak about the circular economy because it's beginning to very popular, and I think that our country should give all our efforts to make reforms, implement mechanism to do our best and to have a great transition from linear economy to full circular economy. And I have some presentation. At the beginning, I will tell you some facts for circular economy because it's a synonym like it is an innovative concept. It can be perceived by us like strong business case, but also we must make a good strategy to get fully to circular economy. But also it's good for us if we start see circular economy as model of economic growth. Why? Why we call it innovative concept? Because it implies a good strategy for the industry which develop products about raw material, how we can actually reuse the material to continue the life cycle of the product. Why a strategy and why it is important? Because we now think, all of us, we must think about sustainable development and circular economy in one argument to do for that. Also, it's good to know that circular economy is best option to deal with all problems which are connected with environmental degradation, but also how can help to the economy to be less depends from the natural resource of the environment. That's why I said that circular economy can be seen like a balance between the economy, resource, but also the environment. On the next slide, can show that circular economy makes for us a lot of opportunities. So the question, what circular economy can enable for us? It's waste reduction. As you can see on the slide, it's more competitive economy, resource productivity, but also if we discuss about the position of the country, it's useful because it helps for better positioning of the emergent security issue, and also reducing the environmental impact of the domestic production, but also consumption. The next slide is life cycle thinking versus steps for implementing the circular economy activities. Actually, when we speak about life cycle thinking, it's synonym that the core of the circular economy is life thinking of the product. How we can use, how many times can we reuse the material and the product, and to use again, and again. But also we can think about which steps we must implement about these activities which are in the framework of circular economy. Regarding this, we must work on legal framework. We must work on administrative conditions. We must work on the fee, on the cost, and also we must work more on public awareness, but also education for this kind of economy, circular economy, because it contributes to the gross domestic product, and it's very important for all countries, especially for our country, Macedonia, which is small and open country, and this is a way that we can use the population in rural areas, and to engage all of people who have low skills. Green agenda for the Western Balkan. It's very popular, very important for our country, because it offers through the project and strategy the transition from linear to full circular economy. This means that we'll have developing strategies who should improve sustainability, production of raw materials, prevention, reduction, recycling, waste management, and other. Also, it's the third topic is that it's very important for developing a regional agreement to prevent plastic pollution. In Western Balkan countries, we have a good example how they work on waste management, and we have a lot of examples that we can implement in our country. Circular economy, the case for Macedonia. Regarding this, as Professor Majeva told, I have many researches about circular economy in our country, and I will not now explain all the table, but I will, during the time framework, I will only underline the results. This analysis expects that the circular economy must work on our behavior, because this economy, development of this economy depends on our behavior. If we have that habits, and if our society make good practice and involve all of us, actually motivate all of us to be part of this sector, then I'm very optimistic that will be very good in this sector. Also, the results show that any change in industry, regulation, and mechanism will depend from the beliefs of the people. Some statistic is North Macedonia market share per type of packaging waste. So we can see that the biggest part belongs to paper. Then we have plastic, glass, then composite, metal, and at the end wood. So we have some challenges to work if we want to use everything that green agenda offer for our country, because our barrier is that our country is non-EU member. Also, waste collection maturity well behind EU countries. Low waste infrastructure by municipality and government. Also, 40% of business are not part of any extended producer responsibility law. So we must work on this, on actually to focus on the partnership with government and make or define very good strategy. In which way? We must build a system which will be easy for implementing and allow more efficiency for all of us. What is the solution? How to accelerate collection? One colleague said that the cultural is a slow process. So I think maybe first of all we should work on public awareness, on education, to set this mind and this recommendation in our mind, in our mindset, that everything depends on all of us. Then implementing of the mechanism, administrative condition, and so on, will be on better place. Solution for these challenges, actually, which are the first step that we should work. I mentioned here co-creation, networking, increasing transparency, which is very important for all of us, not also in this sector, but in all other sectors, providing information, but also the very important thing is digitalization in circular economy. In the moment, it is the biggest barrier that circular economy is facing. And also, as I mentioned before, we must work on political and legislative framework, organization of distribution and human resource, collection of costs, financing services, investment, more good offer for governments, for local municipalities. And then we can be very optimistic to speak about the impact of public health, but also on our environment. And we must implement circular economy, but also green economy. The big picture, we speak about activities that we should implement it. But if we do it, now, then we can discuss about social economy organization, because it's one of the things that circular economy developed, but it's not so analyzed in the last year. Also, we will effort social inclusion, because it's very important, providing job and training opportunities for vulnerable groups. It's very important to work on as a society, a strategic partnership among different actors. If we have desire to listen our needs from any actors, from any diverse actors, I'm optimistic that we can do in anything we will done or make. That's why I make some note that the action necessary to accompany this transition rely on skills, but also capacity building. We must move forward, and this will build support from EU financing project, reinforcing transitional networking, cross-sectoral partnership, and also improving the evidence base of the ecosystem. At the end, I would like to say that the first thing is the provision of information, but provision of information is our joint responsibility. So whatever we will do on micro or macro level, the starting point is ourselves. Then we'll be successful in anything we will do. For example, in this focus, circular economy. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Boschkov. Save your question for Professor Boschkov later on, after we go with a round of our panel speakers. Now we are moving to Mark Barrett, as already announced him, but a little bit more about him. Mark Barrett is a team leader at the German Society for International Cooperation, GIZ, and is currently responsible for EU for Economic Growth Project, as well as the Green Climate Fund and SEPIP Climate Finance Gap Fund with GIZ portfolio in North Macedonia. Mark has been a developed professional for more than 30 years, managing over 60 projects in 20 countries. Mr. Barrett has worked as an advisor for governments and donors and has a successful track record in mentoring and advising startups and growth companies to gain market access funding and become greener and more sustainable. So, Mr. Barrett, the floor is yours. Your presentation is about fostering the green and circular and transformation of businesses, and we are very glad to hear more about your experience.
How do I move the slides?
Our good. Yeah.
You do it or I'll do it?
Okay, we'll do.
Oh, you will do. Okay. Can I stand up? Okay.
If you want. If you want.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Okay. I want to speak about the green and circular economy more from the business perspective and from the private sector. And so we will hear a lot with regard to the policy and with regard to the concepts, and I'll talk a little bit about what's happening on the ground at the moment. I think we all sort of know what the problem is. We don't have to go very far to see an awful lot of waste and to see an awful lot of garbage that is just filling up the land, filling up the seas, and is not being used in any sort of productive way. So we need to look at, I'll look at the next one, okay? Where do we go? Okay, so I'll look at two different aspects because one of the projects I run here called EU for Economic Growth deals with both existing businesses and with startups. And there's a very different approach, and there's a very, very different acceptance to green and greening businesses and the circular economy with existing businesses than there is with startups. And so I'll start with the existing businesses, okay? So businesses that are manufacturing, that are operating at the moment, looking at their practices and how those things really need to improve. Okay. Sure. Okay. Within the project, when we support businesses, we look at trying to make sure that they're innovative, that they're actually going to make a difference, that they will be sustainable, so they'll increase their income, they'll create jobs, but also importantly that they contribute in their activities to the circular economy. Okay, so existing businesses are making money, or if they're not making money, they're not in business. Okay? So they have a formula, they have a system that works for them. Right? So it's very difficult to talk to them about changing what they're doing. Right? So we look at it in a lot of cases of, firstly, how they can become more resource efficient. So how they can reduce the amount of waste they produce, which is both an economic benefit to them and also an environmental benefit to us. So we will look at the environmental, the energy use of their systems, their procedures, how they do things, and how you can actually make it better, and how you can reduce the amount of waste that they produce. Okay? One of the things we see an awful lot of is photovoltaics. So if your business has photovoltaics, does that mean you're a green business? What does everybody think? Is it a green business if it has renewable energy? No. Okay, so I'll talk about this in a little while, but we're here talking about green and circular economy, and we're all drinking out of plastic bottles, okay? And one of the things in the Green Deal is about reducing plastic pollution, especially in water. And where does all this end up? In the water. So, so we need to also address how we behave and what we do as well when we talk about the green and circular economy. So, a lot of businesses, sorry, I'll go back to the PV for a minute. A lot of businesses put PV on their roofs because the price of power, price of electricity went up. So it wasn't done for a green reason, it was done for an economic reason. It was to reduce expensive energy with cheap energy. Okay? The byproduct is good for us. It's reducing the demand on fossil fuel, but it wasn't their intention. Most of these businesses you will go into, they will still be wasting electricity the same way they always did. It's just cheaper for them. So we also need to look in a business what it's actually doing, what its energy efficiency is, not just what it supplies. Okay? And so that's when we talk about greening businesses. And then, of course, we might have green businesses themselves, or we have businesses where their product can be greener, or their product can contribute to the green economy. So it's an eco product. It's made out of and packaged in biodegradable or recyclable materials, and so this is then the green product. So you have on the one hand trying to green a business by making it more efficient and less wasteful, and you have green businesses that are actually businesses that are making green products. And so these are two different areas in which we look to work, and you need to look at when you talk about policy and how this affects business. One of the things mentioned was with regard to this extended producer responsibility. Now a business in a supply chain that's in Macedonia, for example, but is supplying a component or a part to a company in Germany, now has to satisfy the same standards as the German company. So this is being driven by policy and being driven by economic need. And this is, I think, one of the points I'm trying to make is that with businesses, we have to talk to them from an economic side as much as from an environmental side, even though it's the environment and their waste that we want to address. When we talk about startups, we have a very different approach because these people aren't making money yet, or not much, okay? And there's a big scope to be able to help them develop their business and their whole business process in a green or circular way. So unlike with the existing, you've already got an industrial base, which you have to do incremental change to. With a startup, you have an awful lot more scope to direct the way in which the business works and the products that it produces. And so this, when we work with startups, is much more the approach that we take. Okay. I saw on the agenda that over the next 2 days, there's an awful lot of papers and a lot of presentations with regard to digitalization. And digitalization is a very, very important part of the transformation to a green economy. Digitalization alone, in terms of industrial processes and things, from wastage and reducing it, can save up to 20% of the waste that you have in industry. So digitalization is a very, very important component, and that's why when you look at EU papers with regard to the green transition, they talk about the twin transition. So on the one hand, you have digital transition. On the other hand, you have the sustainable transition, and you bring these two together. And this is the way in which you're able to create green and sustainable businesses and businesses that contribute to the circular economy. Okay. Okay, so we support in North Macedonia, we support 4 accelerator programs. And what accelerator programs do is they help start up businesses to become sustainable, to be able to attract investment, and to be able to go to market. Okay, one of the areas we work with accelerators. So we have an accelerator, for example, in Polog, in Petovo, where they work primarily on startups that work in the digital space. So on that side of the twin transition. So they're into IT-based startups, let's say. Okay. Another accelerator that we work with is in Orhid, and it's focused on the blue economy. As you probably know, the world is 75% water, okay? But 98% of that water is salt water that is in the ocean, okay? And we don't put that in these. So if we take out polar ice caps and things like that, we're left with about 1.6% of all of the water is actually fresh water, which is quite a small number when you think about it. And so we need to think about how we can use this water effectively. And the blue economy is all about how we work with water as a resource, and also how you protect water, okay? And this accelerator works in that particular area. Of that 1.6% of fresh water, 75% of it is used in agriculture. So it means very little for us. So we have an accelerator that's in resin, actually, that deals with agriculture. And it looks at how you can reduce the water use on the one hand in agriculture, but also how you can recycle or use it more intelligently, because a lot of agricultural water is polluted with nitrates. This then goes into the water system. This then pollutes the water, and then the water is no longer in the drum. Okay, so this is why we have to look at things holistically and look at things in the whole aspect of what's needed, but we also need to look at it from an economic perspective. And I'll finish about this again. If we talk about the theory of green and circular economies, we wouldn't be buying this. And if we really believed in it, we wouldn't really be buying it. But at the moment, this is the cheapest, easiest to transport, easiest to make receptacle for water, and that's why we buy it. So we should start at home, and we should start at where we work and what we do and everything else. And if we're going to do something and start to do something about the circular economy, we buy glass bottles, and then we move from there. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Now we are moving to our third panelist, who is online. I saw that he is already with us. So it's Karim Hajir. He's from Azerbaijan. Hello, Karim. Okay. He's a research fellow at Economics and Scientific Research Institute. So he has a master's degree from Azerbaijan State Economic University and has a bachelor in marketing from Azerbaijan, all from the same institution. But he has experienced research work at the Western Switzerland University of Applied Sciences at Art in the business administration for several exchange programs. So we have Karim with us, and I'll give you a floor to present his views about this topic.
Hello everyone from Azerbaijan. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to speak about bringing the land of Far Azerbaijan past sustainable future. Firstly, I want to tell you Azerbaijan million tons of CO2 equivalent and decreased by 16% compared to 1990. A positive trend is also the fact that observations in 2019 have doubled compared to 1990. Development concepts, strategic roadmaps, and state programs adopted in Azerbaijan promote the development of IRIC. Strategic roadmap for the production and processing of agricultural products in the Republic of Azerbaijan. Strategic roadmap for the production of consumer goods at the level of small and medium enterprises in the Azerbaijan. On the use of renewable energy sources in the production of electricity. According to the tax code of the Republic of Azerbaijan, starting from January 1, 2022, the import and sale of cars and electric motors are exempted from VAT. In the Sustainable Development 2022 report of the United Nations, Azerbaijan scored 73.5 points out of a possible 100 and ranked 50th among 163 countries. Azerbaijan recycling promotes green economy. Firstly, Balkanlar industrial park activities. Given the growing interest in the industrial park, which originally covered an area of 7 hectares, the area was increased to 10 or 15 hectares. Activities of the Fakut solid waste incineration plant. The plant with an annual capacity of 500,000 tons of household and 10,000 tons of medical waste generates 231.5 million kilowatt of electricity from waste incineration, which provides electricity to 100,000 households. Waste disposal and sorting. And this plant is a capacity of 200,000 tons of waste per year, sort household waste, and develop the recycling business in the country. The materials released as a result of sorting reduce the total amount of waste, forming a cheap raw material based on the industrial park. Liberated territories and economic potential. The memorandum of understanding was signed on February 22, 2021 for cooperation between the Ministry of Energy and ET. On June 3, 2021, an implementation agreement was signed with ET for the construction of a 240 megawatt solar power plant in Jabrail and Zanzibar. On June 3, 2021, an executive agreement was signed with EP on the construction of a 240 megawatt solar power plant in Jabrail and Zanzibar. And the current situation of the use of alternative energy sources in Azerbaijan, 5 main sources: wind energy, solar energy, hydroelectric power installations, biomass energy, geothermal energy. And the transformation of territories liberated from occupation into green energy zones. The approved potential of exempted areas is 7,200 megawatts of solar and 2,000 megawatts of wind energy. Based on preliminary analysis, it is assumed that there are 3,093 cube meters per day thermal water reserves in Tabarja and 412 cube meters per day in Shusha. The implementation of the Kudafari hydroelectric junctions hydroelectric power plant project is also continuing successfully. It's planned to complete the construction of Kudafari hydropower plant with a total installed capacity of 200 megawatts and Gilgalasa with a capacity of 80 megawatts by 2024. The realization of this project will enable Azerbaijan to produce 358 million kilowatts of electricity annually. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Now we are just about to finish with our formal, but we will use these 5 minutes extra from the break just for one question, maybe to our 2 panelists who are here, if anyone wants to ask any question. Yeah, okay. We can hear you from here, so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the panel speaker, for your presentation and the interesting views that we share with us today. I have a question to Ms. Tatiana Boshkov, about how circular economy can help in growing the employment rate. So, in particular, in which sectors? Based on your. And have another question to Mr. Mark Barrett, if I can share also. So, what's the biggest challenges in implementing the green project in Macedonia you have faced?
Thank you so much for the question. We said that all depends from our behavior. If we want to have good implementation in a good efficiency transition from linear economy to circular economy, but also, as Mr. Mark Barrett said, also I'm an economist, and I love to see circular economy as a business case. So we must think how to be useful for our country regarding the employment rate, but also contribute to the gross domestic product. Actually, we know that not only Macedonia, Europe is faced with the use of materials, natural materials, but also for employment. Yes, circular economy can help to. For example, I will mention here Germany. In Germany is very successful. Use the people with low skills, but also all different kinds of vulnerable groups. So all people are engaged on the workplace. This helps to lower the structural unemployment. And we speak not only waste management, but also circular economy activities knows another sectors like, for example, second-hand retail, collection, treatment, disposal of waste. Here, Bulgaria, Estonia, Italy, they have the highest percent of employment in this sector. For example, we have also employment in repair activities, sector like leasing activities. That is also very popular in Ireland, and so on. So we have so these sectors we have in Macedonia also, and we have we should create better strategy to employ these people, but also to get notice them through the local municipality, through the good definite strategy between different actors which are creator of the policy, the government, and to help each other to be successful in the circular economy transition.
Thank you. Mark?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. The biggest challenge, I guess, if we look at the existing businesses, is just a complete lack of focus on the environment or the green economy. There's not a lot of innovation in most of the businesses, and so they produce the same product they've been producing for a long time, and so they stick with the processes and the procedures that they've and the ways in which they've done that. And so to get them to change, it's really an economic argument with regard to reducing the amount of waste that they produce. With companies that have export ambitions, it's different because there's policy and legal pressure. As I said, with regard to the extended, when you're in the supply chain, you are now having to start to comply with regulations from other countries, and that's forcing businesses to change. But the actual sort of light bulb moment of saying, "Oh, I'm going to become a green company" or something is not really there. So we do a lot of business, a lot of work also with regard to the awareness raising from school children up to executives, and this is the challenge that we face.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all participants here as well, to our panel speakers. Thank you very much, Catherine. Now, since we are running out of time, so we have practically no break, but I will just want to hand the certificates to our present panel speakers. Karin, you will have this online like you have come to us. So in a few minutes, actually, the next speaker, Bala Shimshek, will address to you. Now I'd like just formally to hand the certificates to our present panel speakers.
Ladies first. Thank you so much.
Okay, that is a protocol. So we have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Christina, the floor is yours now. Just let me see if I double here.
Секунда. Точно 11. Сегодня мы приписываем.
Okay, let us continue with the next session then. We have Ayvala Shimshek just joining us now. Ayvala, you can hear us?
Hello, this is Ayvala.
Okay, great. Let me just read a short introduction on you, and then I will give you the floor, okay? So, our next session, session 3, features an invited speaker who will discuss the strategically aligned digital transformation of the banking sector. Let us all hear the presentation of Ayvala Shimshek, the General Manager of Şekerbank Turkey, who will deliver the speech online. Ayvala Shimshek, with over 17 years of experience at Şekerbank, has held various roles, including leading the bank's transformation program. She has made significant contributions to the bank's financial performance and sustainability initiatives. Ayvala Shimshek holds undergraduate degrees in communications and business administration, an MBA from Istanbul Turkey University, and a diploma in financial strategy from the University of Oxford's Business School. She is also a graduate of the Harvard Business School's General Management Program and currently serves as General Manager at Şekerbank, in addition to being a member of the Board of Directors of Şekerbank and Şeker Finansal Kiralama. So, Ayvala, the floor is yours. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to also thank you for having me at the conference. I will actually mention about the digital strategy and how we align the digital strategy with the main strategy within the financial sector as the member of the Turkish banking sector. So before going into my presentation, I would like to give you a brief information about the presentation. So as you all know, throughout the world, all of the sectors, and especially the financial sector, and after the financial crisis,
the world actually understood the urgent need of adopting financial strategies, not only focusing on profit, but also focusing on creating value for the society and also environment. And after the financial crisis, as we all know, the world experienced the pandemic. And in addition to pandemic, we have started to observe very visible outcomes of the climate crisis. And alongside all of these problems, digitalization has become a main part of every business throughout the world. So within this environment, the financial sector has become a main topic in every area. However, when it comes to digitalization, especially throughout the world again, as we have been hearing this from the highest echelon of the financial sector from the well-developed countries, still nobody knows how much return we will get from our investment in digitalization, because there has been a very severe competition. So it's all about catching up with the competition. So within this environment, now we are talking about a different future for the financial sector. More financial inclusive or also environmentally responsible investment will be valued. At the same time, digitalization should be aligned with these areas. So within this context, I would like to give you an information about the Czech Bank Digital Transformation Program as an example. I will summarize what we have done within this context throughout our digital transformation program as a role model, an example within the financial sector. Presentation will go ahead. Okay, so shall I share it? I think it would be better if I share the.
Yes, feel free to share it. I'll stop now the sharing.
Thank you. Okay. So, Czech Bank stands out within the Turkish banking sector, especially in terms of its mission. Today is actually the bank's 70th year anniversary, 70. So it has been operating especially in rural areas of Turkey for 70 years. And it is difficult to find a peer group for the bank because our peer group in terms of asset size mainly focused on urban areas with a limited number of branches and especially corporate segments, whereas the Czech Bank's main concentration has been always in rural areas and also SME and agricultural banking. So when it comes to main strength, deep-rooted branch network and founding mission of financing agriculture, because actually the bank was established as a cooperative bank 70 years ago, with the savings of hundreds of thousands sugar beet cooperative members. So the founding mission was actually sustainable development. And also this has been reflected on the deposit side, very diversified deposit side, the deposit structure at the bank. I am mentioning about the mission because my main point is that digital strategy of the bank, it should be aligned with the main strategy, which should be based on the main strength. Because as of today, all of the actors of the industry, they invest a lot of money in their digitalization in mainly urban areas, more popular products. However, first, the digital strategy should be aligned with the main strategy, your main strength, what the company stands for. And digitalization should be prioritized in those areas. And also, having a data strategy is crucial. And then those areas should be also aligned with sustainability. So this is our main strategy, and we have actually enhanced this strategy over the years from more community banking to a more sustainable banking perception direction. So we have grouped all of our activities under 4 areas in line with UN Sustainable Development Goals. Right after these goals were announced in 2015 at the UN Summit in New York, we have aligned our strategy. So we set sustainable agriculture, small enterprise banking in terms of employment, financial inclusion, and inclusive finance, women's banking, and energy efficiency. So we have grouped all of our activities under 4 main areas in line with the SDGs. So we have also adopted all of our business targets in line with these areas. So first of all, before the digitalization and before having a digital strategy, we have aligned our strategy with the sustainable development goals in a much bolder way. We were already doing this because it is our DNA, but we have just named our activities more in line with the international agenda, which is sustainable development goals. And then we initiated a very comprehensive digital transformation program. It was the last quarter of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. This transformation program has been not only just investing in digital channels, it has been a total transformation of the bank, but the main mission has been enhancing our strength, main mission, which is financial inclusion, energy efficiency, sustainable development, with a more competent way. We have actually prioritized our main target area, historically target area, to have to be able to serve in these areas in a more competitive way, because we know that this mission, which is creating value for society and environment while also improving our financial performance, will be even much more important in the upcoming area. So this is an international vision, even though we are a local bank. So we have invested in digitalization in these areas to differentiate from our competitors. So it is as I mentioned earlier, our main target is SMEs, especially small businesses and agricultural segment. And it is also risky to grow in this area. So we said we should have a very advanced loan allocation system from end to end, from application scorecard, loan allocation system, early warning system, and other areas. So this is actually credit quality, because we all talk about financial inclusion. Financial inclusion actually means that reaching out to the people who have never had banking services before. And Turkey has a big potential in this area. Based on the surveys, we know that there are 15 million people who have never had banking services before. And since we are much closer to the European countries, we are a developed country. However, as most of the professors and the esteemed attendees know, that in Turkey actually, in terms of purchasing power of purchasing, the community is different than any other developing countries, such as African countries or Indian countries. Because of this difference, in Turkey, a special microfinance business, for example, or special tools for these unbanked population have not been improved, developed so far. But there is still a big potential, and So we have prioritized this area, growing in these segments, which are small businesses, unbanked population, women, and more rural areas, agricultural segments, healthily, and digital banking. First of all, we have restructured our entire IT organization, and we have prioritized actually re-establishing our data warehouse. I was speaking with an IT professional this morning, and we mentioned about this once again that digital strategy is all about data strategy. And as you all know that now we speak about AI and different models, but first of all, it is very important having a strong database, knowing your data and how you name data, how you use it to the basis of your decision-making processes, also how you use it responsibly. So it's all about data strategy, and so we establish our data warehouse. We actually, talent is also very important, and so we established our analytical team within the bank, and to improve, to develop all of the analytical models for these areas. And funding structure is also important. This sustainable banking is a huge opportunity for Turkey to receive longer-term international funds. We have a very special position in Turkey. So if the banking sector can succeed in really focusing ESG, then it will be a big opportunity for the banking sector to obtain more funds from international financial institutions. So we have also prioritized these areas. Of course, performance cost management was another part, and pay for effectiveness. Because we talk about sustainability and inclusive finance and all of those products and systems. However, it is all about decision making, and if they have satisfactory tools as a basis for their decision making process, based on data, of course, then we can there is only one thing we can ask from our stakeholders: just reach out to the target segment and sell the product, and still very important face-to-face communication for these communities in terms of social side of sustainable development. So for SME customers, including agricultural customers, we have established an end-to-end risk infrastructure. What I am trying to say is, first, it is very important to evaluate the riskiness of a customer, especially for unbanked customers, since they don't have financial data within the sector. The sector scorecards are not eligible to evaluate their riskiness. So we have improved our risk rating model and underwriting systems, then early warning systems after the disbursement and collection system. This is the outcome of this infrastructure. Actually, I mentioned about data, models, strategies, monitoring. First of all, the approval rate has reached 60%. It was a big success because it's also about meeting the customer needs in the field, in the area, and this is operational efficiency. 66% of the entire application has been processed at the branch level. This is very crucial because they have that money within a day, within hours. If we used to approve these loans at the headquarters rather than branches which are located throughout the country, 238 branches. So we have been able to address the customer needs at the branch level with a high automation structure. and also risk management. This is the total NPL ratio out of the loans refers to our system, 1.2 ratio. People who are familiar with the banking financials, like the SEPIP professors who attended conference, they know that this is a quite low NPL ratio for this very high risk segment, and this is the percentage of the customers who are non-delinquent at all. So we have actually addressed our main focus area. We said we will grow, we will create financial success, but we will also contribute to society, and actually we have managed it. And it's also processes because the customer experience is getting in a more competitive area for the bank. Because our competitor is not only banks now, fintech and actually other institutions, also the financial sector, they are all our competitors. So we have to deliver a service in a shorter time. So we have decreased all of the number of documents, and as you see here, customer onboarding processes. We used to open an account almost in 40 minutes, and now it is 8 minutes. And one microcredit allocation, 4 days, now it is 1 day. Actually, sometimes it is finalized within half an hour. This is an average number. And also other processes. It is also about improving customer experience, investing in processes. This is very crucial throughout this digital transformation process. And as I mentioned earlier, we have prioritized our target segments, and I just wanted to give you two concrete examples what we have actually done throughout this digital transformation. This is actually a public channel item. We discovered that face-to-face communication is still very crucial in terms of financial inclusion. We have invested in mobile banking. However, this is our customer. They want to see a customer representative against them. So we have deployed the entire loan allocation system, which I tried to summarize earlier, into the tablet. And now our branch employees, they are able to visit the field and to reach out to even more rural areas to be able to disperse loans. And they can disperse loans. These are small amounts, but still important for the customer within the field. Without recourse. So as you see last year, 51% of these small amount proposals are submitted via the public channel. So this is digitalization, but this is also sustainability banking. We have invested in sustainability. This has increased financial inclusion substantially. Most of these customers didn't used to work with a bank. So, and another thing, instead of prioritizing urban population or more popular areas in the banking sector, in mobile banking solutions, we have prioritized our historically targeted segments, small businesses and agricultural segments, farmers, and we have developed the first in terms of mobile banking solutions in these areas. So, in summary, actually, I have finalized my slide. In summary, the digital strategy program should be in line with the main strategy based on the strength. And within a digital strategy, the companies should have a data strategy. This is very crucial. And if they align their digital strategy with their sustainability vision, in the upcoming terms, there are lots of opportunities for these companies. Because in the upcoming area, as you all know, only the companies will be surviving which operate effectively, which is financially profitable, but also the companies which can contribute to society and also environment. So combining this digitalization and responsible banking will be very valuable, especially in the upcoming periods. And as a bank, we hope that we are presenting a very good role model to the entire sector. So thank you. If there is any, I will be pleased to receive questions.
Thank you, Aybala. Thank you for your valuable insights into the digital transformation of the banking sector. Before opening the floor for questions for you, we will have the fourth session as well. And together with the panelists of the fourth session, you will be here also to answer the public questions. Okay, so stay with us online. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We will proceed now with session 4, which is a panel discussion on the digitalization of financial services. Moderating this session is Assistant Professor Dr. Elena Parangiova of the International Balkan University of North Macedonia. Shortly about the professor, while she's coming to the stage. With over 25 years of financial sector experience, Assistant Professor Elena Parangiova holds a PhD in economics and has worked in various roles at institutions such as the Ministry of Finance, the International Foundation Balkanet, Komercijalna Banka, and Eurostandard Bank. Her extensive career includes experience in risk management, finance, credit analysis, and international financial institution projects. She joined IBU as assistant professor in the Banking and Finance Department in October 2021. Professor, you may come to the stage. I will read the other participants of the panel. Igor Majok, who is the president and co-founder of Startup Macedonia, North Macedonia. Afet Musli, the CEO and co-founder of Interlori, North Macedonia. And joining us online is Bulgar Abazov, Junior Research Fellow from the Economic Scientific Research Institute of Azerbaijan. Assistant Professor Dr. Elena Parangiova, please take the lead in moderating the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. So should I keep it like that? Or hello. Okay. So thank you, Christina, for the words. So dear panelists, dear professors, dear assistants, dear guests, warm welcome to our panel discussion on the profound impact of digitalization in the financial services. So today, as a part of the International Conference, Smart Economic Planning in Industrial Policy, International Balkan University as a host has gathered experts from various fields to delve into the far-reaching effects, opportunities, and challenges presented by the rapid digital transformation of the financial industry. So before giving the stage to our panelists, presenters, let's briefly explore how technology is reshaping the finance. Nowadays, financial services are pressed by financial industry trends of digitalization from one side and by customer expectations in terms of simplicity, choice, and instant services on the other. Three key factors, we can say, enhance the digitalization in the financial industry. That's the fourth and ongoing now the fifth industrial revolution, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the changed needs of the consumers. Digitalization in the financial sector refers to the integration with the technology and data-driven solutions in the traditional financial services, with main goal to recreate efficient operating system and processes. It's no longer regarded only as the technology upgrade, but more as a core digital business strategy. Banking and finance have progressed from paperwork-based processes to tip-of-your-finger mobile apps. Mobile banking and digital wallet, thanks to the new payment services and digital money directives, have revolutionized payments and remittances, enabling financial inclusion on a global scale. In 2021, according to the World Bank data, 2/3 of adult population globally make electronic payments, 95% in developed and 57% in the developing economies. So digitalization is really changing the financial landscape by offering real-time transaction, artificial intelligence-driven risk assessment, extended reality, and personalized customers' experience. Automated processes, algorithmic trading, and blockchain technology have reduced operational costs and increased, of course, at the same time, the transparency. Ultimately, enhanced cost efficiency and increased convenience for both from the consumers and also from businesses. Digitalization is revolutionizing financial services and opening up new avenues for payments, investment, and wealth management. Instead of traditional, in today modern and imaginative methods of financial services, we are facing with mixed banking, capital markets, and insurance financial products and services. So no borders between those three financial sectors actually means the need for a much higher level of cooperation for handling various risks. And I hope you will agree with me, and new challenges also to the regulator for each of those respective sectors. So this was small, little brief introduction regarding our panel today's topic about digitalization and financial services. So let's now begin our panel session with a broad question to our panelists. Experts in their own fields, let's hear their views regarding particular what does digitalization means for the financial sector and why it's such a game changer. So we will start with Mr. Majov. But before we starting with his lovely presentation about the fintech, so I will just want to briefly introduce Mr. Igor Majov. He is a passionate entrepreneur and investor, actively involved in developing the startup ecosystem in Western Balkans. Mr. Majov is one of the co-founders and acting president of Startup Macedonia, involved as a trainer, mentor in many local and regional initiatives, such as the Investment Readiness Program, Matching Summit. He coordinates the Startup Macedonia Founders Club, a collective of earlier to growth stage tech founders building global businesses with Macedonia DNA. And as an investment professional, Mr. Majov is scouting for the best tech startups in the CE region, and via his venture advisory firm, Nest, supports ambitious founders to access funding in the market across Europe. So he is a part of several angel groups also, and actively supports and invests in artificial intelligence, fintech, food tech, and deep tech startups across the region. So, Mr. Majov, I'll give you the floor so you can present your views about today's topic on the digitalization of financial services.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can use this mic. It's a great pleasure to be here and be presenting this topic that is very dear to me and how we see digitalization changing the economy and also the investment sector that I'm part of. So I'll be speaking on the side of fintech and what it brings as potential for developing the economy and investments in Southeast Europe, specifically in the Western Balkans. And just by saying that if I've been having this discussion a few years ago, there might be somebody in the room that doesn't have heard about fintech, but right now, we cannot work without fintech. So everything is interconnected, everything is digital, everything is cloud. And I can say that fintech is becoming the norm. And just the question is what type of problems and challenges it tackles with the solution. So yeah, already was introduced. So I'm working investments and fintechs and a lot of programs that I'm in. So I will not bother with that. But for all of you that would like to get this presentation, I can send you those and you'll get the definition, which I don't like to repeat, so you can read it later. The important thing is that fintech changes the world. It enables people to connect better, to create opportunities that were not there. And the financial sector is ever changing. So for 100 years, we had banks and more. Now we have something more than just banks and other financial institutions, and this all thanks to the digital innovations that brings to our financial sector. So we can talk about blockchain, about AI, about different types of services, e-commerce that it's enabled by the fintech companies. And there's two ways that we can see this challenge. One is the challenges that have or demand that customers want to see from fintech, and the other one is from the businesses. I like to see that more and more of the companies create human-centered solutions. So that means it tackles more the necessary challenges that the customer have versus the problems of businesses. But we can see how businesses are movers and shakers in the economy. So that's why for them it's always important to increase their productivity, become more efficient, and this is exactly what fintech enables. If we have to divide in which type of industries, the fintech is very broad, but we can divide it into digital payments, and later we'll cover that as a specific topic. Online lending, blockchain and cryptocurrency, robo-advisors, insurtech, especially insurance, is becoming big. Regulatory technologies and everything that provides an infrastructure for companies to integrate better with the government. And more coming segment is the wealth tech. So, any of you have a business card? Do you have a business card that you pay, go shopping, etc.? Right? So that means that you're already in fintech. You already are users of some solution. You already have been in this process. That means that it started from the 1950s when the Diners Club card was invented, to installing the first ATM that you can draw money, then moving to the first e-trading platforms. PayPal was launched just 24 years ago. So 1999 was the first solution, PayPal, that, funny enough, we don't have it in Macedonia as a payment solution. And this is part of the topics I'll be talking about, how far we are with the trends in the world and what type of services are available, because there are many revolutions that happen. We have the first fintech revolution, the second fintech revolution, the third fintech revolution started doing more decentralized, having more services that are not connected to the pillars, to the institutional investors. And this is where DeFi and blockchain comes in place. And the Web3 on its own is becoming one of the largest, if not the fastest growing segments in the fintech. So where is fintech emerging? I like to not speak much about US, but focus more on Europe. And what trends do we see here? Because we are working with a lot of investors and startups, especially in Southeast Europe and not Europe in general. But here are some of the startups that are already unicorns or in unicorns to be and have ties, especially from Central Eastern Europe. Any of you recognize the names there? Revolut. Some of you might have used it, even though we don't have it here. TransferWise, also one of the bigger transfer services. UiPath provides a connective systems for various large corporates. Payoneer, if you're a freelancer and don't have it, probably you have it. And Cognizant, it's AI involving into decision-making and fintech. So these all, and just on the map, you can see some of the names that are associated in fintech with each of the countries. Macedonia was not involved in this one, but we'll specifically cover that later in the presentation. So when we talk about trends, we can see that the high growth of fintech, especially in the last 30 years, where Europe is not the largest market. First is Asia, second it's Africa. Now third it's basically the United States of North America, and then Europe is fourth. But in activity and a number of investments is among the two most active markets. So I would say that much of the solutions are built in Europe, but then because of the size of the market and how many consumers there are in US, in Asia and Africa, it's logical that the gross turnover is much larger there. On market size, 430 billion, it's fintech in 2023. There is one part that says that how much it's into lending and also into prop tech and wealth tech. So wealth tech, it's 20%, and spending or lending e-commerce, it's over 33%. On global side, fintech is one of the three most invested businesses. So if you're in fintech, you're probably getting funding soon if you're tackling a problematic region. And Africa is the #1 place to be doing fintech right now if you want to make money. Even though Europe is very much growing disproportionately, Western Europe is already been there with fintech for the past 20 years. Central Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe and Southeast Europe specifically are just catching up, but growing in very fast pace. When it comes to investments, we've seen that this is amount invested in billions. So 28 billions were invested in 2021, and about 22 billion were invested in 2022 just into fintech startups. So I'm talking about new coming companies that are looking to disrupt the already existing financial sector. Not to put in mind all the investments that are coming from the financial institutions like banks, which either will innovate with the help of startups or slowly degrade for their position. So the question is, how fast will implement digitalization in our processes? How fast will become a fintech service providing services to our clients and innovate? You are a very interesting audience. Especially services in Europe are developed around the young audience on how you can pay now, pay now and actually buy now and pay later. So this is like a special trend, special cards for you, access to different types of opportunities. So we'll see this trend coming here, either by you or someone else. The question is, do you want to lead or you want to follow? So exactly for that reason, we have created Startup Macedonia. We have created many structures so we can be, in let's say 5 years' time, become part of the top 10 destinations, at least in Europe, to develop fintech solutions. Here is in the world. You can see 7 out of, or actually 6 out of the 10 locations are in Europe, where there is the biggest fintech companies. And definitely adoption of e-commerce and online payments leads the way. And we see as much people become technologically literate, they will like to use more and more of these services. Because we work in this part of investment in startups and fintech, more and more capital is invested, especially in Europe. And there was a peak coming of around 18 billion invested only in 2018. The market is going to be, it's a bear market. If some of you know what is a bull or a bear market, now it's a bear market. Now it's a different, valuations are down, and it's a better way to innovate, and it's the best way for early stage companies. For later stage companies, a little bit challenging, but still multiple investors specifically investing only in this sector. One of the, if we discuss about hubs, this is where we work predominantly. So London, Berlin, Zurich, and then Southeast Europe as in general, where we see the emerging tech and opportunities of creating solutions for this market. Just showcasing a very interesting research we did for one of our fintech companies that we invested in, comparing different markets, where these markets are and how big they are in terms of size. Who do you think is the largest market from the all? Like UK, then you have European Union, Scandinavia, the Baltics. This is Southeast Europe and Turkey. What is the largest market from all of them in terms of size and funds generated? Anyone wants to guess? No. Scandinavia is high, but it's third in line. First is UK. UK is the center of financing in Europe. Even though traditional financing are happening throughout the European Union, specifically UK contributes to about a third of the fintech companies which are generated anywhere in Europe and then are moved towards UK. So we have the Baltics, and the largest pain of the Baltics is they're having an amazing sandbox system for implementation of new solutions. But as soon as the companies get new investments, they're moving their operations into UK because it's much more structured ecosystem, and legal framework works best for these type of companies. So yeah, size is largest is UK, as I said. Special about them that they have every regulatory framework implemented, and they provide also support from the very early stages up until the very end. For them, it was interesting that people thought that in Brexit they will actually collapse, but they became actually stronger and took their position as the AI and blockchain capital of Europe. So moving to number two, very fast, European Union, very diverse, very segmented markets. Language is a barrier there. So if you're in one market, you're probably not entering another. Very highly competitive, but here it's more focused on the part of lending and wealth tech, preserving wealth and increasing wealth. So pension funds, insurance companies, and others are trying to move and innovate and invest. And we see them being one of the biggest LPs and limited partners and investors in fintech, especially in the past 3 years. Scandinavia, we mentioned, is third. It really adopts innovation, and here's one of the good examples how banks can work with companies, innovative programs that banks and financial institutions can develop for the fintech sector, and together with a young, inspirational generation of innovators, create the new solutions for the new generation. So this is what Scandinavia is special. And for Southeast Europe, Belgrade, Sofia, and Athens are the largest points where there is activity, and we see strong differences in development of services. Belgrade, Skopje are very strong in development. So Skopje is not that strong in the volume of services that are offered. But this is where the regulatory framework needs to be changed in order to be more compliant and more supportive to fintech companies. This is one of the newest edition of services by Revolut, where they are going to help you invest in your future and invest in planning. So everything to be automated, and we are moving to this AI-driven reality. But until then, we see that markets needs to be developed. And how we can develop these markets is basically looking into at least what closest to us we have, and that's European Union, where PSD2 is implemented, open banking, SEPA transfers, and at least this basic infrastructure is allowed for things to be built, third-party applications used for the wider public, not just for the businesses, but also for the customers. And we like this regulatory environment to be implemented. Unfortunately, 2022 was the year that we needed to see this implementation. They were not. 2003, there is a little more push from the banks, even though the banks are one of the most profitable businesses in Macedonia. Still, innovation is not their strength, and we do call them to be more actively supporting innovation and support companies. On the side of consumer preferences and adaptation of rates, digital banking, it's almost 100% adopted in European Union, and they're having actually problem with the physical contact. So in order for you to go to a bank or any personal contact with a referent, you need to schedule 1 week ahead, which is unthinkable by our standards, where you just stand in line and you will be served. This is the changing environment of fintech, and traditional banking here is very much active. We like whenever a company is pushing some new services. So there are many established players. I will speak later about 3 from Macedonia, especially LinkPay, FinCup, and Cognizant in different sectors where they are implementing. Just for you to know, if any of you is looking for capital, there is funding for this. Very early on, these are one of the top investors. So these are on average investing between 100 and 300,000 euros. Plus there are accelerators, incubators that are existing in our country and abroad that can help you. So money is available. The challenge is how to articulate a big enough, a good solution for a big enough problem that somebody is looking to pay. So this is your starting point, and if you have a solution, just go for it. There is money for that. I will just very briefly, not to take much time, talk about 4 solutions that you can use if you like in Macedonia, build in Macedonia. So Envoice can be a very simple app, but can be very useful, especially if you're a freelancer and you need to invoice multiple platforms and manage your inflow of cash. As a freelancer, they're enabling that with Deutsche Telekom. They have a partnership, and they're working with, I believe, about like 50,000 freelancers plus companies that issue their invoices to them. Something happened there. Okay. FinCup is a fintech platform. It's a suite of solutions, especially utilizing AI for banks and investment and insurance funds. Specific about them is that you can talk with a digital avatar or a replica of an employee in the company. So it increased the efficiency of the company plus the engagement with clients. They can do email, KYC, and this AI assistance they produce is now used by one of the biggest insurance and investment companies, Generali and Beppo, and expanding through the region. LeanPay is a company also that works on the European market. It's buy now, pay later solution. So there, whenever you are in e-commerce store and you want to buy something on multiple rates, then you can just select pay with LeanPay, and then you can pay for 48 instead of just paying with your card. They are dividing this, and you're paying on monthly installments for whatever you like to pay. The regulatory system doesn't allow this in Macedonia, but does allow the European Union. So they're funded with a Series A funding and expanding from Slovenia to other countries in Europe. Cognizant is one of the stories and one of my first investments when I started in South Central Ventures. It's a company that already received more than 100 million euros in funding. They are soon to be unicorn, creating actually solutions for the US and global market in general, with 5 offices in 5 continents. And specific about them is that they aggregate more data, business data, than any company in the world, providing enough confidence that they can give the mobile number and email for any person anywhere in the world by just one click. So they have this opportunity, and their sales engine that especially is used by financial services to elevate their growth and sales. So that will be from my side. If you have any questions or you want to connect, I'm open for discussion. If you have business ideas or working on a startup, even more. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Majid, for your valuable insights. Very comprehensive and interesting. I think you will agree with me. Presentation you delivered today. With the question of the audience, I will go later if you have a time. I just now will want to raise one question regarding the fintechs, the startups, since particularly the number of fintech startups nowadays is really increasing, and it's progressive rate. So reaching out of 26,000 from 12,000 from 2019. So it's almost has more than doubled. So also according to Deloitte, the global fintech revenue on average will grow with 11.7%. So embedded finance is also skyrocketing, looking from the number perspective, as you mentioned also in the beginning. So it's really this progressive rate to the future. So I would like to your view thoughts about should this fintech, which are more startups, be regarded by the traditional financial institution, you already mentioned about the banks, as a problem, as a threat, looking from the perspective of the competition, or more as a solution to them, in order as to help them in transforming and especially those traditional financial services to implement digital processes.
Should I?
Yeah.
Very good question. With actually just I want to build on that. The difference between traditional corporations, financial institutions, and startups is how fast they can move and hear the voice of their customers. So this flexibility gives them the chance to adopt much faster to the changes of the market, the new generations, where the traditional companies, traditional financial institutions or banks already have the clients, already have the infrastructure. So it's actually there in the advantage than the startups. So the startups is there to actually show much better product on a less amount of money to be distributed much faster. So, but I would just mention to end this discussion, we like to see the synergy between the two. One and without the other would work really hard, but together they can make miracles. And that's why, for example, with one of the companies with FinCup, we actually are helping banks become fintech. So creating a chance for them to become the new technology giants and lead the way and be innovative.
Thank you very much once again. We'll keep the question from the audience if you have for later. So let's now proceed with our second panelist speaker with Mr. Afet Musli. Brief introduction about Mr. Musli. He is co-founder and CEO at Intellori, a software development company specializing in Internet of Things and business productivity solutions. In addition to his entrepreneurial journey, he also actively pursuing a PhD in digital twins in manufacturing, delving into the cutting-edge world of technology and its application to reshape the future of industry. Drawing from multiple years of diverse international experience, Mr. Musli brings a global perspective to our local community. His passion lies in cultivating value-based entrepreneurship and organization, where ethics and social responsibilities are at the forefront of his endeavors. So, Mr. Musli, please take the floor.
Thanks.
With your thoughts
Thanks
about
for the introduction. Happy to be here today to talk about innovations and financial services. I will speak today as a practitioner, and I think that's something that universities need more and more, in addition to the theoretical frameworks that you guys study here. When I say as a practitioner, speaking about financial services, I will focus on payment services. My goal today was to show you a picture of payment services, where we stand as a country in North Macedonia, and also use a benchmark, in this case the EU as a benchmark, both the legal framework of the EU and what's happening in the EU in terms of payment services and systems. So maybe Igor can help me with scrolling through the slides, or
yes. Next slide.
Okay. Yeah. So the starting point would be something which is called open innovation. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's a cornerstone of the digital era or the information age, which is driving all this new technology and new products, new services in the last through this revolution, right? So open innovation and open banking are related. So I'll show you what open banking means. And a key player in the payments industry, or the financial or the payments services, are the payment service providers. Then Igor already mentioned briefly PSD or PSD2, the Payment Service Directives, so legislation of the EU, which we are supposed to follow, and we are following somehow, but not fully. And the payment systems in the EU currently active, SEPA, and also now the ETI. Then I wanted to make you aware, or make everyone aware, what is my evaluation as a business owner, but also as a customer in North Macedonia, where we are and what we could do to improve the as-is situation. Yeah. All right. So yeah, open banking allows additional third parties to come between the customer and the traditional banks. Yeah, and their value is quite high, because they can integrate multiple banks, multiple services within usually one app, and then the result is magic, right? A couple of clicks and you have a payment from one edge of the world to the other. Yeah, this is all provided. The background is APIs, so programming interfaces through the internet, different systems communicating together. But the starting point is open banking. Yeah, so that's point number one to remember. And this is again very different from traditional thinking, which is also true for open innovation. Yeah, open innovation is a different way of thinking, because traditionally firms work in secret on their own for many years, and then when they announce a project or a product, it's ready to be sold. But open innovation draws from the crowd, and the realization is that if you can utilize more resources, you'll become more successful. And the same logic goes with open banking. Now, payment service providers are usually the intermediaries between traditional banks, because they won't go anywhere; they're still needed, and the consumers. Yeah, so they are able to, through the magic of, again, technology, IT, APIs, they're able to integrate and pull many services together to offer a great customer experience to regular users, both consumers but also business. Yeah, so PSP, payment service providers, an important player in this value chain. Yeah, so the 2007 is when the EU is not a pioneer of financial service innovations, or what is known as fintech product and services. Then the EU's legislation in 2007 is actually to improve the competitiveness of the EU organizations in terms of financial innovations. Yeah. So there's a case when they mentioned that when this law is announced, that certain services in Turkey, for example, are more advanced than in the EU, so that's why they need to work on improving legislation. Yeah. So then, but 2007 does not include open banking yet. That comes in 2015 when the PSD2 obliges banks to open their systems, to open their APIs, and importantly, free of charge. Yeah, free of charge for the first users. In terms of payment systems or networks, there's a single payment payment system in the EU, but also the EFTA countries, so Switzerland, Iceland, and so on, where we're not part of, and which is a huge disadvantage. Yeah. So this single payment system enables almost free of charge transfers between different countries. Yeah? So a business in Switzerland can send a payment to Iceland, for example, free of charge. And that's for us. That for us is at the moment is almost like science fiction. So if I receive a payment from a customer in the Netherlands, I pay 50, 60 euros just for transfer costs. Yeah. And which is also ironic, I had to send some money to my wife the other day, and I had to pay 35 dinars. So this is the situation we are. So when you compare that, when you say that, okay, different countries, different businesses, larger payments, they can make free of charge payments, and on the other hand, me and my wife, we share the same wallet, and the bank asks me for 50 cents. That's something that's not right. Yeah. So I think this is the yeah. It needs to be tackled, and awareness is very important. So one of my goals for today is to make everyone that can contribute, and as consumers, we can all contribute into asking our banks, why am I being charged for this? Or what is this? Why do I have to pay 20 dinars for every month, or I don't know, to have an account in your bank? Okay, so SEPA and then EPI. What EPI does, the European Payments Initiative, is enables online payments utilizing the SEPA network, and this is supposed to, or it will compete with MasterCard and Visa. Yeah? So MasterCard and Visa are kings in online payments, but what EPI will do is enable European consumers to make online payments directly on their bank account. Yeah? That's something huge as well. All right. Yeah. So I will connect to Igor's point. He mentioned the law in 2022. There's a new law since last year and in force this year. What, in my opinion, in our evaluation, what the biggest drawback is the following: is that it does not require banks to offer their APIs free of charge. You know? So the banks are obliged to the new law to offer APIs or to open their systems, but there's no mention of free of charge. Yeah? So which you can only expect that, okay, they can charge whatever they want. Yeah? So that's the biggest drawback among others. In summary, so yeah, this it's a sensitive topic. Regulation is always important because of the sensitivity of the industry. It's money, payments, wealth, and so on. So our legislation is not harmonized, even though that's how the law is promoted by politicians. The conclusion is that it's not harmonized, and we need to ask for a new law. Then being outside of these networks and in under not ideal legislation. So for us as business owners, but also as consumers, for everyone, we need to pay a high price. Banks charging us for every possible money movement, and also the payments are slow. So I can send, for example, money to my wife today at 4 p.m. and then she will receive them next day. What if she needs them right away? Yeah, if you want to do that, you need to pay 500 dinars, which is ridiculous. Okay, so and also for businesses, yeah, we need to wait for a payment. The customer pays us today, it will be with us 2 or 3 days, working days later, and minus 50 euros in the bank account. Yeah, domestic payments between regular customers, which I'm sure is every one of you. You're faced with the same situation. Yeah, so legislation needs to be addressed. Banks, but there's also a banking lobby which is quite strong. We heard that they're very profitable. So they regard, they hinder innovation. Yeah, they make everyone's life worse. And then when, of course, our country is supposedly trying to join the EU, but we never know when that will happen. And what's to speed this up is what the country can do, or our politicians can do, is try to join these networks as a pre-step. For example, a single payment network or a single customs union, which is another issue. Yeah, so that's all. If you have questions, I'll be happy to discuss and answer. It's a topic which is close to when you're involved daily. It's close to my heart, and I'd be happy to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Musli. Thank you very much for your wonderful and for valuable thoughts and insights regarding especially the payment services and payment systems. So I'll just, as you have highlighted in your presentation, the legislation has a critical aspect to this transformation and digitalization in the financial services. So I have brief questions. Since we are in Macedonia here, there is all infrastructure that support technological innovation. However, there is still lack, I think, that in enacting particular fintech legislation. So do you think that there is an urgent need for the regulator to adopt new regulations for accommodating the fintech business model?
For sure, yeah, for sure. So infrastructure is not an issue, even if it's missing within 3 to 6 months. things move fast now in IT. But legislation, especially the point that I mentioned about ensuring free of charge or open banking access towards innovative fintech companies, and then we heard multiple times from Igor that they are not operating in Macedonia, but they're actually a team from here, which trying to sell to global or European markets. Yeah, that shouldn't happen.
And Mr. Madrov also showed us that how experience in UK has helped a lot in order to progress in fintech development based on the previous well-developed legislation. So thank you very much. We are going to proceed with our next panel speaker, Mr. Vugar Abbasov. He is going to join us online. So let's see whether he's here. Mr. Abbasov, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay. So let me briefly introduce you in front of our audience, and I will give you the floor. So Mr. Vugar Abbasov is a junior research fellow at the Economic Scientific Research Institute in Azerbaijan. He holds a master's degree in development science from Sapienza University di Roma. He also has prior experience as a clerk at the U.S. Embassy in Baku. His educational background includes a bachelor's degree in international studies from ADA University, as well as participation in the exchange program at Yamanashi Gakum University in liberal arts. So, Mr. Vugar Abbasov, please, the floor is yours. You can share with us your thoughts regarding our today's panel discussion of the digitalization in financial services. So, please,
all right. Thank you very much. Did I share my screen? I mean, the presentation, or will you just display my presentation?
You can share. You can share with us your presentation.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished panel members, they have talked about the trade and investment, the transformation journey of Azerbaijan. So, and how to unlock the growth in the digital age. I'm a junior research fellow of the Economic Scientific Research Institute, which serves as the think tank under the Ministry of Azerbaijan. But before delving into the topic, let us look at the digital landscape of Azerbaijan. So, as of the data from the July 2023, the population of Azerbaijan is more than 10 million. And of course, the internet usage among the population is more than 80%. If you look a bit deeper there, we'll see that 72% of the people use the social media. So we can see that the social media is part of our, let's say, that their life. If you look at the demographics of the internet users, you would see that more than 70% of the people are aged between 26 and 64. It means that these people are mostly economical and active people. So when we look at the device preference, we will see that more than 87% of the internet users prefer the portable device like mobile phones and laptops. When we look at the ICT skill of the individual, we'll see that, well, we have somehow a little bit challenge here, because the 48% of the people of Azerbaijan have the basic skills, 15% possess the intermediate skills, and only 1% possess the advanced ICT skills. The next slide. The operation of trade. So what's important for Azerbaijan, for all general? It facilitates the seamless international trade, creates the new job opportunities, and increase the export values. As you know, Azerbaijan, the economy of Azerbaijan is mostly oil-based. Well, I would say that more than 74% of the income comes from the oil. So in this case, Azerbaijan, in the recent years, Azerbaijan tries to diversify its economy. And in this perspective, the digitalization of the financial services and trade is very important for us. And it also gives us the opportunity of the reducing expenses. And of course, well, in this content, it decreases the corruption cases and the bureaucracy cases. So the next slide. Digital trade hub. Well, in 2017, with the decree of the President of Azerbaijan, the digital trade hub program was established. So what is this program for? In this program, well, the individuals and business entities can get their residents and residents. They can even open the company even without being in Azerbaijan. So it offers their residency and provides various services to foreign citizens also. And streamlines online company registration with user-friendly interface and offers electronic signature and document services. Well, next slide. One-stop shop for export. And this program was established in 2017. So it centralized portal for businesses. And of course, within this program, it also gives the training and services and the consultation services for business also in order to overcome the current challenge in terms of the digitalization of trade. We have also one more center for analysis in the fourth industrial revolution. Well, it's an organization under the Ministry of Economy. Also, it was established in the 2021. The mission of this organization is overseeing the digital economy challenge initiatives and projects. And right now, we are working on the strategy for digital economy. And of course, this organization is also involved in the reshaping the digital economy. So its role is shaping the country's digital future. And furthermore, well, in Azerbaijan, you can get the power of attorney for rituals and the social issues only for a day. And well, you can do it 7 days a week for 24 hours. So there will also Assam India, which means the Assam signature and easy signature. Well, it is literally translated in English. Well, the mobile identity that you may confirm your identity by accessing service and in digital services. So, legal and regulatory framework in Azerbaijan. Well, the government of Azerbaijan has worked on this issue in a certain aspect that if we go back before 10 years ago, it was very difficult to open a company to involve in a business in Azerbaijan because during that time there were more than 14 procedures that you have to be involved in, and also you have to submit a certain street document. But right now, by simplifying the regulatory framework, you should just submit the 7 documents and go through the 6 procedures. So between 2020 and 2022, the need of payment volumes surged 5-fold. Why? Because the government is made some initiatives. And one more thing that I would like to mention that the development of the digital economy, digital trade, or let's say the financial services is also one, let's say that possible, one potential to overcome the informal economy, which is the top priority to solve the problem globally in our country also. Key challenge and future growth. So, yeah, we have some challenge. We have some lack of mutual trust among commercial banks. We have some low financial inclusion also. If you look at the data of the world, and you will see that the foreign direct investment reservation can just get lower during the recent years. We have low financial literacy rate among the small and medium enterprise owners and managers. So in order to overcome this issue, the government just established another organization called OSTİM. They just assist the small and medium enterprises in minimum rate while having trainings, well, they're overseeing the challenges and consultation service. Well, there's low, but still, we have the risk of money laundering and financial financing of terrorism because it's very easy to have illegal activities. If you open the, run a business in just 2-3 days, if everything is digital, we have such risk also. And still lower, but low ICT literacy in the population due to inadequate education program in this field. Well, as you see it in the previous slides from the data that we have, most people in Azerbaijan have the basic ICT skills in the medium one, and we are working on it. Well, in this in the digital economy strategy that we are working on, it will just establish new training and mentor programs in order to increase the let's say the quality of the education in this field. Government initiatives. It's time to start from the Azerbaijan 2030 national priorities. Well, priorities is called like that. Well, the modern innovations and the competitive human capital. So the digital economy strategy that is mentioned in the slide, you can see, is part of this national priorities. Well, in this national priorities, lots of strategic goals and programs. And the Azerbaijan just started to improve digital infrastructure also. And also, we promoted cashless economic activities. Well, we have such regulation that, well, if the individuals get by car, they may get the VAT much refund with this payment. Under the Caspian Sea, there is a fiber optic cable from Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan to Azerbaijan, a part of the digital Silk Bookway that we want to connect the West and East, the digital aspect, well, which also has the improvement to the middle corridor. And of course, Azerbaijan is situated in the intersection of three international corridors, like the North and South, Middle Corridor, and the Yazoo Corridor. Well, it's a very advantage for us to develop our economy and develop our economy in terms of the digitalization. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Habasov, for your presentation, especially thank for conveying and share with us the journey of Azerbaijan of digital transformation processes. So since we are running out of the time, I will open now only the floor for the audience. If there's any questions from the audience.
Thank you for excellent presentation. It was of good opportunity to be part of this panel session because as a researcher, my focus is also on fintech, open banking, and it's very popular to research. I have a question for Mr. Majo because regarding the participants, I think that is good to know what can we expect regarding innovation in the from the digitalization in the finance sector, and what will be the impact. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Definitely, each innovation tends to be accepted differently in different parts of the world. We like to say that we're innovative, but in general, we don't like change. So that's why there is a lot of resistance from the already existing financial sector to innovate their services, even though there is evidence of the benefits that it brings. And on the benefit side, we see people don't need to stay in lines to pay anything anymore. A lot of time, they don't have to spend time in the car. They can be more trustworthy. Definitely, it's more safe to pay digitally than actually hold cash on yourself. There is much more benefits on the transparency side, so the green economy is eliminated. If anything is monitored, there is more money to be spent into to be put into the budget from the taxation that it happens. So there is various benefits of continuous implementation of fintech. On the side of what we should expect, we should not expect miracles, because miracles didn't happen in the past 10 years. With all the changes that we mentioned, we are expecting to happen. There is no, I have to say, there is a strategy for fintech that has been developed that has no financial ties. There is no projected projects. That is just a direction that the government should go after. With the banks not being punished or being incentivized to do differently. So in such environment, in power to actually implement solutions to what they think that is the minimum requirement of the market. So we see the startups here at the forefront of innovation saying, no, we don't want this style anymore. We expect that our peers, our generation deserves this type of services. So this is exactly what we are experiencing right now. And on the other side, just to come back to your question before, We like to see the synergies and things to move further. And when this happens, it's music to my ears. Everybody wins. It's a win for the investor, a win for the company, and win for the financial sector. But the biggest winner are the users. Users having superior solutions than the one that they're using right now. We just want more players. We want more activity.
There's one more.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would say that I love this session because it was really wonderful, very educative, informative. And I have actually two questions. One is for the Majid. Can you reveal us the drawbacks from digital risk that fintech is facing with? Because listening to you, yes, Macedonia is really far away, but maybe we are waiting developed countries to solve all this risk, and then we will join in perfect fintech environment. The second question is for Phil. After your presentation, I really took notes.
Yes, I'm happy.
I want to ask you because individually, like persons, we cannot fight with banks. Banks they have their reasons why they are robbing us. But my question is, whether do you believe that the organization of Consumer of Macedonia, which is very active now, can help consumers?
I never paid for banking, although I had a bank account. But when you come here,
you can get money. You can get money like in US. If you're a startup and you move your operations to another bank, you're awarded to between $10,000 and $20,000 for actually doing that.
So that's the opposite of
the total opposite.
Getting robbed. Yeah. So when you face that situation, so then you have higher standards, and then when you face reality here, that's when it hurts. That's so of course awareness campaigns from consumer groups that you mentioned are necessarily needed to make everyone aware. Yeah, because not everyone is aware. If you say, okay, this is how it's supposed to work. This is the banking system. And of course, they are here to make profits, and I use their services, so I should pay. But it's not always the case. Okay? So they have their ways how to make their profits. But not by robbing you of 50 dinars or 25 dinars every month or every transaction. Or whatever. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. What do you mean with organizations?
Are not aware about the extent.
Well, the extent is it's dramatic. You can make a comparison one-to-one, and you say, okay, free of charge everything, or this is free of charge, and then you compare it with ours. And even worse when you compare it to our purchasing power, right? So if you standardize the numbers, and you say, okay, this percent of my salary or the average salary goes to the bank. And the question is why, and what needs to be done in order to change it.
Yeah, I will build on that, just also answering your question. So one of the drawbacks, so for example, Switzerland and what we are experiencing with some startup right now. There is one bank, I will not name it, but one of the big 5 banks in Switzerland, it's having less than 2% people entering their doors. And they're having assets, they have their locations in premium locations. So for this bank, there is one company from here that developed a booking service that they are now charging their customers to actually come live in the bank. And by talking to a person, you're charged like you're talking to a lawyer. So whether you would like to speak with a person and pay, or use at the comfort of your home free services. This is their say. So this is like unimaginable to us, but this is the trend that is going more and more, with less and less people being able to actually fill positions in banks. We don't have people that are doing repetitive jobs. They need to be forward thinkers, challenging the status quo. We need to create creative minds. So all of you people here should not be looking to be a clerk at a job, at a bank. Clerk at a bank is very much replaceable, like we're replacing on a daily level. But it's just the question to increasing the effectiveness and processes that we're having right now. So now banks are saying, okay, I want to do 5 more profit with twice less employees. That's the wrong perception. It's going for 10 times profit with the same type of people. So that means pre-qualification, education on job, many other processes that needs to be in the innovative concept of implementing fintech. And this is kind of the drawback. Fintech takes resources, it takes time, it takes money. And that's why either do it the young guys who are going to innovate and find ways to replace the people that are now in power, or it will be a joint effort to change the landscape as we know it right now.
Okay, so thank you very much. We are limiting out of our time, so thank you to our panelists for their valuable insights today. I hope we have learned something new about this panel discussion, and thank you for audience also, to the audience for joining us to this discussion. So we will now deliver the certificate to our panelist guests, and we can close this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have a well-deserved lunch break. So half an hour lunch break, and we will be back at 1:30 Macedonian time.
Благодаря на вас, това беше интересно. Дискусията, не съм дека ви се
Şu an var mı? Birazdan.
Workforce shifted from rural to urban areas, from agriculture to industry, and new political elites emerged and industrial policy came to secure their social aspirations. However, the manufacturing sector has already reached its peak in these countries, both in terms of employment and value added. Today, the situation in Latin America is similar to that of most developed countries.
Gabriel,
Yeah.
just a second.
Yes.
There is an echo. We will try to stop it. First of all, please, anybody who has the Zoom connection, who is not speaking, please turn off your mics.
It's okay.
Speakers also.
The gentleman here, the TV speaker should stay on, but your laptop speaker has to be off.
Sanki laptopun speaker'ını da kapatıyor. Şekilde bu bir defa ses gidiyor. Veya başka bir yerden gidiyor. Bizim şu mikrofonu bir kapatsın. Ürettiğiniz açmak.
Okay. Today the situation in Latin America is similar to that of most developed countries, with a growing importance of services and premature deindustrialization at the regional level. I'll talk about the four main countries in Latin America, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, that account for more than 3/4 of regional GDP. One of the key arguments in favor of premature deindustrialization hypothesis lies in the low per capita GDP of Latin American countries at the time when they reached their peak levels of manufacturing, employment, and value added. While most developed countries, including late industrializing economies like Japan and South Korea, have reached a turning point with a per capita GDP in the range of $10,000 to $15,000, the four Latin American countries reached their peak.
Gabriel,
Yeah.
Gabriel, there is one thing I think you should do. Can you turn off your speaker? Is your speaker open?
No.
Yeah, please turn off your speaker.
No.
not your
My
microphone.
speaker, but if I turn off my speaker, I can speak.
Sorry.
No, no, no. Turn off the speaker not for your sound. microphone.
My
Okay.
yeah. Sorry.
Just turn off the speaker.
So, I was telling that the four Latin American countries reached their peak at a much lower per capita income than developed countries, in the range of $4,000 in Chile, a little more than 5,000 in Argentina and Brazil, and 7,000 in Mexico. It could be argued that while there is a clear decline in the share of manufacturing in total employment and value added, this is accompanied by an increase in the share of engineering intensive sectors within manufacturing, which may offset some of this deindustrialization, because these sectors are capable of generating knowledge spillovers, contributing to increased productivity across all industrial sectors, enhancing the overall industrial productivity. However, most of these economies specialize in natural resource-based industries at the expense of engineering-intensive sectors. Consequently, in addition to the decline in the share of manufacturing in total value added, most of these economies specialize in less productive and less technologically advanced sectors. Therefore, the hypothesis of premature deindustrialization in Argentina, Brazil, and Chile appears to be confirmed. The case of Mexico may raise some doubts because of its integration in the NAFTA agreement, although its structure is heavily reliant on maquila, which limit technological spillovers and the provision of better jobs. These economies exhibit low productivity growth, unlike during the import substitution model. Structural change is a negative component of this process. In summary, the inefficient allocation of resources explains much of Latin American stagnation. As a result, the region has lagged behind in recent decades in terms of productivity and closing the technological gap with advanced economies. The period of the commodities boom in the first decade of this century had positive effects in many ways, enabling higher growth rates and reducing poverty and inequality levels in many of its economies, especially in South America. However, it also reinforced traditional patterns of specialization in a world where some developing economies, particularly China, transformed their production structures, and some developed economies drove a new technological revolution. It showed limited ability to incorporate the technological revolution into production, except in localized traditional sectors. This is particularly concerning in light of the advancement of new technological paradigms and the development of advanced manufacturing. The limited diversity and sophistication of productive capabilities and workforce skills are reflected in low export diversification and low levels of investment and productive capacities in these countries, such as the application, and there are few exceptions in building technological and productive capacities, such as the application of biotechnology for mining processes in Chile, the aerospace industry in Brazil, or nuclear energy and satellite industry in Argentina. But these are isolated cases that do not constitute part of a structural change process. A corollary of these region's weak international integration and its dependency on a few commodities is that it makes it more vulnerable to price cycles of these goods and liquidity cycles in international markets. While macroeconomic behavior is often viewed as entirely separate from what happens in the productive structure, these separations conceal the fact that structural weaknesses makes economy more unstable, their growth rates more irregular, and some key prices, such as the real exchange rate, more volatile. There are notable differences in approaches to industrial policy between periods and countries in the region. For example, Argentina and Brazil abandoned these policies in the 90s and returned to them in the first decade of this century, while Chile remained reluctant to adopt them in the whole period. Despite this diversity, a common element emerged, which is the irregular manner in which they are implemented, and above all, the implementation issues. In general, there is no consistent long-term effort to indicate that industrial policies are part of the core strategic policies. Except for a few initiatives in Brazil, there is no institutional building effort that grants those responsible for policies political and financial power with the capacity to effectively influence private investment decisions. Long-term problems of national state weakness and the predominant type of productive structure that favors rent-seeking behaviors contribute to this. In addition to the political and institutional problems associated with defining and implementing an internally consistent and persistent industrial policy, there is also a lack of coordination with macroeconomic policymakers. Although the need for this coordination is evident, it is not what is observed in practice. The ministries of industry and agriculture often design plans and objectives that are that contradict exchange rate and fiscal policies. The case of exchange rate policy, its link with industrial policy is direct. The latter seeks to alter existing incentives to redirect investment and employment towards activities considered more desirable, and a key determinant for the incentive structure is the real exchange rate. So periods of high capital liquidity or high international commodity prices appreciate the real exchange rate and reduce the country's competitiveness in tradable sectors. As a result, domestic producers lose market share, both in the domestic and foreign markets. Therefore, an exchange rate policy that allows for the appreciation of the real exchange rate will counteract and most likely neutralize the sectoral incentives that industrial policy may offer. The same applies to fiscal policy. Industrial policy often involves increasing public investment or providing subsidies and financial support to new industries, innovation agencies, training, and R&D activities. And all of this has a fiscal impact that the production ministry should negotiate with the finance ministries. This negotiation is not easy, especially in a context of high fiscal deficits and ineffective implementation and limited transparency in industrial policies. Having clear goals and precise evaluation of industrial policy results is essential for effective communication with other public agencies and the private sector. When thinking about industrial policy going forward, it should be reimagined as a new type of policy that recognizes the importance of environmental issues, social inclusion, and the profound impact of the technological revolution. First and foremost, the policy of the future is defined by its emphasis on new technological paradigms and its contents, which revolve around sustainability at all levels, environmental, economic, and social. Institutions must proactively define incentives for innovation and competitiveness based on these contents and act reactively to correct market outcomes when they do not align with these objectives. The focus should be on building capacities and capabilities and mastering new technologies, so the risk of the region becoming a mere importer of environmentally friendlier technologies should be avoided. Secondly, the distinction between vertical and horizontal policies become blurred in the 21st century industrial policy. The shift towards a new production pattern and a low carbon trajectory requires simultaneous action in various sectors and the development of diverse capacities, as is typical of policies known as vision-oriented. Thirdly, the effort to improve the competencies and innovation capabilities of Latin American and Caribbean countries creates opportunities for a renewed regional agenda in science, technology, and innovation. Scientific and technological development is a highly complex and uncertain phenomenon that involves significant long-term and highly risky investment. For example, concrete projects are being defined in areas such as telemedicine, assistive technologies, additive manufacturing, reverse supply chains for electrical and electronic devices, and distributed generation of wind and photovoltaic solar energy. Fourth, industrial policy should increase the involvement of knowledge-intensive sectors in the production structure through a more active role of public investment as well as support for private investment. Fifth, policies aimed at stimulating foreign direct investment should take into account its impact in terms of innovation, learning, and quality employment. This applies to all types of investment, but is particularly relevant for foreign direct investment. Sixth, the inclusion of small and medium-sized enterprises in the structural change is crucial for achieving equality and reducing structural heterogeneity goals. Finally, innovation and technology diffusion policies, which are traditionally taken backseat in the region, must be given a very high priority. An institutional framework should be established where technology supply and demand complement each other, and public enterprises can play a significant role in creating local production and technological linkages. However, it's important to remember that before tackling all these industrial policy challenges, countries in the region must overcome hard political constraints. For example, in my country, Argentina, the leading candidate for the October 22nd elections, just 10 days ahead, is proposing to dollarize the economy, close the central bank, fully privatize healthcare and education, completely deregulate the economy, and shut down, among others, the agency responsible for scientific and technological research. That is one of the most important in Latin America. So there is very hard political issues ahead prior to thinking of a new industrial policy framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. This was an excellent presentation, and we have to run ahead, but I want to just summarize, of course, very briefly what you have said. One of the things you said is in Latin America, industrialization is, with your words, a very recent phenomenon. And this is very interesting because Latin America, in terms of course, agriculture and natural resources is very rich. But in terms of industrialization policy, we have always seen it as a, sorry to say it, but as a failure. But you said it is not a failure, it's just not started yet, or very recent phenomenon. So you are learning. Other than that, you emphasized the interlinkages between macroeconomic policy and industrial policy. For example, you mentioned the exchange rate policy, which is, I think, very important. That if overvalued exchange rate would harm industrialization process, and also it is part of the industrial policy design and implementation process that exchange rate and other macroeconomic policies are very much interlinked with industrial policy. Actually, everything is interlinked with industrial policy, such as education, environmental policy, which you have mentioned. So this was a very rich presentation. And one last thing was that you emphasized the distinction between horizontal and vertical policies are very blurred. Actually, it is blurred in the sense that, for example, in Europe and other developed economies, because of their stage of industrialization, they are at a stage where they have to go horizontal. But a country like Argentina or Brazil or Turkey or whatever, probably a more vertical policy is warranted. However, because in this kind of countries, generally the policies are basically translations from other developed economies, sometimes the policy and the situation do not match. What I am trying to say is last month I was in Vienna with UNIDO, and I made an intervention to the same point, saying that the European Union, for example, is pushing for policies that is one size fits all type. For example, the same policies pushed for Germany and, for example, Romania at the same time. But Germany and Romania have very different characteristics, and you cannot try to apply the same policy in Germany and Liechtenstein and Luxembourg and this and this and this. And on the contrary, actually, in the US, when we look at the US, the vertical policies are becoming more and more popular. So what you have mentioned is, I think, very interesting. Anyway, thank you very much for all this. Now we don't have a lot of time for the rest. So I pass the floor to Travis Taylor, who will talk about the US. Travis, it's your turn. But now that Gabriel has used a lot of your time, you have to limit yourself to 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best. Travis. Yes. Hi, Gabrielle. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay, Marat? Can everybody hear me?
Also, people in the YouTube also can hear you excellently. But everybody else, we should turn off our mics.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thanks so much, my dear friend Marat. And it's so good to see some of my old friends and new friends at the SEPIP conference. I have to say, SEPIP is always one of the highlights of my conference schedule during the academic year, and always enjoy coming back and learning a lot from colleagues from all over the world. It's very special. So thank you. Thank you to OSTİM Technical University, of course, for organizing this, and also to IBU. One day I hope to make it to the Balkan University, checking it out online, and it looks like a wonderful, wonderful set of programs at IBU. Okay, well, I know we're a little bit short on time, so I'll try to go right to my presentation and provide some value added for you today. Let me see if I can share my screen. Let's see. Screen. Whoops. Hold on a second. Let me see here. Try that again. Okay. All right. Sorry, just one last check. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to.
But just make it full screen.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. So today I'm going to talk about a very important issue. Although there has been certainly, a rise in popularity across the world, but in particular on this side of the Atlantic Ocean, my country, the United States, there's been a rise in popularity of industrial policy among policymakers and academics. However, of course, there always is a different group, in particular, more of the Chicago school-based or public school-based economists that would argue against industrial policy. So what I wanted to do in my short time today is offer a critique of a very current new academic paper by Munger in 2022, arguing that basically there is no such thing as a good industrial policy. And then I want to apply some of Munger's analysis and my counter arguments to Munger to share with attendees a little bit about the recent United States industrial policy. So, you know, the paper itself, you guys can look it up on your own. It's called A Good Industrial Policy is Impossible. And it was published in the Journal of Law, Economics, and Policy last year. And so what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to apply this analysis to recent U.S. industrial policy legislation, investigating how the U.S. policies address or circumvent the challenges outlined by Munger. So what is the Munger paper, if we had to put it on a slide in a nutshell before we dissect it? Munger argues that the most efficient system to allocate scarce resources is pure capitalism, not the current one marked by political influence and special interests, which she, of course, would call crony capitalism. So this is all too common, right? For those of us that study industrial policy, are familiar with the academic arguments for industrial policy, and also practitioners, many practitioners joining us today, and you're doing industrial policy through your government or on the ground through the public-private partnerships, you understand there's always these detractors that argue that pure capitalism is superior. And he argues the common argument is that dirigist, right, directed industrial policies that attempt to manage industries through state interventions. He argues against those types of directed industrial policies. I would say the contribution of his paper is really targeting a couple of the fundamental arguments from what's called the public choice tradition. If you're not familiar with that, it's really based off of the Chicago and Virginia economic schools of thought that argue against government intervention in the marketplace. And so the conclusion of Munger, basically following and building upon Francis Fukuyama, is that he concludes that good industrial policy is in fact impossible in democracies. So now let me break down two of the highlighted problems, how he reaches that conclusion, along with my critiques and counterpoints, if you will, of his positions. So some of this will be fairly standard for those of you that have some background in industrial policy. Anyway, argument number one is the classic information problem. So the lack of market-driven signals, such as profit and loss, and state-directed industrial policies can lead to misallocation of resources. And this is the argument that governments don't have enough good information to consistently pick winners compared to the private sector. State actors may not have access to crucial market information, could hamper decision-making, and the difficulty at obtaining accurate and timely information, could hinder the policies. And my brief counterpoints here to this argument is the following. One, we can reference the fact that high-quality industrial policy needs to take more of a portfolio industrial policy IP approach, where there should be some low risk, moderate risk, higher risk investments, a la Roderick 2004. Some losses should be expected, and if we're not incurring some losses, just like if it's a private sector company that only looks for conservative types of investments, we're doing something wrong, right? How can we reduce concerns about the information problem? We can encourage public-private partnerships. And Evans from 1995 calls this embeddedness, right? So as opposed to some of the folks like Munger from the public choice camp, who would argue that we need to have purely 100% independent, autocratic technocrats with little or no interactions with the private sector, the counterpoint that we're learning is that if we want the industrial policy to be more adaptive, we need to have more embeddedness and connections, not in terms of special interests and lobbying, but in terms of interactive, iterative relationships between the government ministry conducting the industrial policy and the private sector. So the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, or DARPA, offers some, merit in terms of a U.S. history. It offers promise in terms of a government agency that has a fair degree of leeway to pursue projects, yet also is embedded. There's also been recent collaboration between Google and the U.S. government. The second problem that that really makes up the crux of Munger's argument about the impossibility of good industrial policy is based off of the incentive problem. And so this is the political capture argument. This is the potential for political manipulation that could distort the goals of industrial policy, leading to suboptimal outcomes. Legislators might not support policies that conflict with their political interests, even if they are beneficial for the economy. And moreover, Munger argues that even if the policy was successful in the short run, by luck or happenstance, and also good policy, he doesn't believe it's sustainable in the long run. He argues that elected officials may alter rules and reform bureaucracy for personal or political gain, possibly at the expense of public good. And my counterpoints would be institutional checks and balances, along with public accountability, can address some of these incentive problems. An institutional framework that is somewhat independent, and nothing is 100% independent, but somewhat independent from political pressure, such as some central bank systems around the world, such as the Federal Reserve Bank, or, for example, the climate change initiatives for renewable energy in Germany have proven successful in these regards. So again, Munger quoted, there's a quote from Munger that really encapsulates his argument. He says that it is thus an open secret understood by both proponents such as Robert Reich, former U.S. Treasury Secretary under Bill Clinton, and Danny Roderick, and opponents such as Fukuyama, that a necessary but not sufficient condition for, quote, good industrial plans is an authoritarian state. Authoritarian states might choose good or bad industrial policies, of course, but only an authoritarian state can sustain what planning advocates consider to be good industrial policy. And for those that aren't familiar, that's Singapore, and that's Lee Kuan Yew, who was known as the good grandfather, but he ruled in an authoritarian manner during the rise of Singapore. And that's the position of Munger. He's arguing that there's an impossibility trilemma, whereas we can have industrial policy IP, okay? And the only way it could be efficient and effective is if, in fact, you do not have democracy, right? So based off of the prior slide, I just made this graphic to illustrate Munger's argument that he's saying you cannot have all three at the same time. So there's an impossibility trilemma, according to Munger. So he would argue that you'd have to have autocracy here, and then you can conduct industrial policy through experts that are insulated from political pressures and special interests, and then generate efficiency and effectiveness of the industrial policy. And I'm arguing that that's not the case, okay? That even though democracy can be ugly, and democracy, as we know, is a drawn-out process, it's also very adaptive. So to his credit, Munger's conclusion, he basically gifts us or says, well, I'm not going to rely on the incentives problem. I'm only going to argue for the impossibility based off of the incentives problem, the political capture. And he says that good industrial policy is deemed impossible either due to failure in the initial policy adoption or sustainability post-implementation. However, historical and contemporary examples of successful industrial policies in democratic settings challenge this conclusion. So I think, you know, I'm pleading with Dr. Ulick and my friends to just give me a few extra minutes so I can get to the just the highlights of the American industrial policy to share with you guys. So basically, I've critiqued Munger's thesis, and I question, this slide was basically, I'm questioning how does Munger define a good industrial policy? Basically, industrial policy effectiveness is not just binary. And it seems to me by this public choice argument put forth by Munger that he's arguing that, you know, industrial policy is either good or it's bad, whereas it's actually a continuum. So we cannot just enter the data as binary 0-1 codes. And the second critique I mentioned is that I think Munger is underselling the ability of democratic institutions to adapt. And it's an iterative process like I've talked about. So how do we apply this to the United States industrial policy legislation? You might have heard about it on the news, but industrial policy has made a major comeback in the United States. Okay, it used to be a bad word. When I was going to college and grad school, none of my professors would talk about industrial policy. Industrial policy was basically a nasty, bad word. And now it's been turned on its head. And now a lot of people are open to it, aside from the Chicago and public choice schools that I outlined today. So the major legislation that was passed, as you guys can see, between 2021 and 2023 with implementation, the big four is an infrastructure policy, Made in America policy, the Science and Chips Act policy, and the strangely named and kind of inappropriately named Inflation Reduction Act. So let me just show you a few of the highlights so that you know, if you're not familiar, what these include. So the investment, the infrastructure investment focuses on traditional infrastructure, roads, bridges, so forth, but also cyber and broadband. The Made in America is a type of local content, public policy, public procurement policy, focusing on construction materials, American, the materials have to be at least 55, moving up to 75% of the cost of the materials that are used have to actually be made in America, sourced in America. Okay, even if the foreign vendor could offer a more attractive price. The Science and Chips Act is focused, of course, on increasing American production of semiconductor chips, and also vastly increasing National Science Foundation's funding for research and development. And then finally, the Inflation Reduction Act really pertains to a Green New Deal type of policy. This is a green industrial policy, the Inflation Reduction Act. You can see the dollar values there up at the top. The focus is on reducing carbon emissions, electric vehicles. This was passed through Congress. They chose the name Inflation Reduction Act because America was suffering from high inflation at the time. So politically, it looked like a good sell to call it the Inflation Reduction Act. But really, particularly in the first 10 years, it's not going to reveal itself in terms of inflation reduction. Science and Chips Act is at $250 billion. The Made in America Act, of the four acts, of the four types of legislation, this is the one I would nitpick about. This is a type of local content protection. This is a type of public procurement industrial policy. It enhances the Buy America requirements for the federal government, thereby supporting American businesses, manufacturers, and workers. As I mentioned earlier, it raises domestic content from 55 to 75%. But public procurement, this is for a separate talk, but it can be an effective industrial policy tool, but this particular legislation is an overreach. It's too broad, it's too wasteful, and Murat Ulik and I have written elsewhere about some of the concerns about this particular legislation. So the overall, my last slide really, the assessment of recent United States industrial policy, it is massive. So it is over $2 trillion over 10 years, government spending. But this puts us more in the ballpark of what the Chinese were doing. So for many years, the United States was on the lower end of industrial policy spending, according to recent analysis that tried to measure industrial spending, industrial policy spending as a percentage of GDP among OECD countries, and the United States was on the lower end, and now this ratchets it up in a major way. On paper, the targets for America's industrial policy largely fulfill so-called good industrial policy requirements, meaning targeting market failure, coordination, national security, climate change, R&D. The local content policy made in America is too broad and wasteful, and in additionally, its hypocritical position to take with regard to the U.S. as a signatory of the World Trade Organization's General Procurement Agreement. And it will cause, and already has caused, retaliation on the part of our ally countries and other signatories to the World Trade Organization. Only time will tell regarding the long-run implementation and effectiveness. But my conclusion with regard to Munger and the public choice school is that public choice is helpful, and Munger is helpful to shine light on industrial policy challenges. However, good industrial policy is not binary. We have an expression in English, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Travis. Again, this was a wonderful presentation on Professor Munger's new paper, which is, I think, something like an impossibility theorem. But frankly, it doesn't really make much sense anyway, because if we follow his paper, his idea, actually, there is no role for a state and policy. It goes that far. We know that, like any other policy, industrial policy is also human-made, and mostly it is flawed, like any other state-made policy. But if the state is not to design and implement industrial policy, by the same argument, the state should not do any social policy, any defense policy, any education policy, which borders almost anarchy in a way. But
Right.
like you said, I think this is very reminiscent of Chicago University way of looking at the world. And also, of course, it is very much related to the Washington Consensus type of policy, which didn't work. also, right? I mean, Washington consensus is basically, it says there should not be any policy. And that kind of approach also wasn't very useful, as everybody has seen in the last so many years. And that's why also, because it didn't work, because that kind of no policy has not worked, now people are looking more and more at industrial policy to mend the lack of policy, actually. And now, actually, we are going to have a related talk because, as you have mentioned, like the US position in the World Trade Organization differs with this kind of rhetoric domestically. Similar policy is recommended to Africa and other underdeveloped regions, meaning free markets will solve all the problems of development, so you don't have to go for a government design of policies, developmental policies. But then we end up with a situation like in Latin America sometimes, as Gabriel has also said, one of the candidates in the Argentinian presidential campaign is asking for closing down everything in the economy, in the country. So similar things were suggested to Africa. And Africa, let me not say anything else. So where is Africa in this process? What is the situation of Africa in terms of the industrialization process? So let's listen to Christian Ocha now on this, and then we will have our last presenter, El Hadi El Wazir, after him. So Christian, the floor is with you now. Christian, your microphone, is it on?
Yes, now it's on. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
All right, perfect. So I cannot be thankful enough for this opportunity to come back again to share my thoughts on industrialization in Africa. And I'm very thankful, at least I think Travis set the stage for some of the topic I'm going to discuss today. So I think I can skip those discussion faster to go to the core. So I'm going to talk about how do I think the way, we can shape the future of industrial policy in Africa. I'll discuss briefly some opportunity, but spend much time on the challenges and the strategy for economic development. Now, if I start with the opportunities, there is this African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, which is basically opening markets for African product to circulate freely. Of course, there is no free circulation of individuals, but still there are a lot of negotiation on that issue. But at least the free market is ongoing, and there are some countries which have been started to use the advantage of the free trade agreement. So we have a big market and essentially market for African countries to produce and sell to the neighboring countries and to the regional market. And at the same time, I think we talked about the US is having this green industrial policy, and Africa has a potential. And now we're talking about the electric vehicle and renewable energy industry, producing basically how do we process and add value to lithium within the continent. And I think the United States has been also very active in this part of Africa. To see recently, I think President of Zambia and DRC were in New York to discuss how they can bring together investors to pursue this idea. So I think there is an ongoing discussion on developing value chain, either for electric vehicle, but also having a market for African produce. Now, the key challenge is labor productivity. And this is not only related to Africa, but on average, we see that labor productivity growth has been slowing down and even stagnant and declining for African countries recently. They're starting for a very small base, so the growth has been a little bit high over time. And if you think about how do we explain those changes, of course, usually we use neoclassical model or endogenous growth model, but at least what we noticed recently is that we have been not able to explain recent slowdown and stagnation of productivity. Therefore, there is a way to see what could be probably new theory. And what I want to propose today is how do we think about technological choice? I'm using this capital industrialization-based development strategy to see how we can solve the issue of labor productivity in Africa and what could be the implication for industrial policy. Now, let me just go a little bit in detail by disaggregating the average labor productivity by sector. And you see that most of the services have high labor productivity because of less endowment in machinery. And in the case of Latin America and Argentina, we talk a little bit about this deindustrialization, where resources are moving from agriculture directly to services, leapfrogging the manufacturing sector. So here we also see that labor productivity seems to be quite high in service sector and very low in agriculture and also in manufacturing. And if we want to decompose the productivity to look in much more detail to see what is explaining those variation in productivity, one way is to break it down into 3 components or 4 if you want. So the first one is the within effect, which basically measures the contribution to growth due to new technology, organizational structural change, or increased competition. And the other component is the static effect, which measures the contribution to growth due to the reallocation of labor to sector with productivity level above or below the average. And lastly, the dynamic effect, which measures the reallocation of labor from low productive sector to high productive sectors. Now, if we do this exercise using data for African countries, I think we see some quite interesting patterns. The first one is there is a changing role in sectoral productivity components and contribution to aggregate growth. So over time, we see that the dynamic growth is almost negative. And I think this has been documented largely in the literature that resources is moving from high productive sector to low productive sectors. And if we break it over time, we see that the negative effect of the dynamic sectoral growth persists over time. So this is more likely a structural effect. But recently, we see the within sector effect is becoming a little bit larger. So meaning that the contribution of acquiring new technology, changing the organization structure is becoming very, very important. And one of the reasons is that technology is almost available for many countries. So acquiring technology is becoming very efficient, especially for many countries. And if we break down the decomposition by sector, again, here we see huge variation, especially agriculture seems to have very interesting patterns where the within productivity seems to be quite large. But again, here the dynamic is negative for all the sectors. So I think this is a big issue that is happening in Africa, where resources are moving to the wrong direction. So this is what you call a wrong structural change. And I think this is where industrial policy is really needed, because it can help to reallocate resources to better and high productive sectors. So we can discuss more about the figure when we break them over time, but I think the pictures is very, very similar. So, and I think this graph is also quite popular, but we try to update using more recent data, where in the figure 3.6, we present the relative sectoral productivity and employment change. And here the vertical line plots the sectoral productivity, the overall total productivity at level. So you can see basically whether resources is moving to productivity, to sector with higher productivity above the average. And that's what we see. Resources is moving away from agriculture, mainly to service sector, which have a high productivity. But at the same time, if you look at the next figure, we see in terms of growth, resources is moving basically to sector where productivity growth is a little bit lower than average. So this is again to support the idea of this wrong structural change, which probably in case of Latin America Argentina, we talked more about the industrialization. Here, I'm using this wrong sort of structural change. So this is one of the issues that I think is also common to many Latin American countries. Now, one of the strategy in many African countries has been to adopt this capital-intensive industrial policy. So basically, because of the huge endowment in natural resources, developing those sectors by promoting value addition, extraction, and limited value addition of minerals could be one of the strategy, instead of using more labor-intensive technology. So here we just test the policy that were adopted by many African countries and on different components of labor productivity. Interestingly, we found that there are many challenges in terms of this optimal capital-intensive industrial policy from the aggregate perspective, if we compare, for example, to structural change. If we look at the within effect, how it affects technology, it's quite interesting to see that adopting the capital-intensive industrial policy reduces the within effect, the adoption of new technology, growth coming from the adoption of new technology. And I think this is very intuitive because it basically shows how labor-intensive sectors are losing importance in favor of more capital and technological sectors. So I think this is very intuitive. And if you look at the column 5 and 6, which shows the dynamic effect. Here we see one of the expected sort of positive effect. So meaning that the capital intensive, and you can call it technological intensive industrial policy, could lead to a better reallocation to high productive sectors. And I think this is very important because at least we need to adopt new kind of technological change that could lead to a better reallocation of resources, basically coming back for the industrialization. So we show in a way that working, for example, if you see countries like Ethiopia, which has been investing a lot on labor-intensive manufacturing, but at the long term, productivity in manufacturing is not increasing very fast. And the reason is that those labor-intensive sectors are using high-tech and high-skill technology, which basically have high endowments in technology and less endowment in labor, so which is affecting total labor productivity growth at the end of the day. So adopting more capital-intensive or technology-intensive policy could be interesting to reallocate resources. But again, we talked about the complementary policy. We need to link those technological policy with industrial skill development policy and an active labor market policies, because I think that is very important to make sure that the mechanism that employ worker, like wage subsidies policy and managerial training policy, could help cushion the negative effect of the capital-intensive industrial policy and leads to better employment, especially on high skill and well-paid jobs. Now, just to finish, I want to discuss some strategy, and one of the argument here is that Africa has to bring back productive capacity, because we need at least to find an optimum level of productive capacity that is required to reap the benefits of industrial policy. Because as we discussed earlier, industrial policy has tended to fail in many African countries. You can talk about institutions, but I think in many cases, the policy were not designed and implemented in the right way. So here, the idea is to bring this productive capacity or talk about production itself as a core part of the industrial policy. And here I used data from UNCTAD, which developed a productive capacity index to compare Africa and other regions between 2000 and 2018. And what we see here is that there is a limited improvement in productive capacity in many African countries. I think they're doing quite good, but I think the pace is very low. So what we could be saying here is that Africa should accelerate investment in productive capacity so that they can catch up with the leaders like United States and also Japan. Now, we try to do some threshold regressions to understand what could be the optimum level of productive capacity that could maximize the benefit of capital-led or capital-intensive industrial policy. I think I will skip the regression, just discuss some policy summary of the findings here. So for here, we found that if you remember the within effect, which basically tells us the contribution of manufacturing labor productivity to new technology, organizational structure, and also greater competition. We see that human capital and ICT are key driver or key productive capacity that could help us maximize the benefit of industrial policy. And we try to benchmark all the countries for which we have, African countries for which we have data, to see what is the current level and how they could leverage their comparative advantage to build more human capital and ICT in this case. For human capital, we see that for most of the countries, the actual value is almost above the threshold, so which seems to be quite good for them. So they're doing good. For ICT, we see the level is very low. So one of the policy implications here is that Africa should basically speed up the accumulation of ICT related skills and knowledge, so that we can accelerate the process of building capability and enhancing the effect of industrial policy. And if we look at the static effect.
Christian.
Yes.
Christian, just 2 more minutes.
Okay, no problem. Now, if we look at the static effect, which seems to be very important here, we have many elements of productive capacity that Africa we definitely need to invest on. And for example, we need a lot investment on energy. I think Botswana is one of the few countries that is doing good, and also Rwanda and Senegal, but other countries have to invest a lot. So this framework gives us, I think, very key policy orientation for each productive capacity for each country. We're telling them basically what they should do and to which level they could have their action to accelerate the efficiency of industrial policy. Now, this is just my conclusion, is that, and something very important I would like to emphasize here is that the findings in white, like human natural capital here, it means that countries have there is no effect, so countries can redirect those investments in those sectors to other uninvested productive capacity. So, for example, we're talking a lot about natural capital, and many countries in Africa have huge endowments in natural capital. So, fund, for natural capital should be invested in other sectors. So, one of the key implications in terms of industrial policy is that we African countries, and I think it's not for all countries, but so many countries have to improve, invest a lot in ICT, transportation, energy, and building better institutions, especially for countries which are below the threshold. And for countries that have passed the point of saturation, redirecting investment to underinvested capacity is highly recommended. Now, just to finish, I want to bring back the conversation of productive capability as one way to enhance the efficiency of industrial policy. I think we talk about democracy by Taylor. I think I'll talk more about productive capacity as a complement to enhance the effect of industrial policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Basically, one outcome, maybe I have time to just underline in what you have said, is negative or regressive, let's say, structural change in Africa. That was very interesting. And also you shared with us the results of your econometric empirical studies. Thank you for that. We are looking for the publication soon.
Thank you very much.
Now we don't have much time, so I pass it to El Hadi. He will talk about the intersection of industrial policy and regulatory structure regarding the manufacturing sector and logistics, supply chain logistics. We have, I think, officially 5 minutes, but I think you can take
I can go quick.
some more time, and
So
we will
just a
tolerate
couple,
it.
No worries.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here with all of you. I just want to put out a couple of disclaimers. Unlike all of the panelists, including my friend Murad, I'm not a professor or an academic. At best, maybe a practitioner, but at best. So not a business person, not an economist, not a historian. Once was an engineer, no longer an engineer. And I kind of think of myself as a bit of a storyteller. So I tell stories to investors, to policymakers, etc., to try and convince them of something, essentially. But Dr. Travis mentioned something that I had thought about starting my talk about, which is the last 40 to 50 years globally. It's hard not to talk about America when you talk about economics, but generally there's a couple of themes. One theme was the Chicago School of Economics' insistence that a company's sole purpose is to increase profit so that shareholder value goes up. That's it. That's their only goal. And so the easiest way to achieve that was to reduce costs in product and services. So if the goal and the objective was to reduce costs, you have to find a global optimum for supply of product or service at a lowest price. That meant in America, where you have 50 states, you're not going to have 50 car manufacturers, one in each state. You're not going to have 50 of anything across the country. There'll be certain places that have certain advantages that will have that source of production or methods of production that are the best. Now, globalization meant people look beyond the country's border. So it didn't have to be in the US. It could go to China. It could go to Japan first, then Korea, then China, then Vietnam, now Bangladesh.
What is the reason for this?
Cost, chasing lowest unit cost for a product or a service. And that meant a different destination for each item. So if you think about chemicals, if you think about products that go into pharmaceuticals, and I'll touch on pharmaceuticals in regards to Turkey, that meant going to China and in some instances, India. Between India and China, they are 80% of the world's chemical production that goes into medicine. For the whole world, 80%. Can you imagine? There hasn't been an API, which they call active pharmaceutical ingredient plant, built in Europe, I don't know, in the last 15, 20 years. I think there was one just opened now, just recently, because of COVID. In any case, this drive for cost is partly because of the school of Chicago's sort of paradigm around why a corporation should exist. But a part of that is driven by the circles of analysis. So if you can only measure profit, you will draw the circle of analysis around profit. But you've heard of this double bottom line, triple bottom line. The reason people dismiss that, which is other factors, i.e. Multiplier effects, as they call them in economics, is that they're harder to measure. If they're harder to measure, they become more qualitative and they're dismissed. But the reality is that I think the US experiment has made clear to a certain extent that, you know, the outsourcing of manufacturing to another country, right, which has no necessarily a benefit that comes back to the US other than cheap product, doesn't necessarily mean good for the society and the country's economic health at large, right? So now in the US, if you don't have a college degree, you're likely your age before you die or expire is 10 years less, I think, according to the statistics. And I urge you to go out and look. What's the average life expectancy of a male white man without a college degree in America?
So
and I think you'll be
it's good
surprised.
to study. Huh?
Easy to check.
You get a longer life.
No, you get a shorter life,
Shorter life
in America, probably than in Turkey, without a college degree. In any case, check it. I don't know. This is a hypothesis. But the truth is that I think that we've moved in the 20th century from decentralized to centralization, i.e. industrial food production, energy delivery. Everything became centralized. I think technology now is a different kind of technology that will enable going back to a decentralization. What does that mean and why? You can be, to a certain extent, economically viable at smaller scale. Generally, that's the theme. And that applies to pharmaceuticals. So why does China and India control the API market globally? Is because they're the cheapest supplier, because they have huge scale. Now, nobody wants to do APIs in their country. I get asked by many countries, and I'm sure Turkey thinks about this all the time, should we have a pharmaceutical active ingredient manufacturing industry in Turkey? You don't have it now. You have formulation. You buy the APIs from China or India, you make the medicine, paracetamol or whatever, here. You formulate it. But the active ingredients, the chemical ingredients come from someplace else. Now, why can't you have it here? Why can't you have it in Saudi? Why can't you have it in the UAE? Because if you build it, you will not be competitive with China and India. And if I'm Kojak Pharma or Sanovel or Bilam, I will buy from China. I will not buy from Turkey Co. So how can you overcome that price issue, that non-effectiveness, non-competitiveness? There are certain technologies that may allow for that to happen. They haven't been used historically, but they're being developed because there is this pressure, essentially, to decentralize certain supply chains. Because of what happened in COVID, it was a bit of a wake-up call. All of a sudden, you couldn't fly, you couldn't ship, ports were closed. People need certain things, and you just cannot get them. So people sort of, governments in particular, at least in the region, began to think, wait, for security reasons and disruption reasons, we need to have our own. To be independent and not rely on other countries, we need to have our own. China regularly does not ship to India because of the political difficulties between the two countries. If you don't want to be subject to another country's leverage, you need to be independent. The third is actually economy, jobs, multiplier effect. These are generally science-based jobs, working in a plant, working in a factory that produces specialty chemicals, specialty grade. These are not bad employment areas. So there's a push for this. The next thing is, in certain countries, like in Turkey, if there is a company that produces a certain pharmaceutical, you cannot export that pharmaceutical from outside into Turkey. It has to be manufactured in Turkey. It forces the outside company to find a local Turkish partner to produce. In Algeria, they cut the import window off if there are 2 or 3 manufacturers of that product locally. Other places like Saudi encourage local production by giving incentives on price, i.e. they'll give them a premium, or they'll give them faster approval process to encourage them. So there are things, these levers are very important if you want to create a local industry that normally might not be cost competitive with global competitors. And as I said before, I think technology is going to reverse, and you're going to see Tesla. What does it mean to have storage technology? Coal-fired centralized plants. That's all about decentralization. And also food. Industrial food is generally being pointed at as the cause of many problems, including environmental climate problems from methane, etc. So I think there are technologies that may improve the competitiveness of smaller scale productive activity, which will lead to a decentralization of some of these industries. And APIs is an example. Talked a little bit about that. And I think it's being driven by, and I think regulators, government policymakers, they're all thinking about this. And it's usually 3 dimensions: security, independence, economy, jobs, higher value adding jobs. Because the typical Saudi or GCC guy, or even a Turk who graduates with a PhD in chemical engineering or bioengineering, if they want to work in their home country, they're not going to be working in that area. Or they'll be a professor. They will not be working in industry because that industry doesn't exist, really. So I'll pause there. I know we're over time.
Yes, this is very interesting because it's a practitioner's view of what they call economic geography. Why some regions, some cities, some towns, some countries have the production of something, but not the others. Actually, one of the Nobel laureates, very well known, Paul Krugman, once also started to work on this. So it's very interesting to see your point of view as a practitioner on this. and you were very humble at the beginning,
No, it's true.
which is not true.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now I don't know how good we are doing with the time. Do we have a few minutes for question and answer, or should we close the session? I'm asking the organizers. Egehan Hoca şey mi? Dinliyor mu?
We are
Yani
here
durduralım.
for the next session, so if there are
So-
no the questions, we can start from here already.
Can we just have one or two questions, if there are any, like a few minutes?
Yes.
Is there any question from here or from the room there in Skopje? No questions? No comments? Okay, that means everything is agreed upon.
Right.
Okay. Okay, then I thank everyone. Yeah, Gabriel Bezginski, Travis Taylor, Christian Ochia, and El-Walid
Somebody?
El-Hadi El-Wazir. Okay, there is one question. So we take it and then we close it. Yes. Introduce yourself, please. Yeah. Can you hear? Can everyone hear?
We cannot hear the question from here.
Maybe you should come here to speak directly to the mic, huh? Better. And introduce yourself again.
You want to give him mic?
Yes.
My name is, firstly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Abdusak Chama. I am from Somalia. I study Master of Industrial Policy and Technology Management from OSTİM University. Also, I did MBA from Atlim University as well. This is my second master degree. I have a question, if Christian had my question. So first question is, why sub-Saharan African countries did not industrialize?
And second one?
And the second one is a general question. So the second one is, in what ways are recently industrial policy addressing the potential impact of automation of workforce and labor markets?
And what is the question?
The first question is Christian. Christian, did you get my voice, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. I heard your question.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, all right. If I may respond quickly. I think African countries have been industrializing. So if you focus specifically on the very restricted definition of manufacturing, there are countries like Tanzania, Ghana, Kenya, which have developed a very interesting industrial base, taking advantage of the neighboring countries. So Tanzania has been developing a good agro-industrial sectors where you have like packing food and selling to the neighboring countries. So there are a lot of industrial operation happening in the continent. But of course, most of them are not actually well linked to the entire economy. So you don't see a big spillover to the rest of the economy. I think Ethiopia is doing good in terms of industrialization, and Rwanda is also doing good. So I think there are many cases in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. If you look at Morocco, for example, they are linked in global automobile value chain. They're also producing a lot of agro processing food, exporting to the European market. So I think Africa is industrializing, and I would say Africa has started to industrialize, because we cannot talk a lot about the industrialization in Africa because the real industrialization has not started yet. So I think Africa is ongoing, and there are good opportunity, and I think this is time for Africa to start industrializing.
Okay. And the second question?
And the second question, yeah, it's a general question. Maybe anyone can answer this question. If I repeat that question, is in what ways are a recently industrial policy addressing the potential impact of automation on the workforce and labor markets?
Okay, who would like to take this?
I could say at a different level, some policies around common markets and reciprocity between regulators is creating a larger market out of multiple countries. And that could attract, so when I looked at Africa for pharma, I only found, and I don't take this in a negative way, but I found 4 countries that I could invest in that from a global point of view, I would be rewarded for investing in them. And they were Egypt, in this order, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, followed by Algeria. Those were the 4 markets where it was big enough on their own and had sufficient local talent to operationalize a pharmaceutical manufacturing operation. Algeria had its own issues because of its, I would call it government lack of gradualism, meaning they make policy decisions one day and can reverse them 2 weeks later, making it very difficult to predict the future there. South Africa and Egypt were challenging from a macroeconomic currency point of view. And you've seen what's happened in Egypt. Mm-hmm. We've gone from 15 pounds to the dollar to 30 and maybe 35. And now they're expecting another devaluation to 45 pounds to the dollar. So imagine the currency's lost 66% of its value in 18 months. So that's a challenge. The rand has also macroeconomic challenges. Morocco, interestingly, and Dr. Christian mentioned Morocco, has been kind of a success story. They've been able to peg their currency and manage it in a tight band because of their export profile. So they export, they have a Renault, Nissan automotive program where they produce a lot of cars to Europe, to the rest of Africa. They have an agricultural export program, phosphates.
Even an Airbus program, I think.
Really? In aerospace? Yeah. So they've been a real sort of what I call high point. The sub-Saharan countries, I looked at several companies. The challenge has been, for example, the size of the market. So I looked at the company that was involved in 4 or 5 countries, including Ghana, Cameroon. It was the scale that was difficult. Mm-hmm. And then the other problem from an investor point of view was, if I make money there, which I think we can, will somebody pay me a capitalized value? So I make $100 a year. Will they pay me $1,200 for the business? Or will they offer me 4 years earnings only because it's Africa or because it's uncertain? So that's part of the challenge in terms of capital formation. I know that's not your question. Yours was about automation of workforce. Yeah. But I think my comments are even before you get to the automation of labor, the problem is the capital value of capital formation in certain enterprises in those countries is challenged. Now, I think, hypothesis, leveraging their agricultural sort of core advantages, whether it's cocoa or other products in Ethiopia, coffee has become a big business.
Or agricultural industrial, like cotton.
Yes,
for example.
Or animal husbandry regionally, meaning if they can become effective in the region, that's a first step before thinking about how can I be effective extra regionally. So you see blocks around East Africa or English-speaking Africa. You see blocks around West Africa forming, where countries like that anchor around Morocco start to operate and have regulatory reciprocity and a more of an open market between them. And I think those are the kinds of things I would look for to put money behind an enterprise in Africa before I think about labor, right? So labor is important, but there's even more fundamental things before that have to get sorted in order to deploy capital behind an enterprise.
So this is from a business perspective.
Yeah, business point of view, not a policy.
Like setting the first things first.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Okay, I think we have to close. Again, I thank everyone, all the valuable speakers, and I thank all the participants here in Turkey and also in Skopje. And we all wish success to the rest of SEPIP.
Yes.
This year and the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Professor Murat Gülüver. So now we will continue back in Skopje to session 6, where we have an invited speaker, Professor Dr. Marian Ushak, who will discuss developing and commercialization of the new ECG software medical device. So please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Marian Ushak, who is a university professor at Pinky, the University of Cyril and Methodius, and he's the founder as well of the ECG Alert North Macedonia. He's an accomplished professor with a PhD in electrical engineering, possesses a strong foundation in parallel processing, computer architecture, networks, e-government, and e-medicine. With a prolific portfolio of over 500 scientific papers and numerous awards, including recognition as one of the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University. He has demonstrated expertise as an IT expert, consultant, innovator, and entrepreneur, contributing significantly to projects in cloud computing solutions, telemedicine, e-services, and IT service delivery. So, Professor Marian, you can take the floor.
This might I feel like I start singing, or maybe Taylor Swift. I'm not going to sing, but I'm going to present how we developed and commercialized one interesting solution. 3 days ago, I received an email, and you can Google on Stanford University publication for top 2% most secret world scientists. I'm happy and I'm glad to tell you that I'm in 2 lists, not only for 22, but also for 42. So I would like to show you today what are the. Can I move the slides? Okay. What are the challenges? So may I ask you a question before I start? Do you like to live 2 years more? You know that there is a technology that can provide this. Okay, this is our motivation. So cardiovascular diseases, they are the third killer in the world. Every third death in the world is due to cardiovascular disease. But maybe you didn't know that 80% of those deaths are preventable. But you can prevent them. This was our motivation. I read one article, scientific article, that a heart attack can be detected 2 hours before the incident. This was our motivation. So we like to do something like this. And the problem is not solved by iWatches like this. You have to press the button for 30 seconds and measure your ECG. Or maybe heart rate monitors, like you have it in your wrist or whatever. You need 24/7 measurement of ECG. And even young people can be diagnosed with cardiovascular disease. And this is the solution. If you can alert on dangerous arrhythmia, you can prevent severe damage. This is what we made. And this is the solution. This is a small wearable sensor. You stick it on your body, then the cardiacs, or maybe this one, which is not open now. This one is disposable. You throw it after 7 days, and this one is rechargeable, so you can use it for 1 or 2 years. And what is the magic? Magic is to build a solution that uses this sensor. This sensor sends data to your smartphone. From smartphone it goes to cloud, and you get the output if something is wrong. And what were the challenges to create a new solution? So first, the solution needs to be real time. The solution needs to be continuous measure, not like this one on iWatch. The solution needs to be remote online access. So your doctor can monitor. And the patients can be everywhere, here, at home, office environment, whatever. And this is the solution we are looking for. And we have to tackle the heartbeat detection out from the system. Something like a vicious disease. Then classification, then the written detection. Technical challenges. We have to build smart phone application, we have to build cloud application, we have to build machine learning models. And they have a lot of smaller and smaller challenges. But I'm not going to be talking about these challenges. Maybe just to mention that video performance was one of the biggest challenges. Why? Because, for example, Android or iOS do not allow third-party applications to work in background. They switch it off after half an hour. And we need to work 20%. So there were a lot of challenges. But the biggest challenges are probably the business challenges. And it means how to certify this solution as a medical device. Because there are very strong standards you have to apply when this to be approved by the national community, international community to be a medical device. So we have to follow approximately 10 different standards from quality management, to medical performance, and a lot of things, risk management. The next thing is marketing. How can you tell everybody that this solution exists? Social networks doesn't work. We do not work in this area. You have to find some other channels. How to do the first sales? It's a big step. And then how to create a distributed chain. Unless you don't have this distributed chain, you cannot succeed. So the business objectives, we started in 2016. We made the first piloting with University Hospital in Stockholm. And then in 2020, after 4 years, we were working with CE mark. And it was very difficult task to do it because nobody before can certify software as a medical device. It was hard and difficult, but we did. Then we started commercialization in 2020, and we were looking for now for our objectives are to establish offices in USA and Asia, and to become huge with 20 revenue per year. So this is our solution. We have the CE mark, and it is the software that detects and analyzes dangerous areas. What are the use cases? It can be used instead of powder. It can be used as a self-monitoring solution. So, for example, if someone is diagnosed as atrial fibrillation, which is one of the most dangerous arrhythmia, you can use this and be alerted when there is a problem. Or maybe you can build a 24/7 intensive care unit for patients which are not in hospital but at the and it can be sold to hospitals, homes, insurance companies. This is our team. Approximately 10 people working now. Half of them are data science team. Half of them are cloud-based experts. We have also expert from the University Hospital Technology. She's head of the department, and this is really working as CEO company. How we did it? I have to acknowledge that we have several projects behind it. So we have also European projects funded by Fund of Innovations here in Macedonia. And we have several other projects which are ongoing now and which are very interesting. We partnered also how to measure glucose level from research, which is very new, and it is probably now very interesting because we are planning a clinical study with this process. And also, we are making a risk project, which we were awarded on 1st of October this year, which means, probably you know what is GPT? GPT uses a large language model for, let's say, English or whatever language. Now we are using this large model for ECG, which is quite new. Nobody knew it. Also, we have several other projects. I'm not going to. What are the conclusions? How we did it? When you are a scientist, when you are a professor, when you are at university, you always make just a proof of concept. You have an idea, you make the demo, it works or not, this is it. Then you think you give the demo. No, this is just the start. You need 10 times more time to finish the technical challenges. And 10 times more time to patent, to certify, and realize the process. And 10 times more to commercialize it, to make the distribution channel and to make it work. So technical solution is, let's say, 10% of everything. The idea is only 1%. Think about it. So thank you for your attention. I will close out the lunchtime. Let me meet, ask questions. University is the best way to do it. And also, don't wait until it's better.
Prevention is the key of many things. On that note, do we have any questions? There's a question there.
Professor for this well. I want to ask, I mean, this is in general not connected maybe with the the magic that's here today, but can we somehow try to use this equipment in order to help you to speed up, let's say, the process of the. Yes, definitely. Violetta has my contacts, so please respond. Because I have some relatives with, let's say, heart problems, which often, let's say, some kind of we will do very fast. We can use this email and send it to our groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Busha, for this wonderful presentation. For sure, a very impressive one. Everyone's stakeholders in civil health. So I think that no matter what we are as a professionals, we are really very much concerned about this issue, especially that you assess that this is one of the most of the third one in row disease that affects us all global, global front. So my question is, if we have a very interesting achievement that you have made, and since your title is commercialization, I would ask how, and since I'm from the Faculty of Economics, of course, I'm asking, how did you get in commercialization this finding of yours? I mean, who and which hospitals or who use this
our clients.
Yes.
Okay. So currently, we have 6 hospitals working at this moment. We have more previously, but at this moment, 6 hospitals.
In Macedonia?
No one in Macedonia.
So then my second question would be...
This is only in Europe and rest of the world. AstraZeneca is the Oxford University. So they are they're using these sensors and our software to test some new medicaments for COVID. Then, University Hospital in Düsseldorf is running one very big project, which is called 5G Hospital. Vodafone is the main sponsor of this hospital, and they are using that. So next is Hospital Madonnina in Milan, where Professor Capone, who is well known in cardiac surgery, inventing new procedures for cardiac surgery, they're using our software. We build for them special features that they requested. Also, I have to mention the royal family in Jordan. They have been measured with this technology. They even asked to measure their horse. I'm not kidding. It was difficult to do it, but the horse ECG is quite similar to the human, but different thresholds. So we had a lot of in Mexico also we had our hospital. So everyone will.
So if you don't mind, I will continue. What exact money stops our hospital to use these kind of or devices or solutions? Yeah.
Well, I think the mentality, if you use something, if it is imported from abroad, it's a new technology, then they will use. Otherwise, it's from here, or if it takes time. And this is, and I'm not pushing this, but I'm just pushing the sales in the world.
Maybe you can create your own sales team here for pushing it in Macedonia, not yourself, but some other teams. Yeah. So all will have a benefit of it.
Once more, Mr. said, we're grateful to be pleasure to be the mission. Although I'm not an expert in the field, I don't know nothing about what you work on. I have been mentioning about the machine learning models which we use in order to predict, let's say, in the car trade, the fatality before it happens, and so on and so forth. My projection and my ideas go the same in this direction, but in another field, in civil engineering. So I want to ask you which machine learning algorithm they use for such problems, if it's not something else.
So let me tell you, we tried almost all machine learning models, starting from decision tree, extra boost, etc., etc. We also tried neural networks before. Unfortunately, no algorithm is better than the ones we made as students. We are still trying. We hope we will make it, but there is limitation in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is limited only to the cases which are routine, which are repeating all the time. In medicine, you need to find special case, which is not routine, which is something which is different. And I doesn't, even for example, Tesla's out of the self-autonomous cars, they do not design, no machine learning capability, only signal processing algorithms. So we also, but we are still trying, we are working. We believe that we might find a better solution. Thank you. Thank you.
There is one more question. Thank you for the solution for being here with us. We appreciate it very much. Actually, I wanted to ask about the challenges that we have overcoming so finding technical problems with your device or challenges that will lead you to use your product for massive experience. So I believe the challenges was either when you would like to use for other usage. So in that regard, is your device only planned to be used just for your clinical monitoring, or it is planned to be found as a e-commerce centers in actually maybe they are in the water sector now and actually can be found almost every pharmacy.
Okay. So far, we are working B2B. We are working with hospitals to raise the awareness. We know that this is a paid innovation. So what does it mean? It means that it will take time until everybody understands what is the technology. When you offer this to hospitals, and we tell them, okay, you can monitor your patient in real time like it is in the investigate. They say we do not have enough doctors for such a thing. So it will take time. But some must now experiment. They are using our technology and we think that it will just raise over there. And B2C will come probably in a year or two.
Thank you very much for this question. And I just to the new device called the in the block because the husband is diabetic and he had really trouble to find symbols. So here we provided from abroad. And I'm interested in your project for the tools.
So currently we are in a clinical study. We already scanned 20 patients, but we need to scan probably 200. Clinical endocrinology is the institution where probably a husband or anybody interested in.
Oh, because the approach to the public.
Anyway,
So
we
is there a possibility to approach you directly or no?
We have to obey the rules here, which tells us only the official clinic of endocrinology and this clinical study.
For now, just the public hospitals, not the private.
For now, only this clinical endocrinology will use it.
If I may address you on behalf of the microphone, we already discussed with Professor Marco. So she will definitely invite Professor Bush once again, at least once again, and she.
Yes, we can. Yes, you can. Right now.
Hello. The moment. You see my screen? Okay. It is okay. It's okay. Okay. Yeah. It is full screen. Thank you. I can start. My presentation is about technological innovation was the main road to economic development. I am Gilberto Santos. I am from Portugal, mechanical engineer. I am professor at university. I am a member of Portuguese Order of Engineers and the Portuguese Association Writers. My agenda is the real income per person in 1820, when was the first industrial revolution, and now the fourth.
Excuse me, Professor, we cannot hear you at the moment.
Sorry? Is the problem?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, but
It's
we cannot
okay.
hear you. I'm sorry.
I don't know why.
Okay. Then we.
Don't you know hear me? No?
Yes, that's brilliant. We cannot hear you. Yeah, we can hear you, but we can.
Okay. I can continue.
Yes, okay, perfect.
Okay. No. My agenda is about real income per person in 1820, when was the first industrial revolution, and now we live the fourth industrial revolution, and current challenge is digital transformation and the evaluation of the production function, and generating wealth for nations. Patents registration in EPO, European Patent Office, triadic patents and pentatic patents. And what should developing countries do, and who will be the winners? And this is the income per person in England in the year 1820. And for 6 years, 600 years, the income is equal. And when start technology and industrial revolution, the income per person increase. And the growth of world population and the story of technology, this population continues to grow, and we then estimate 10 billion people in 2015. We live the fourth industrial revolution, including the digital transformation, different dominations in North America is industrial internet, in Japan is society 5.0, in China is made in China 2025, in Asia is smart cities, and in Europe is industry 4.0, and it's the same idea for digital transformation. And the lesson of the first industrial revolution still remains valid today. The extent to which society adopts technological innovation is the main determinant of progress. And we can see two types of technological innovation. So we have product innovation and process innovation. And this is process innovation, the group of countries that produce the goods designed by others. And this sometimes is poor countries. And the group of countries that make product innovation is the group of countries that design their own products. And this is the group of rich countries. And the production process was devaluated, and countries that only produce become impoverished. In the years 1917, the added economic value is here, and 30 years later, less, and this is impoverishment of the countries that only produce goods. And what doing? The best way to predict the future is to create it. And to create something, we need three C's: change, challenge, and cooperate. On the way of generating yield for nations. The first is necessary idea. Our products started with an idea. And when idea is good, I have invention. You concept a new product before others, but you don't know if it will succeed in the market. And we have patents. Patents are used to protect your technology from being copied. And after happen new product, a new product that companies put on the market. And innovation is if the market accepts the product, then innovation happens. And after, if the nation design new products that can be sold in the old market, the economic will grow. And this is economic growth. And the top 10 most innovative countries in the last year. The first was Switzerland, United States, Sweden, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Korea, Singapore, Germany, Finland, and Denmark. And what necessary to change? Engineering and design should be more about product design than production processes. And in universities and enterprises, more prototypes and patents instead of papers are needed. And we can see here the best universities in blue, and the rich countries first, and the second two is this is patents, and after is papers. And we can see the rich countries make patents and papers, have good universities, have patents and papers, and in other countries have good universities and write papers, but don't have patents and are poor countries. China, to start bit rich, is here. We can see here. And Turkey must make more patents because engineers are not scientists. a scientist discovers what exists, an engineer creates what never existed. And without engineers, science is just a philosophy. And patent registration in 10 years, 2011 2021. And you can see United States and patent registration in European Patent Office, and China. It's a good increase. And we can see also the decay of Germany, of Japan, and another countries like France. And the ranking shows the largest patents application in the European Patent Office, indicating their country origin. The best enterprise was Huawei. Huawei have 4,606 patents. And this is the last year. And patents application per million of habitants in the last year, 2022. Switzerland is the first, Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, Finland, Germany. And the birth of triadic patents. And triadic patents are patents that are specifically registered in the three regions, Europe, USA, and Japan. And in Europe is European Patent Office. In Japan, Japanese Patent Office. And United States Patent Office and Trademark Office. And statistical indicators arising from request via PCT, Patent Cooperation Treaty. And we can see the patents in triadic patents in the best countries. Japan was the first. After United States, you can see the German, France, and UK.
Recording in progress.
A certain kind of Europe, Germany, France, and UK, you can see here, okay? And China is arrives strong. And the birth of tentative patents. From 2011, there was a significant evolution of the number of registration requests by China and South Korea. And the idea of expanding the so-called trilateral group formed by Europe for United States and for Japan to China and South Korea. And in 2011, it joined China National Intellectual Property Administration, and South Korea, KIPO, Korean Intellectual Property Office, forming the designated Big Five. And this is interrelations in 2020. The change of patents, flow of patents which registered the change between the Big Five, Europe, United States, Japan, China, and South Korea. And we can see the number of patents that they group changed, and is it in the exchange of patents of these countries that the greatest art of the world is created. 5 groups, and we can see jurisdiction and the origin of tentative patents in force at the end of 2019. We can see that Europe stated 62 patents is from Europe. 82 patents is from Japan, in Japan. In South Korea, 75% patents is from South Korea. In China, 72%. In United States, 49, and others. It is not interesting. And you can see here the China vertiginous rise. In 2004, China have in yellow 6,500 patents, and now is more 1 million. 15 years later, this is vertiginous rise from China. And countries with the most new patents: China first, United States, Japan, South Korea, Germany, and United Kingdom. And these countries have 87% of innovators from just 60 countries in 2021. And China, with the fast economy before 2030. This is the graph from International Monetary Fund, and this is before 2030, China overcome the United States. And China made the transition from agrarian economy to a service-oriented and technological economy in less 2 generations. And I have a story from Africa. Every morning in Africa, and walking lion dinks, I have to be faster than the slowest gazelle, or I will starve. And when a gazelle wakes up, it thinks, I have to be faster than the fastest lion, or won't I survive? And with the economy is the same. And it is the high-tech exports helps the economy. You can see some countries for exports. Ireland is very good, and Netherlands, Switzerland, Denmark, and Portugal is small. And high-tech exports in 2021, Ireland, Netherlands, Switzerland, France, Belgium, it is good. And what should developing countries do? Create a technological policy, improve the university, company relations, mind of work instead of cheap labor, conceiving and designing new their own technological products instead of just producing what developed country design, and doing scientific research, but instead of writing papers, which are important to improve knowledge, register patents and making virtual prototypes and designing their own products, their own technology, doing technological development, and sell their own products, their own brands. There is no other way. And what made Japan? Japan in 1950, it make a quality function development, and this is better quality, no waste, better environment, better products innovation, and is not 3% of the planetary products 6 of the world's yield. And they started to improve products for other countries. For example, radios with transistor in 1965. And is what is necessary? You must insert customer wish into the product. What customer which the designer or the engineer must design and insert the wishes in the product. And we can see the rise of Airbus, the market share in the 1970 to start products Airbus, and in 30 years and overcome the Boeing. And there we can see the product development transition, portable computers. And we can see 3 years different, 2003 and 2006. And what made Japan? What made USA? USA concept and products planning. And production is for others, cheap labor. And Japan what made? Also concept, product planning, and pilot product. But 3 years later, USA made concept and product planning, and Japan won also concept and product planning. And what made China? China, it is mass production, and now is design their own products. We can see here, and it's possible that before 2030, China arrived, overcome United States, was first economy in the world. And the factors in the future will be different. Few workers and more robots. And we can see stock of industrial robots over the year and growth a percent in 20 years. You can see the growth of robots. And what is the country that have more robots? This South Korea, Japan, Germany, Sweden. This is rich countries again. And the winning countries. The winners will be those who can fully participate in innovation, providing new ideas, business models, new products and services, rather than those who can only offer low-scaled labor or simplest capital. And the winners will be those who design new products in the rising industry, companies from their own country, and sell them their own brands. It is necessary mind of work instead of cheap labor. And if you think you are too small to make any kind of impact, try going to bed with a mosquito. And this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Teşekkürler.
Muito obrigada, Professor. I would like to thank you one more time for delivering your speech.
Sorry, I don't understand.
We thank you one more time for delivering your speech.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now the theme of this panel, we will be proceeding with the session 8, panel session about green economy and sustainable development. And I would like to introduce our guests. The moderator of our panel will be done by Associate Professor Bahar Erdal from OSTİM Technical University. And our speakers are Gülizar Yavaş, the head of the EU Single Market and Green Deal Department from Ministry of Trade. Zeynep Aydın, a specialist from Turkish Steel Association. Uğur Ersoy, a specialist from Ministry of Treasury and Finance. And Zeynep Aydın, a specialist from Turkish Steel Association. So our moderator, could you please have the floor?
It's working now. Okay, welcome you all. Dear guests, the theme of our session today is green economy and sustainable development. We have very distinguished participants who are experts in their fields. We hope we will learn a lot about green economy and development from our distinguished guests. Our first guest is Ms. Gülizar Yavaş from the Ministry of Trade. Ms. Yavaş graduated from 9 Eylül University Faculty of Law in 1996. She completed LLM degree in international trade, law and non-tariff barriers in trade at the University of California, Berkeley. Ms. Yavaş started her career as an assistant foreign export in 2002 and worked in many areas of international trade, such as compliance with EU, technical legislation, competition, trade policy measures, technical barriers, intellectual property. She also served as trade attaché in Dubai between 2010 and 2015. She was appointed as the head of the EU Single Market and Green Department in March 2022, when the EU's adaptation to climate change and sustainability process evolved into the Green Deal. And now Ms. Yavaş is going to talk about Green Deal Action Plan of Turkey. The floor is yours. Okay.
Is it working? Okay. Merhaba and hello everyone watching us via online platform. I'm Gülizar Yavaş. As Ms. Bahar mentioned, I've been working as a trade officer more than 20 years at the Ministry of Trade, dealing with the trade barriers and new trade rules and regulations and how they affect Turkish economical system and how can we actually adapt to new systems and deal with new barriers. Now, today, I will try to summarize Turkish Green Deal Action Plan and why we needed this kind of action plan and what we are actually trying to achieve with this action plan. I would like to mention Turkish and EU relationship as from the beginning, since Ankara Agreement, Turkey is actually is one of the states aiming to be a full member of the EU. But since 1995, we have a customs union agreement with the EU, which is actually governs the free movement of goods between the parties and which allows actually Turkey to enter into the EU market without any tariffs. And since 1995, as of 2022 numbers, our trade volume has reached $200 billion. With the FTA countries, actually, the free trade agreement countries, most of them stems from our customs union relationship. It is 97 billion also, million also. So it is a quite significant number for the Turkish exports. It's 41% of our exports goes to EU. So any regulatory or infrastructural changes within the EU market directly affects how we produce and how we actually change our economy. So European Green Deal actually aims to be the first carbon neutral continent 2050, and they have the midterm targets for that. It is 2030. It's the emission reduction target is 55%. Now they are preparing their 2040 strategy, how they can achieve actually net zero or climate neutral by the time 2050. So what European Green Deal actually covers, it covers many areas. One of the areas actually deals with the climate combating the climate change issues. So the emission reduction is one of the target areas for the EU policies. So under this policy, EU has its own ETS emissions trading system, and now much talked about CBAM, carbon border adjustment system for the imports coming to the EU market. The second main policy area for the EU is clean, affordable, and secure energy. As we try to reduce emissions, one of the main actually hindrance to this target is the energy supply, and how can we how or which source we get the energy from. So it's clean, affordable, and secure energy supply is main target of the EU policies. Another area is circular economy. So EU is going to change all the production and consumption methodology within the EU, aiming to actually lessen, if possible, maybe taking it to the zero, that it is requirements from the or its needs from the third countries. So any commodity needs import goods, then EU is trying to supplement this within the EU, if possible, via circular economy principles. And main action in this area is going to be this recycling economy, or as we talk about is second-hand goods or second-hand materials or recycled goods or recycled content. So another area EU is trying to work on, sustainable and smart mobility. I'm sure everybody heard that EU is planning to ban all the fossil fuel vehicles by the time 2039. So up until that time, EU is now investing heavily on its own EV production, and latest development to that, to actually support this policy, they now they have a ban for the Chinese exports, anti-dumping duties for the Chinese imports for the EV cars. So in one hand, they are trying to support their industry, EV industry, by making policy changes within the EU, and then they are trying to support this target also, bringing new trade remedies or trade barriers to the other countries. Another area EU is working on in order to secure itself from the dependencies is farm-to-fork strategy or sustainable agriculture, because food security and water security is one of the main areas we are actually going to be dealing with via the climate change issues. Another area is EU working on is financing all these industries and how they can make it to the carbon neutral by the time 2050. So now EU have two big instruments for that. One is the carbon border adjustment mechanism. It now covers aluminum, steel, fertilizers, electricity, and cement sectors. And now they added hydrogen, because now there are lots of debate on hydrogen, if it's blue or green or brown. So it is, EU is trying to invest in green hydrogen, and if possible, little bit amount of blue hydrogen, but try to ban or get some carbon tax or carbon pricing mechanism for the brown hydrogen. So it is very important for us, because now with the international developments, Turkey is one of the biggest suppliers of the steel to the EU. And any tax applied to these goods actually directly affects our exports. Now our exports is 2022 numbers. It's almost in these sectors, it's going to be the 13 billion US dollars. So another big policy areas EU is working, as I mentioned, Circular Economy Action Plan. So EU is saying that they will change all the product rules, technical standards or technical regulations in order to get more sustainable, durable, reusable, recyclable, or at the end, more cleanly managed when it's become a waste. So as I mentioned, we have a customs union since 1995. Turkey has been actually harmonizing EU acquis technical legislation since that time. So Turkish product standards and technical regulation and also quality infrastructure like testing, verification, notified bodies, accreditation mechanism is exactly the same as the EU mechanisms. So our notified bodies are under EU's NAMDO system. We certify products with the CE marking, and we sell those products to the EU market freely and other countries as well. Now with this new Circular Economy Action Plan and sustainable product initiatives, new rules are coming into place. And these rules, most of them, they don't actually have only the product standards, they include some services regulations also. If I may, I would like to give you one example. Now EU published its batteries regulation. With this batteries regulation, there are technical requirements how you can produce a battery, not using some of the chemicals, or you have to use some sort of recycled content, how you are going to manage when it goes to waste. And then there are some other requirements saying that if any country producing this product using child labor, then it's banned from the EU market. Or these batteries has to carry digital product passport. So with this digital product passport, in order to be able to enter into the EU market, you have to register your digital product passport into the digital registry, which is in the EU, and which is not under the actually one of the areas of the products regulation or standards. So it is directly the services area, which is not directly under or covered by the customs union agreement. What we are trying to do actually try to negotiate these such issues which may arise under the product regulation and which may hinder the free movement of goods between the parties. So we have actually our own Green Deal action plan. It mirrors EU action plan. It is not exactly as the EU action plan because EU's Green Deal action plan also evolving. So we call it legislative tsunami is coming. Every day you will see EU is changing one of the rules. It's not only in EU-wise, it is also negotiating its rules or forcing its rules into the international era. So when you go to the WTO, OECD or ILO or some of the or UN, any negotiation takes place there under the any subject comes into the climate change issue, and when it comes to the climate change issue, EU policies are there. So everyone is, EU is preparing the policies or papers to be negotiated, and other countries or members reacting to them. So now what we are trying to do is we actually announce our NDC saying that we have the goal to be net zero country 2053, just after 3 years after the EU, as the modalities will come, then Turkey will adopt itself. So it's not a huge difference between the EU policies or Turkish policies in time-wise. I mentioned customs union decision. There is an Article 9 saying that when Turkey puts into force the provisions of the community instrument necessary for the elimination of the technical barriers to trade, in particular product, trade in that product between the parties shall take place in accordance with the conditions laid down by those instruments. So this is exactly the same instrument that EU has under its treaty. So it is exactly the same article that EU has with the EAA countries, EFTA countries. So it has been given Turkey when we harmonize our legislation to enter into the EU market freely. With the new changes, we have to change some of the action areas in Turkey as well. So we prepared our Green Deal action plan and we published it 2021. Now we are actually on the verge of updating the action plan. It is going to be sent to the public also to take their input to the action plan in time-wise and action-wise. We have Green Deal action plan has a high level of working group by the deputy ministerial level. We have 16 deputy ministers or presidents from the different institutions. They are actually enforcing the Green Deal action plan. And in order to help this high level group, we have 20 specialized working groups working under some horizontal or sectoral issues. We have the aluminum, cement, or fertilizers or CBAM sectors working groups. And then we have textiles working group, or we have sustainable finance working group, or we have the sustainable energy or smart mobility working groups. And we have two other working groups directly working on just transition and sustainable education, because if we are going to transform our economy, on green and digital transformation rules, then we have to work on the just transition and educational issues also. I'm not going to talk about in detail carbon border adjustment, but what we are doing under this area is in order to reduce emissions from the CBAM sectors. There are now roadmaps has been prepared by the Ministry of Industry and Technology with the EBRD. Hopefully end of this month or next month, they will actually publish it. Then we will see the roadmap for these sectors, how they can transform or when they can transform, or how much finance or technology they need. Then they will have on a company basis, they have to prepare their transformation roadmap. Then we can actually finance them. Now, under the carbon pricing, you may heard of that we Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change working on a climate law, which actually going to regulate the Turkish emissions trading system also. So we are trying to set up our emissions trading system so we can charge our companies within Turkey. Then we can actually deduct this amount from the CBAM financial requirement. And then with those money we collected inside, we can actually use this money to transform our industries. Green and circular economy heading have 23 actions. Now we are preparing Turkish circular economy action plan, which will change almost every area of production and consumption in Turkey. So we have now integrated pollution prevention regulation, EU's regulation. Hopefully in close future, we will actually publish that. Then the industries, when they apply best available techniques, they will have a chance to reduce their emissions. Under the green finance, we have different financing mechanisms coming from international partners, or we are now working on changing our incentive systems within the governmental incentives or subsidy system. And we are trying to change our green finance ecosystem by having taxonomy or some sort of green finance regulation. This is our website. When you go there, you can find all the information there. Thank you very much. I hope.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Yavaş? Thank you very much. It was very informative presentation. We don't want to interrupt you. You explained very well everything. Thank you. Our second guest is Ms. Aydın, Zeynep Aydın. She is going to talk about the steel industry experience about the Green Deal. Ms. Aydın, sorry. Ms. Aydın graduated from the Hacettepe University's Environmental Engineering Department, and she continues her studies at the OSTİM Technical University's Industrial Policy and Technology Management Master's Program. After graduation, Ms. Aydın had the opportunity to be an intern at the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Currently, Ms. Aydın works as an environmental expert at the Turkish Steel Producers Association and continues her work in the fields of circular economy, sustainability, net zero steel pathway, and the European Green Deal. Now she's going to talk about European Green Deal and Turkish steel sector experience. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Hocam. Thank you for OSTİM Technical University for this fruitful conference. My name is Zeynep, and I am working at Turkish Steel Producers Association, and I will mention about sustainable development of Turkish steel. Who are we? As you can see on the map, most of the producers are members, which is the capability of 90% of the Turkish steel, as you can see on the wall. So, but where is the Turkey on the producing steel? Let's look at the graphic, and we are the 8th one of the Turkish produce. We are the 8th one of the world's producing, and actually we are the 2nd one of the Europe. That's why we have to deal with European Green Deal, as Mrs. Yavaş said, and I will mention about details. Let's see the methods of the steel production. On the right side, you can see electrical furnace, and the left side, you can see the blast furnace, which is used coal and iron ore for producing steel. On the right side, there is electrical arc furnace, which has used raw material as steel scrap. That means if you have used steel scrap more, you have less emission. So let's look at the production methods according to world and Turkey. The world is actually more tend to producing steel from the basic oxygen furnace, which is used iron ore and coal. But in Turkey, we are using more electrical arc furnaces for producing steel. Also, why Europe or European Union is important for us? The pie chart is explained to us because we have more European Union destinations for our exports. That's why the European Union and sustainable development of green steel is important for us. So let's get in detail. First, if you want to implement yourself to the green development, you have to know where is the source of these emissions. When we look at the sources, more of the emission source are combustion of fuels. And it emits more carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, or greenhouse gases, potential gases. So if we want to eliminate us to the Europe, or if we want to improve ourselves, we have to compare ourselves with the others. This graph is explain where is Turkey during the emission form. And if you can see, the most emitter ones are China, India, and Europe. And when we look at Turkey, we are last of the line. This is due to we have more production on electrical arc furnaces that we use metal scrap, and this is more sustainable. So how we are doing for this transition? We have lots cooperations with the ministries, like Ministry of Trade, as Mrs. Yavaş said. We are in the working group of Carbon Adjustment Mechanism working group, and on the other hand, we are trying to do some technical stuff like technological transformation development for in detail steel sector with the Ministry of Industry and Technology with the TÜBİTAK. On the other hand, we have another working groups with Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And we can say that is enough. And for all this transition and transformation, we have expectations for everyone, from everyone. First of all, we have to develop financial support policies to accelerate the green transformation of the industry. And we have governments from here, so I can say our expectations from here. So this is, the second one is more technical. It's about carbon border adjustment mechanism and emission transformation trading system. We need free allowances, like free allowances need to be provided for energy intensive sectors considered to be at risk of carbon leakage. Lastly, in order to reduce greenhouse gases, the appropriate expenditures must be made and the state's funds and budgets must be used to support these efforts. So how about the sectoral size? We are trying to improve ourselves, our efficiencies and effectiveness of the plants and our filters. And we are trying to hire our raw materials, which has been emit less emissions. We are trying investigate and develop technologies that can replace fuel with the hydrogen. Lastly, we are doing renewable investment, and we have to keep going these investments further. Thank you for attention. You can see my contact on the wall.
Thank you very much.
Teşekkürler.
Any questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. Our third participant is from our university and from our economics department. Assistant Professor Dr. Büşra Ağan. Dr. Ağan received her PhD degree from 9 Eylül University, Department of Economics in 2023. The topic of her thesis is an empirical analysis of green technology, diffusion, and climate change adaptation on green growth. Dr. Ağan has been working at the OSTİM Technical University for 7 months. She has books in book chapters and national and international academic publications on behavioral economics, environmental economics, technology development and diffusion, commodity markets, and financial markets. Now Dr. Ağan is going to make a presentation about unraveling the green growth matrix, exploring the impact of green technology, climate change adaptation, and macroeconomic factors on sustainable development in the OECD countries. And now the floor is yours, Dr. Ağan. No, it's okay.
Hello to everyone. Thank you for joining today, dear students, dear lecturers, and dear participants. I'm Büşra An. I'm assistant professor at OSTİM Technical University. And I will present today, actually, it's my a part of a PhD thesis. And I will share the actually green growth model with especially focusing on the financial development and green technology division on this process. My presentation outline, actually, my study a little bit empirical studies after the two presentations, a little bit they talk about the policies and implications and the green economy. I will present some empirical findings in the green growth matrix. So I will continue, first of all, introduction, and then I will talk about the purpose and contribution of the study, and then a brief literature I will show it to you. And then I will come to data and methodology part. I will share my empirical results. And with the conclusion, I will complete my presentation today. As you know, actually, why we are talking about the green economy, because there is many concerns we face, many environmental problems in these days, like a climate change, like a pollution, deforestation, or high level of carbon emissions. Those are effect to our environment, yes, and also our health, and also our economic development as well. So the green growth, actually, maybe your economics students is there and they know that the traditional solo model, it consists of the labor, capital, and technology. In this green growth says, environmental values also you can add the green growth model, like environmental technologies, environmental products or tools. We can add the growth model and then we can estimate it. So it's kindly extended traditional solo model we are creating. So green growth, actually, as a term of green growth, consists of is a combination between environmental sustainability and economic development as well. Because in these days, as I said, we are facing the climatic risk and also economic crisis. Those are actually the big problem in our ways. Those are another important financial issues and we need to pay attention. So the second one is we estimate the panel data model because of some model specification problem, we choose it. Okay, let me start the second section. Briefly, I want to show in the table some classification of the studies in the green growth. generally, there is one stand of the literature has focused on the economic growth, environmental-based factors, and financial development. And those are found the mixed result, mixed findings. Some of them is find that there is a negative relations between financial development to environmental-based growth. One of them is found that there is a positive relations, for example, from the financial development and environmental-based approach. There is also some theoretical studies we have. They are already studied on the environmental-based growth model, and SEPIP studies have concentrated on the environmental OECD countries develop and undeveloped. Consumption base of carbon emissions, a climatic risk, and a level of another important environmental issues. And as I said, it has a 25 sub-indicators, and it represents as a measure of the country's performance in achieving sustainability goals. Another one, I took it, the Green Growth Index from the OECD stat, and I have another variables like a GDP, economic growth, financial development, carbon emissions, and urbanization. Those are taken from the World Development Indicators. And one of them, Green Technology Division, I took it from the World Intellectual Property Organization. Actually, this is the patent data set. Green Technology Division is calculated the patent applications by OECD countries. So you see how green growth is spreading as actually average of green growth, as you see in here. And from 1990 to 2020 in OECD countries, as you see, and each time there is a rising trend between these 30 years. And this one is actually, again, average green growth index, but by countries. For each of the OECD countries have actually rising trend for developing the environmental-based approach or growth we see. And let me come my methodology part. The first of all, before starting the estimating model, we need to check some common panel data problems. In this model, we face some endogeneity, serial correlations, and heterogeneity problem. That's why we are taking the dynamic model and dynamic panel data model. As you see, I have a green growth index as a dependent variable, and also I'm checking to how the economic growth can affect and financial development. I put carbon emissions level and Green Technology Division. And the last one, I have one control variable, urbanization index. Because of some model specification problems, we cannot estimate just only one single equation, because those variables have a highly correlated to each other. For example, Green Technology Division is a top indicators in green growth model, green growth index. That's why I will share you how actually they have a highly correlated. Because of this reason, we estimated three models. we put some restriction, and this model 3 is represent there's no restriction. It means the all variables inside the equation, and I will present the, how we actually get the findings. This is my descriptive statistics. Let me take it quickly. This is correlation matrix table. As you see, we have some pairs of variables highly correlated to each other. That's why actually this is the one reason we are going to dynamic model and we use the STEM-GMM approach. Okay. Firstly, we check the descriptive statistics. Let's come to empirical part, empirical findings. And as I said, we investigate the dynamic panel data model. Before starting the estimation, we need to check some initial tests, like a cross-section dependency, slope homogeneity, and unit roots. Before starting the estimation, we need to present and we need to check it. After the initial test, we will continue parameter estimations for various model specification using the STEM-GMM approach. In these two tables, actually represent the cross-section dependency and slope homogeneity test. And we find that there's a cross-section dependency between the variables and slope is homogeneous for this model. It means, what does it mean the slope is homogeneous? It means the one shock in one country is spreading quickly to the another countries. Those are the actually specific group of country, OECD countries, and we can expect that the slope can be homogeneous. So this is the one actually finding we get. Because of the existence of cross-section dependency in the panel data estimation, we have to continue with second generation unit roots. And in this table, we use the Gibbs and Panic test is a kindly second generation unit root. And we found that our variables are stationary at the constant and constant plus trend level. Okay, let me come to present estimation. As you see, we have a stationary variable and we face some endogeneity, multicollinearity problem, autocorrelation problem in the regression. This is the one reason to go with STEM-GMM model. This is my estimation result. Actually, STEM-GMM is solved autocorrelation problem, and AR1 and AR2 actually, this one, AR1 and AR2 is, as you said, just one leg of dependent variable we are adding in the model, and it can solve the autocorrelation problem it represents. And we also put the robustness of our estimation, and we see our result, our finding is robust. Okay, and then we are coming to the interpretation for the parameters. The first of all, the model 1. As you see, GDP, economic growth, financial development, and urbanization have a positive and significant effect on the green growth model. In the second model, now I'm adding the carbon emissions level. As you see, there's a negative relation between the carbon emissions and green growth. I mean, the negative contributor, high carbon emissions levels in this model. Other variables, again, positive and significant impact on the green growth process. And the third model, this is extended model, all variables in the one equation. And this time, we add the green technology diffusion. And as we see, green technology diffusion have a positive and significant impact on the green growth process. But the carbon emissions, again, negative and significant effect on the green growth approach, as you see. Okay, after that, what we can say, we are get the result findings from the dynamic model, and we see that the financial development and green technology diffusion have a substantial effect on the green growth. Just only carbon emissions in this OECD countries have a detrimental, have a negative impact on the environmental-based growth approach. It means that high level of carbon emissions in OECD countries can lead to significant obstacle to the development of green growth. Okay, what we can say, in order to increase this green growth approach, environmental-based growth, first of all, we need to try to decrease the high level of carbon emissions. We can promote to invest more environmental-based technologies, green technologies, and also international cooperation is another important issue because of the more sustainable world, more sustainable environment. International cooperation is important. For example, we choose the OECD countries. There's developed countries in this group. They can fund the African countries because African countries are suffering from the climatic conditions. And this financial aid is also important in this process. And shortly, I can say the policy recommendations for green growth is focusing on the sustainable development, environmental protection, and economic prosperity. We can say the policymakers should invest more renewable energy sources. They can establish the clear policy objectives, and implementations for energy efficiency programs or projects can be increased. And first of all, we need to promote environmental education. Awareness is important. This environment is our future. First of all, we need to pay attention for our behavior. The human behavior is another important issue, and we can increase the awareness for the protection of the world. And we can support the R&D investment in environmental technologies. And as I said, international cooperation between the countries is another important, issue. And we can do more projects, more findings, financial aid can be increased in the reach to sustainable development, sustainable environment, and world. So before finishing my presentation, I want to say the future of the world is our shared responsibility. So, thank you for listening to me. I hope you enjoy. If you have any questions, comments, I'm always open in here.
Any questions?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Kindly, you're asking green finance. Yeah, the green finance also is actually a new topic, and there is many already. Ms. Yavaş already talked a little bit. There is some financial programs and also bonds. For example, green finance bonds they have. They are increasing to convert to more environmental issues. They are pay attention for this part. Actually, we need to pay attention. That's why I want to edit the financial development in this growth model to pay attention. These financial issues can be also support to reach the more environmental approaches and development as well. So this is kind of the big part because the financial issues is importantly take place in the economic development. As I said, we can increase the more green tools, products or projects. This is actually one step, and also we can increase the education's awareness of the peoples. So there is this a new field. Actually, there is new, but in the European Union, they already start to something. But for Turkey, it's so new, and as Ms. Yavaş already said something about it, there is some policies. Let's see in the future what will happen. But there is an important issue for your I'm giving you advice for my mid thesis. You can focus on this green finance or green development issue, I think in the future they will pay attention more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. An, for your very informative presentation. Our last guest is from the Ministry of Treasury and Finance, Mr. Uğur Ersoy. Mr. Ersoy studied public administration at the Gazi University and later gained a master's degree in political and social sciences at the Gazi University and a master's degree in financial economics from the Boston University. He studied in King's College London for PhD thesis research and currently pursuing a PhD study in public economics at the Ankara University. He has internship experiences in various international organizations and worked as a financial counselor in the US. And currently he has been working as a treasurer and finance specialist at the Ministry of Treasury and Finance. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Ersoy.
Thank you very much. Dear lecturers and students and all participants, thank you for coming. And I would like to thank to the Austin Tech University for inviting me here, especially to Professor Bahar and Büşra. In my presentation, I would like to talk about bike lanes and bike sharing systems as a transition, as a part of transition to green economy. During my PhD classes about public expenditures, with my classmates, we have published an article, and it is about the cost-benefit analysis of the bike lanes and bike sharing systems. In my presentation, briefly, I will talk about the problem model, estimating the demand by conducting a survey results, and how we calculated the costs and benefits, coming to the net today's value, and reaching the cost-benefit ratio. And we have conducted a sensitivity analysis. Başkent University, this is a bike lane between Başkent University and Koru metro station, which is about 4 kilometers. And there is a problem, of course, in that area, which is 20-30 kilometers from the center. And there's a big traffic congestion on the main road.
Recording stopped.
And there's a rapid urbanization, traffic congestion, environmental issues, health issues, accidents, and of course, climate change. So this is how we decided to work on this example. And in Başkent University, there's about 13,000 people, and 40% of the people are commuting by private cars instead of public transportation and so on. So we wanted to the project is having road construction, bike sharing system, procurement of the 400 bikes, installation of lights, security cameras, signage, environmental landscaping, delivering the bikes, maintenance and repair services, especially promotion and training services, as Büşra mentioned before. And we are planning to we plan to complete this project in 6 months and start operating. And then the lifespan of the bike lanes is about 20 years. To promote this, there's a free transfer to the metro station if you use these bikes. And according to the survey results, we need to first measure the demand for it. So according to survey results conducted with the Başkent University students, in the current situation, 6% of the people are using bikes for commuting, only 6%. But if there is such a bike lane and the bike sharing system is established, about 50% of the people are willing to use these ones. Because it's so far away from the metro station that you cannot walk. And we calculated the target group about 7,000 people. But when we look at the weather conditions and holiday period, and the people who are willing to use every day or how frequently they want to use in a week, is about 750 people are using. Going to use, estimate to be using bikes every day, every weekday, and approximately 37 kilometers to reach home round trip. So the costs, and we just categorize the costs and benefits. As I mentioned earlier, costs are construction of bike lanes, procurement of bikes, maintenance and repairs, bicycle services, promotion, training, education of the people to raise the awareness. And bicycle accidents is one of the costs. And the benefits are environmental, health, and traffic benefits. We limited it only these three benefits. There's also time and psychological factors, but we just neglected it because it's hard to calculate, and there are some different factors for it. So I want to, because there's a time limitation, I don't want to talk very much in detail. If you want to have any questions about the health benefits, how we calculate it, it's on the slide. And in our cost and benefit analysis, about when we compared the cost with benefits, benefits are 5 times higher than the costs in our analysis results. So 5.19. And over the years, this project is about 20 years. And when we look at all the costs and benefits every year, and we needed to find the net today's value, net present value, and we categorize the shares of the costs and benefits, and according to the results, our findings show that maintenance and repairs are taking the 34% of the costs, bicycle services 24%, bicycle accidents and procurement is about 12%, construction is 16%, and promotion training is 2% of the cost only. And when we look at the benefits, health benefits is the highest because there's a lot of health expenditures, basically stemming from the coronary heart disease, colon cancer, diabetes, and obesity. So it's about 64% of the whole benefits. And traffic accidents causing some losses. So like when people are using bikes and then public transportations, these accidents are going to be reduced. So like 26 of the benefits are stemming from traffic accidents, and environmental ones are 10%. So we also made a sensitivity analysis only for two variables. We made it. One is about the discount rate. So like when we wrote this article in 2020, it was the discount rate was 9.25, and different discount rates we took. Right now it is a little bit higher in Turkey, but still when it is 20%, the benefit cost ratio is going to be 4.3. So it's still very, very viable. And the most important thing is about the demand, how many people are going to use these bikes. So normally we are assuming we calculated from the survey that 750 people are using, and then the benefit cost ratio is 5.19. In the good scenario, 1,000 people are using, and as it is increasing incredibly, like 6.9. Break-even point is with 145 bikes. So if it is over this, it is beneficial, and if it's not, it is below it. Like in the bad scenario, like COVID happened, 50 bikes, for example, are used. Then it is 0.34. It is not viable. So, as a conclusion, in an area of climate change, traffic congestion, urban pollution, investing in bicycle infrastructure and bike sharing programs can make a substantial impact on both our environment and economy. The green economy isn't merely an ideal, but it is an economic necessity. Because we found that the benefits in Turkey are 5 times higher than the costs. These are environmental benefits, health benefits, economic benefits. There are challenges about resistance to the change, funding, urban planning, and especially the health benefits are longer term. So it is harder to perceive at first, but in the longer term, it has an incredible beneficial thing. So such programs should be supported as a public policy in the public policy documents to transition to a more greener economy. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. And this is my email if you want to reach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ersoy. Is there any questions for Mr. Ersoy? If not, this is the end of our session. I would really like to thank Mr. Yavaş, Miss Yavaş, Miss Aydın, Dr. An, and Mr. Ersoy for their very informative presentations. I would like to also thank all the participants, all the listeners. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our moderator and all our speakers. We are coming to the end of our program, but before just ending, we have another panel session, and the theme of this panel is sectoral pricing dynamics in Turkey. The moderator of this panel is Associate Professor Bahar Erdal from OSTİM Technical University, and I would like to introduce our guest as well, Kurmaş Akdoğan from the Central Bank of Republic of Turkey, Müşerref Küçükbayrak from the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, and Enver Sait Kurtaran from the Central Bank of Republic of Turkey. So you may have now the floor.
Can we start? Okay. And now with kumaş beni de çekiyor mu? Welcome you all again. We have another session now. Now we have very distinguished participants from the Central Bank of Turkey. As a formal central banker, I'm very glad to host my colleagues here at the OSTİM Technical University. Our title of session is Sectoral Pricing Dynamics in Turkey. Our first participant is Dr. Kurmaş Akdoğan. Dr. Kurmaş Akdoğan is an economist at the Central Bank of Turkey. His research interests lie in the area of macroeconomics, including forecasting, international trade, finance, and labor market dynamics. He holds a PhD degree in economics from Birkbeck. Dr. Akdoğan will make a presentation about the all wheat prices mean revert, an examination of the price adjustment in global wheat markets. The floor is yours, Dr. Akdoğan.
Thanks very much. Okay, also thanks for this conference and opportunity to present our work. Okay, this is a joint study with Cemal Hüseyin from Angevo State University on wheat prices. So wheat price, the wheat is an important agricultural product. Sometimes it's called a strategic product because authorities most of the time monitor wheat prices. So if the prices are low for a long time, it's bad for the producers because they don't want to invest it anymore. They might even change and move to the cities sometimes. And for if the prices are high for a long time, then it's bad for the consumers because they might not have access to bread. And you know, wheat or bread is the main carbohydrate for most of the consumers around the world. And that's why short-term fluctuations in wheat prices are important, and these prices might fluctuate due to climate conditions, disruptions in production or trade, or speculation as well. So we are looking at possible mean reversion in wheat prices in this article, in this study. And we are looking at if there's an adjustment towards the mean in the long run. So, and this adjustment might be around a mean level or a trend, right? And that possibility of a trend is explained or investigated by Presbyterian-Singer hypothesis, by test of the Presbyterian-Singer hypothesis for many primary commodity prices. The idea was that in the long run, price of commodity prices, price of primary commodities might go down in relation to the manufacturing sector prices. In this article, we are looking at 7 countries and EU prices for wheat. Mostly this analysis is done for US so far. So this is major wheat producers and their export shares. As you can see, for China, India, and Pakistan, they don't export. They only produce themselves. They might even import. And the main exporters are Russia and Ukraine. So this war between Russia and Ukraine is, that's why it's important nowadays. And also Canada. For Turkey, only 2% of the world's production we are having and 1% of the world exports. We import a lot, but this is mainly due to that inward processing regime. We export, so we import and then export other later on, like pasta and other kind of wheat products. And this is selected wheat export prices. And as you can see, there might be some kind of co-integration. They might move together in the long run, but we are not looking at it. The reason is that we want to make some price forecasts, and we are going to look at the time series characteristics for that at first. And if we are to use nonlinear models, then we might check for nonlinearity at first. That's what we are doing in this article. I mean, and we are looking. We are going to discuss why we should have that particular type of nonlinearity. So, usually, when we want to motivate the nonlinear pattern, we look at, or in general, when we want to motivate that adjustment towards mean, we look at if the series is motivated by fundamentals in the long run, then we might see an adjustment towards mean level. But so if fundamentals dominate in the long run, we will see that mean reversion. Otherwise, if short-term shocks have a long-term impact, we might not see that kind of stationarity by unit root test. And so in terms of nonlinear unit root test, what we are doing, so if we have mean reversion, as I said, any deviation from the long-run equilibrium are transitory. So speed and magnitude of the price adjustment depend on the underlying factor that drive prices. But if we are talking about the nonlinear process, we argue that the speed of mean reversion depends on the magnitude of deviation. So, and it might be weaker when prices are closer to mean, and it might get stronger when prices are far away from the mean. So around the band, we see an adjustment pattern which could be explained with fundamentals. Here, for example, I give an example. So this is the mean level, right? Here at points, so this is a type 1 type of investor, for example, not firm, let's think that case. Here, for example, we might think of it as a stock price, right? Your level, your fair assessment of that stock is 50 as a price. If it's above 50, you sell. If it's below 50, you buy. But here in between this region, this band, you have transaction costs. So you don't move here, right? You only move when price comes to C. You sell your stock or you buy that stock. Here, for type 2 investor, that transaction band must be higher. So in general, what we argue is that in this region, there might be a non-stationary behavior, but when we are far away from it, there might be a stationary behavior. And the further we are away from that equilibrium, the stronger is the adjustment. Here, as you can see, if we are below or above the band, we have some symmetry. But in that case, in asymmetric E-star case, this exponential smooth transition autoregressive and asymmetric exponential smooth transition autoregressive case, here we might have a further asymmetry above or below the region. Okay, so again, I'm going back here. As you can see, we might have some co-integration, and that kind of a behavior above or below we might think of it as like a general wheat price around the world. So Turkey might, in some level, might be a price taker or individual countries. But if we have that kind of a behavior, what we argue, we will see it for every individual country. So that's why we do the nonlinear unit root tests. Okay, these are the tests that we use for linear cases, nonlinear cases, and we also take into account structure breaks, and we have hybrid tests, which takes into account that type of nonlinearity and structure breaks. I have 2 more slides. This is, I mean, here I have results, but I just had a summary table here. I summarized everything in this table. So with the linear unit root test, we can only find for 3 countries. This means that there's a linear adjustment for these particular countries. So if we only use linear tests, we would say that, well, we fail to reject the null of unit root for example, Canada, EU, Turkey, or US hard red prices. But if we use nonlinear tests, we can detect some more stationarity for these countries. And for hybrid tests, almost for all countries except Argentina, we can find mean reversion in one way or the other. So, summary, Well, wheat prices might fluctuate around a mean level, and this fluctuation might exhibit significant heterogeneity across countries. And for most of the countries, we have mean erosion. What does this tell us? Well, policymakers, so we can think of it like that. Turkey or some other countries might be price takers. Still, they should consider adopting different sets of policy tools to stabilize their respective wheat markets in a timely manner. Because, as I said in the beginning, it's a very important and strategic product, and it might affect both producers and consumers. So short-term shocks might have long-term effects. So that's why it's important for policymakers to adopt the relevant set of policy tools to stabilize their market. And international cooperation such as the latest Black Sea Grain Initiative could be useful to stabilize global wheat markets against these kind of short-term fluctuations and trade disruptions. That's my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I'd like to
Is there any questions to Dr. Akdoğan? No questions? Okay, thank you very much. Our next participant is Dr. Müşerref Küçükbayrak. Dr. Küçükbayrak is an economics at the Structural Economic Research Department of the Central Bank of Turkey. She specialized in the areas of labor market and social policies with a focus on minimum wages, active labor market policies, integration of vulnerable groups like females, young and low-skilled individuals, and immigrants. Dr. Küçükbayrak holds a PhD in economics from the Middle East Technical University and master's in social policy research from the London School of Economics. And now Dr. Küçükbayrak is going to make a presentation about the impact of Russian-Ukrainian war on rental and housing prices. The floor is yours, Dr. Küçükbayrak. Okay. Thank you for having me. Today I would like to present a very preliminary draft of our joint work on the impact of Russian-Ukrainian war on rental and housing prices in Turkey. It's a joint work with my co-authors Evren Ceritoğlu and Özlem Sevinç. This is an outline of my presentation. I start with the purpose and the motivation of our study, and then I would like to give a very brief literature review. Then, after presenting the data and our identification strategy, I will end up with presenting the econometric results. So, this article analyzes the impact of Russian aggregation in Ukraine in February 2022 on the rental and housing prices in the two major cities, Antalya and Istanbul, where most of the people escaped from the war located in Turkey. What we observe is that we observe an increasing trend following the war in these two cities in Turkey. Speaking in numbers, UNHCR estimates that almost 6 million people escaped from Ukraine, and almost 98% of them become refugees and asylum seekers from asylum seekers across Europe.
And Turkish Statistical Institute show that about 32% of the foreigners entering in Turkey in 2022, the first year of the war, are from Russia and Ukraine. And the Presidents of Migration and Management show that more than half of the foreigners with residence permits are located in Antalya and Istanbul, and 15% of them are from the countries involving the war. And we hypothesize that due to the unexpected increase in the population. Unexpected increase in the population resulted from the refugee shock can have impact on the housing market in Turkey. So while the majority of the studies focus on the labor market consequences of the refugee shocks, very few studies analyzes the impact of the migration shocks on the housing markets. In particular, very few studies available analyzing the impact of the war, on the housing markets. What we know is that the risk of the military operations decrease house value, and war conflicts create refugee crisis and spillover effects, and hence impact on the housing markets in the neighboring countries. And the limited studies show that there's an upward pressure on the prices, on the housing prices and rental prices in the affected countries. Yes. In Turkey, in this study, we use the residential property price index database of the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, the RPPA database. RPPA database is based on the residential property valuation prepared for the banks by the valuation firm. When you apply for a credit, the bank sends an expert to value the house, and the expert prepare a report, and all of the reports, regardless of the realization of the property state, come to this database. So we use this database, and what we have in this database, the housing prices, the rental prices, and the information on the housing features like the construction year, construction type, construction style, etc. And we also have geographical information in this database. We have the addresses of the house. So the smallest unit we have is at the neighborhood level, but we use the provincial data in this study. The data start from January 2010. However, the rental prices are available since January 2018. So we include in all estimations the time period January 2018 and April 2022. We have more than 2 million observations, and our observation unit is the house. And yes. Our identification strategy is based on difference in differences approach. We have two dependent variables. First one is the unit housing prices. The other one is the unit rental prices in logarithm. Unit housing prices is calculated as dividing the house price by the residential area. We calculate the unit rental prices similarly. We include year-month dummies because the data is comprised in a monthly basis. So we include year-month dummies in all regressions, and we include housing characteristics as the controls. So as I said, there's a significant increase in the prices in Antalya and Istanbul in the housing market. So we take these two cities as a treatment group, but to see the differential impact of the treatment, we use two separate dummies to identify the war impact. We have 4 different control groups. First of all, all other cities I mean 79 cities in Turkey. The second control group includes the cities where the number of house sales to foreigners is highest in Turkey. Based on the Turkish Statistical Institute, we have 8 provinces in the second control group. In the third control group, we exclude Trabzon and Samsun from the second control group because the Russian and Ukraine do not usually prefer to sell to buy houses in these cities. The last control group includes all other cities except Ankara, Bursa, Mersin, Izmir, Sakarya, Yalova, Samsun, and Trabzon. These are the never treated group. Yes. This table presents the total number of houses to foreigners by provinces from the Turkish Statistical Agency. We rank the number of sales according to 2022 data, and we observe that Istanbul and Antalya rank at the first. These are our treatment group, and as I said, we choose the control group according to this information, control groups. Before moving to empirical, from results of the empirical study, I would like to show you the prices in the housing market in Turkey and in Antalya and Istanbul. We observe that the prices in Istanbul is always higher than the Antalya and the country average. Regardless of the rental price or the housing price. For Antalya, Antalya moved very close to the country average before the war, but after the war, presented by the blue line, by the way, after the war, it increases at a higher rate. The prices are increases at a higher rate when we compare to the country average. If you want to compare the treatment and the control group is the second control group. I told you. The second control, this picture presents the same. Before the shock, the rental and housing prices in Antalya and Istanbul show parallel trends with the prices in the control provinces. However, afterwards, the prices increases much faster rate in Istanbul and Antalya compared to the control group. So the discrepancy become wider after the war. Yeah, this is the same graph for the annual percentage change in the prices for the rentals on the left hand side and for the housing prices on the right hand side. Again, the change in the prices in Istanbul, Antalya, the treatment and the control group move very similar before the shock. Afterwards, the change in the prices become much higher for Antalya and Istanbul when we compare the control group. So this table presents the results from difference estimates for unit rental prices. As I said, we have 4 different control groups, and the results indicate that the Russian-Ukrainian war positively affect rental prices, and the estimated impact is shown. I'm sorry, the pointer. And the estimated impact is higher in Antalya when we compare to Istanbul. The estimated impact on rentals range between 11% to 21% in Istanbul and between 21% to 33% in Antalya. This is the results for the unit housing prices from the difference estimates. Again, we have a lower impact on the we have lower impact for Istanbul, and the estimated impact still positive for the housing prices, and the impact ranges between 5% to 12% in Istanbul and 21% to 28% in Antalya. In sum, we observe that while the Russian-Ukrainian war affected housing prices and rents in a similar extent in Antalya, it affected housing prices less than rentals in Istanbul. So to test the validity of our identification strategy, we adopt an event study analysis, which allows for dynamic lags and leads to the house demand shock, followed by the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. And event study analysis also enables us to assess the timing of the war impact. I mean, we can see how the effect can change over time. To do so, we include interactions of treatment dummies with year-month dummies, except for the dummy just before the treatment to capture the baseline differences between the treated and the control provinces. I mean, we exclude January 2022 in our analysis. So, yeah, this is the graphical visualization of the event study analysis. This is the results. These are the estimated coefficients from the definitive estimates for the interaction effect. What we expect is that before the treatment, we expect statistically insignificant and very small coefficients. Afterward, we expect to see some positive or negative impact. In our case, by the estimated impact why the estimated impact are small, they are not statistically insignificant before the war. This red dashed line represent the onset of the war. This is the pre-war effect. This is the post-war effect. So still in Antalya, whatever you consider the rental price or the housing price, there's a significant, the coefficients after the war are significantly different from the coefficients before the war. So even if these are not statistically insignificant, we can observe very different coefficients, significantly different coefficients after the war. And the picture is a bit different for Istanbul. If we consider the unit rental prices, the post-war, before the war, by the way, to make the graph simpler and to save the space, I start with January 2021. But we have all the estimated coefficients, and most of them are statistically insignificant for the rental prices in Istanbul before the war. Afterwards, we observe a significant impact in the unit rental prices. On the other hand, for the housing prices, those are not statistically insignificant, but the coefficients are significantly different from the post-war period coefficients for the unit housing prices. But what we also observe is that there is a decreasing trend in the coefficients for the rental and housing prices in Istanbul. It suggests that the impact of the war does not seem to last in the longer run in Istanbul. It can be a temporary impact because the refugees can consider Istanbul as a hub, and they can move from Istanbul. They can move to Istanbul at the beginning, and they can move other cities afterwards. So it seems to be temporary. To sum, according to RPPA database, the Russian-Ukrainian war caused rental and housing prices to increase in Antalya and Istanbul faster than the prices in the rest of the country. And the results show that there's a significantly positive effect on housing prices, but the impact is more apparent in Antalya when we compare to Istanbul, because we see that probably the impact of the on the housing market becomes temporary, and you know that the definitive estimate, the point estimate, indicates the average mean differences in the treated and the control group. So we find positive effect, but this effect does not seem to last in the long run. While the Russian-Ukrainian war had a similar, yes, I think that's all. Thank you. If you have any question, I will be glad to hear an answer. Thank you.
Is it? I have a question actually. Maybe you said, but I missed it. Why you choose Istanbul and Antalya? How did you find these are the most affected countries, most cities?
Yeah. This is the house size to foreigners, and we know that. The 32 points of the foreigners entering in Turkey are from Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, and we know that I don't have the data. But these two cities, these two cities received the highest proportion of the foreigners. And in 2022, there's I had the data, but I can tell you later.
That's okay.
Yeah, there is a significant jump in the number of foreigners come to Antalya and Istanbul in 2022. Turkey has the data.
You got from the
statistical it's a different trend.
Because we were also working on some papers about the housing prices or earthquake and its effects. For that reason, I am interested in.
Yes, my colleagues have a study on the impact of the earthquake, because we include the earthquake.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. The data. We have the data for September 2023, but I did not include because of the earthquake effect. But our colleague worked on the joint impact of the war and the earthquake. So
we are thinking about
the significant. Yes, we can talk later about. We can discuss in detail. Yes,
okay.
Yes, it's a very nice question indeed, I believe. Thank you so much.
Other questions? Yes.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. As far as I know, for the housing prices, even before Ukrainian and Russia war, Turkey, we can say Turkey nowadays is a good destination for the Muslim diaspora, because they are coming Turkey as an alternative. That the Muslim diaspora who living in Western countries nowadays, they are not happy for the religious issues that they are dealing for their children with the schools due to the LGBT issues or other stuff. So the Muslim people, they are preparing Turkey as a good destination, and there's no intervention in the government policies, and the education policy is also good in terms of religion perspective. So they are preferring to come to Turkey, and there's a lot of foreign the Muslim diaspora who come from America and other Western countries like UK and other stuffs. For me, I'm Somali. We, there's a lot of families in here in Turkey, and they buy apartments and villas in Istanbul, also Ankara. Mostly they are preferring in Ankara due to there's no more population when you compare to the Istanbul, and some of them they are preferring to Antalya and also Almanya. They buy residential apartments over there. And before the war, there's a lot of people who come here according to the Somalis, according to the Nigerians and other African countries, or also Arab people. They are coming here for different perspectives. And so we have a good neighbors in our area in Chankaya. All the time they are saying, well, when you come here, all the prices go up. And even the Imlachi, they are preparing for Yanaris because they get a good money. And all the apartments, they are saying, oh, if you are for oh, come. And they give you the apartment while they are charging you a good money. So before that war between Russia and Ukraine, a lot of people, they come to Turkey in a different perspective way. That's my comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it working? Okay. Thank you very much. If there is no questions, thank you very much, Dr. Küçükbayrak. Our last participant is Dr. Enver Said Kent Kurtaran. Sorry. He is going to participate with online. Is it okay?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. You can
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Welcome, Dr.
Welcome.
Kurtaran.
Welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Kurtaran is an assistant specialist in the Structural Economic Research Department of the Central Bank of Turkey. He studies in the areas of productivity, industrial organization, firm dynamics, and microdata. He holds a Master of Arts in Economics from Koç University and still continues his PhD in Economics in Yıldız Technical University. The floor is yours, Dr. Kurtaran.
Thank you, Bahar Hocam. Welcome. Thank you for inviting me in this session. I'm going to talk about a hot topic actually for world economy. This topic has been studied for US and European economies, but for Turkey, actually there is still a room for studying this topic. The title of the study is Firm Profits and Producer Prices in the Manufacturing Terms. I forgot to share my presentation actually, sorry. Can you see the presentation in screen?
Not yet.
Sorry. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Okay. As I said, the title of the study is Firm Profits and Producer Prices in the Manufacturing Firms. In this study, the relationship between markup, which can be called actually as price-cost margin, profit share, and the domestic producer prices are being evaluated for manufacturing firms. We use firm-level markups as proxy for the measurement of market power. According to results, there is a co-movement between markup and profit shares within 2010 to 2021 period. Co-movement of markup and profit shares may indicate that increasing market power may result with high profits, which can be called in the literature as seller's inflation actually. Considering domestic producer price index in 2010 and between 2021 period, both markup and profit move simultaneously with domestic producer prices, especially increasing with the beginning of the pandemic in 2020 in Turkey. As we know, actually, after the pandemic emerged, due to supply chain problems and slowdown of production process, cost of production raised. To overcome the increased cost, firms started to raise prices of their products. However, parallel with the literature stating seller's inflation, We argue in the study whether firms raise their prices way above their increased marginal cost, which means increased markup. We follow the consequences of increased markup with firms' profit shares. On the other side, for the measurement of market concentration, which can be another measure for the market power, we use Herfindahl-Hirschman index and also concentration ratio. They present a decreasing or stable market concentration for manufacturing and its two-digit subsectors, which does not coincide with our results according to markups and increasing profits.
Dr. Kurtaran, sorry, your slide is not moving.
Sorry.
I just noticed it.
Actually, I didn't pass the next slide. I didn't finish this slide. Okay. I continue. Regarding firm size, big firms increase the gap between SMEs, small medium enterprises, in terms of net profits through years, while the gap in 2010 was 2.9%, it reached to 5.8% in 2021. Another finding of my study is that raising markups and profits actually may stem from firms in top percentiles, not for all firms. Primary element, what is the rationale behind the study is actually a primary element that expresses a firm's market power. It is its ability to manipulate prices of their products, which is called as price maker in the literature. If market power does not increase due to productivity or management skills or other reasons, then it may point out that deterioration in market structure. Under imperfect competition, equation between price marginal cost disrupts depending on the market power of economic agents. Thereby, disruption of price marginal cost stability may result with excessive profits of monopolistic firms. As a current phenomenon, economic literature actually witnessed a co-movement of profit and producer prices. Objective of the study, we investigate the increase in producer prices in the context of firm market power and profits. Main argument is market power, which we measure it with firm level markup, increase in the last decade, actually, especially after the pandemic started in Turkey. And given the fact that increase in markup, we could observe also increase in firm profits and producer prices. Disentangling the firm size as large, small, and medium enterprises, we evaluate whether major increase in profits come from large firms, not from other firms like medium and small sizes. Besides the firm size, we also rank firms according to their markup and profit levels in their two-digit subsectors. We investigate if increase in markups and profits at aggregate level is actually driven by the firms with top percentiles. I'm going to talk about briefly literature about the inflation, profits, and also market power. As a current and important topic, market power, profits, and inflation are evaluated together by the economic literature frequently in the last years. One of the main studies, main contributors of this literature is the study from Delocker, Eckhout, and Unger. They proposed methodology at the center of the debates on market power in recent years by estimating firm level markups using firm financial statements. They discuss measurement of markups by using production function methodology to reach firm-level results. They have found that in the US economy, sharp increase in aggregate markups is driven mainly by the upper tail of the markup distribution. However, the firms in the median didn't change. They discuss whether from the firm's optimization decision that high markups lead to lower expenditure on labor input, they find decrease in labor share for the US economy. Besides the studies like Deloker or Egerton, which link the increase in markup to decrease in labor and capital share, declining business dynamism, and the rise in inequality, studies like Goldberg and Hellerstein claims rising markups can also affect propagation of shocks, cyclicality of inflation, and also pass through to prices in terms of cost part, actually. Recent discussion on the relationship between market power and inflation actually gained importance with increase in markups and profits. According to studies like Pontsal and Luziani and also Glover et al., Weber and Wassner, increased markup and corporate profits are one of the main drivers of the inflation, specifically starting from the pandemic. For example, Weber and Wassner suggest an insight on the relationship between corporate profits and inflation. The study claims that sellers increasing prices due to their enhanced market power was the main reason for inflation during the pandemic. Another study, Bobro and Treina, which are staffs from the Bank of Canada, they describe sellers' inflation as the increase in markups and corporate profits, along with prices, which causes inflation through higher markups. They called it as the core movement of inflation and corporate profits. The word they say is greedflation, greediness plus inflation, as you can imagine. The greedflation depends on time horizon of the data according to their studies. They state that while plausible since 2010, greedflation is unlikely to reconcile the realization of inflation on a longer horizon. Another studies Glover et al. Study implemented in 2023. They state that even though there is no direct relationship between corporate profits and inflation, inflation is directly affected by growth rate of the markup. They find evidence that markup growth was a major contributor to inflation in 2021. However, also they tend to attribute firms raising prices in anticipation of future cost increases rather than an increase in monopoly power or higher demand. Therefore, according to their estimates, inflation cannot be explained by persistent increase in market power after the pandemic. The other studies, Pontsal and Luziani, they find that markup and profit reach its highest level in 2021 since the 1950s in US economy. They suggest high jump in markup fits all three of the main explanatory studies of inflation being debated, which are changes in demand, supply, and market power. There are other studies claiming that there is no relationship between market power or, as we can say, markup and inflation. The other study states that there is actually a negative relationship between these two variables. For example, Kuvavas et al. Estimates firm level markup across Euro area countries for each year between 1995 to 2018 And the main finding of the study is high markup sectors actually increase prices less after expansionary shocks, which means market power is part of the explanation of why inflation remained low in euro area. The study divides sectors with low versus high markups, and they show that high markup firms more strongly absorb increased costs that arise from aggregate shocks rather than passing them through to their prices. Another two studies, Bleak and Boras, they find actually there is no relationship between markup and inflation for Canada after pandemic. I'm going to show briefly my model in this part and also talk about the database I use. I combined several data sets for this study. The first one is for the firm level markup and profits. We use all firms keeping books according to balance sheet principle and income statement for the period 2009 to 2021 in manufacturing industry by using revenue administration dataset. For the second dataset, we use domestic producer price index annual percent change for all manufacturing industry at aggregate and also NACE at two-digit subsectors. We implement some data cleaning process because this data set given by the revenue administration includes all firms in Turkey, and there are some small firms which can drive our estimation biasly. So we clean some data according to some critics. Finally, we have approximately 1.2 million firm year observation and also 2,000 firms in our study. We deflate nominal values with producer price index at two-digit sectors. We use two-stage GMM estimation, where in the first stage, idiosyncratic measurement error and unanticipated shocks to sales are removed and expected output found. In the second stage, we use the expected output as a starting value for our calculation of productivity. Assume there is n term in economy, which is a production function, and for these firms actually does cost minimization according to Lagrangian objective function. With the derivation of Lagrangian objective function with variable input, actually I can talk about variable input. Our production function consists of two inputs. One is capital, the other one is variable input. Generally, as we know, the first one is capital and the second one is labor. But in our study, we enhance these flexible input for our analysis. We calculate it from the firm's income statement, actually. We some cost of goods sold and also operating expenses for the to find the variable input term. Actually, these are some mathematical things. By deriving these equations, we reach the markup term. The theta v, as you can see in the fourth part, mu, starting with the mu term actually. Theta v means elasticity of output elasticity of variable input. The other part is actually refers firms' total sales over their variable cost, which can be calculated with cost of goods sold and operating expenses. For the calculation of net profit, we also use income statement of the firms. When we look at the graphs, actually, the first one is stating net profits and markup growth. As you can see, there is a co-movement between them, especially after 2019. These two terms sharply increase. The second graph also states that with the increase in markup levels for firms, also domestic producer prices increases. And the third one states the relationship between net profit and domestic producer prices also. We actually don't claim clean, very specific causal relationship, but at least we can say there is a positive correlation between them. We do our study with subsectors of the manufacturing. In this part, we choose 9 subsectors among 23 actually, but for the other subsectors, I can say that there is a similar pattern for them. We show in this part sectors net profits and producer prices. As you can see, there is generally a co-movement between them, especially increasing trend for both of them after 2020. This part also states markup, which is percent change actually, and other parties producer prices. These are also gives us similar results with net profits. In this part, I want to show generally in literature, Parfendal-Hirschman index and concentration ratio depicts sectors market concentration, which can be told as competition, the level of competition for the sectors. HHI is defined as sum of the squares of all firms' market share in terms of net sales in industry J in year T, where N is the number of total firms in industry. HHI takes values between 0 and 1, with higher values indicating more concentration, which means more market power and less competition. In addition to HHI, concentration ratio is calculated also by using firms' net sales data for each industry. It is basically the sum of the market share of 4 largest firms in terms of net sales for industry J and also in year T. As we can see, actually, starting from 2010 to until 2021, HHI and CR4 indexes shows negative downward sloping actually, but this result does not coincide with our markup measurement, and actually does not coincide also with price dynamics for the sectors. The other analysis, as we mentioned before, according to firm sizes, the back slides show that there is an increasing situation for the net profits.
Can we sum up, Dr. Kurtaran?
Yes. I finished with this presentation actually.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you. According to firm sizes, we can say that the net profits or of the SMEs actually did not change so much, but for the big firms, net profits increased very sharply. The gap between these two categories was in 2010 was 2.9%, but when we come to 2021, it increased to 5.8%. The other two graphs also states that when we rank the firms by markup and net profit share separately to obtain percentiles, as we can see, the firms in median, which is 50th percentile, did not change so much, but for the firms in 19th percentile, the top percentile, both net profits and also markups increase, which means the main driver of the markups, net profits, and maybe domestic producer price index stems from the big firms or the firms with top percentile. This part actually is just a summary of the whole study. We can skip this part. Maybe for the last thing, for the further analysis of our study, we can focus on the labor share of income to detect the main reasons of this relationship. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kurtaran, for your very informative presentation. Is there any questions? No question. Thank you very much for your participation. So we are at the end of our session, and we thank you, our participants from the Central Bank of Turkey. I especially thank you once more because they came from Istanbul for our SEPIP conference. We really appreciate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we take a picture all together? All the para and all.
Thank you for all of our speakers once again. And dear guests, this is the first day of the Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference has come to an end. We hope to see you again tomorrow on the second day of our program and wish you a good evening.